work it, fix it. Hello! 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 Sounds like we're coming across okay in most departments here. I might or might not need to turn down my PS4 a little bit, depending on how loud or not loud it is when we get into things here. Replay? Oh, cutscenes, right. Oh boy, is there a way I can, like, real quick acknowledge that these aren't too new anymore? Or is that kind of a hard thing to ask? Because I'm glad these are here, but, enter Majima. No! Shadowport actually coming in! Come on! Come on! Either way. Alright. I don't know if there's really a fast way to do this. I think... Yeah, because it just goes right into the cutscene. Sorry, I just realized that, oh yeah, you can look over the cutscenes again in the game, up to what you have played, the player, or what you, the player, have played, but yeah, that's not gonna be fast enough. So, let's just get things started. Hello everybody, this is Magic Maddie here. I hope you're all having a good week so far. If so, awesome, good to hear, keep it up. If not, that's okay. Take care of yourself, back off of things if you need to, set your boundaries. And honestly, that's what you gotta keep up. And again, if you had a good one, keep it up too, you know? To everybody who's chatting or lurking, irregardless, welcome. To those who are just here to say hi and bye real quick, welcome. To everybody who is, again, if you're doing just that, if you're gonna be here a while, if you're gonna be here for the whole thing, chatting, lurking, however it works for you, I appreciate the support, really. Any and all of it is really, really encouraging. So, thank you guys a lot for putting up with my misadventures and shenanigans and brain conundrums, like neural conundrums and what have you. But I digress. We're back with Yakuza Kiwami 2. We still have what I have said before about what we got to get to in this game. Next time is basically the same, since I had to basically kind of take a few breaks last week, and I do apologize for like the not realizing that I should probably just jump out for the week altogether instead of being like, oh, we'll just worry about this week. I apologize again. Nothing bad, just if anything, quite a lot of good stuff. I just needed to catch up on some things and make sure I was good and settled and ready to go on other things. And as I said before, this will be the only stream we'll be doing this week for similar circumstances. I don't want to talk about it yet. If you can kind of figure what it is based on like what this might be similar to, if people even remember what the hell I've been up to so far this 2025, then again, I'd rather we keep it on the down low, but yeah, there you go. It's happening, and I hope this time it comes through and is permanent. It's an official boon for me, and by extension, you guys, but hopefully maybe in some way. So yeah, but like I said, once I figure things out, I'll be happy to just explain what the hell is happening. Again, I just don't know if I want to divulge it, even if I don't necessarily have to dox myself in the process. I don't know. But anyways, we're back with Yakuza Kiwami. And as I said before, what we left off on the last Yakuza Kiwami 2 stream before I had those several cancellations for last week, and again, I'm sorry about that as well, applies here. We are about to go to the funeral for Mr. Terada, who, if only because Majima loves to gaslight us, but then again, I don't know. At least in this case, I'm not sure if that applies. But, not sure about Mr. Terada posthumously. Maybe it's just like, you know, Majima is Majima, and that, to be fair, the guy in the Omi Alliance who took Terada's place in the Omi Alliance and is actually apparently setting us up on a red herring, he took Terada's place. So maybe it's just like that parallel or that succession is kind of reads fishy. But again, Goro Majima seems to be not too thrilled with how Terada had been doing up to his death. So I don't know. We'll see. Speaking of, though, we have unlocked Chapter 2 of the Majima Saga. It seems like these are going to be very, very bite-sized. It's not like Zero, where Kiryu and Majima both have equally packed stories. And then, like, which one you like more than the other is definitely up to you. I personally like both stories, but I'm personally more inclined to everything with Goro Majima and Makoto Makimura. Makimura, I think that was her name, or her given surname in Japan. Nintendo keeps making people angrier. I don't want to get too deep into it, but yeah, as I said before, the Nintendo Switch 2, both the console and the games look really cool. I'm definitely disappointed with the prices. I equate it more to maybe a more or less rootable, cheerable Mr. Krabs. Definitely, like, money-making wise, gets way too anti-consumer, or whatnot, but behind it all, there's a lot of passion, and I wouldn't say, like, I don't think Nintendo is quite on the level of, like, EA or whatnot, or even Disney or whatnot, like, to that extent. Oh, Christ, no. EA is, I mean, like, all those guys are just, are never gonna not have Nintendo look like a conglomerate of saints, you know? Besides, no matter what, at least the games are good. Again, not to say that criticism is invalid. I just don't want to get too deep into it, since I've beat that dead horse several times in the last stream. So, yeah, early season of Mr. Krabs, yeah. But I digress. So, we have Chapter 2 of the Majima Saga. I forget how many chapters altogether there are for the game here, or for the Majima Saga. I think it was either 4 or 5, but let's just get into it. These are pretty bite-sized little side stories, so it's unlike Yakuza 0, where Kiryu's and Majima's adventures were each about equal in size. Here, you got the main story, and then Majima's thing here is very, very bite-sized, but not boring, just, you know, just a lot less to it, since you want to focus on the main story, and then what story bits the Majima Saga will give you, not necessarily gameplay. Otherwise, we'd be here all day. We'd be here for the entirety of 2025. So. Oh yeah, so Uematsu, it seemed like he was... it seemed like he took down some of the Majima family, but regardless, as it turns out, nah, his brains were splattered all over the wall. Or maybe he was responsible for it, and just then that followed right after. I'm not sure. Soul Calibur 2 is going to be part of the NSO GameCube lineup. Oh yeah, I've heard great things about Soul Calibur 2, and just like how they had exclusive characters for each console, but in a way where it's like pretty much there's no definitive edition of the game on a console, or at least like all of them in their own ways have their own perks. It's kind of cool. Now, if you're a completionist or really enthusiastic about having everything, I'm sure every edition of Soul Calibur 2 is going to have you, is going to grate on your nerves for each being different, but oh well. Anyway, so anyways, it seems like... Okay, so I gotta pay attention here. I apologize, guys. I'm sorry, I need to pay attention here, so... It seems like guy with the glasses is acting a little... Oh, I'm sorry, just a little snobbish. But I mean, like, hey, at least we have an objective of some sort. Figure out who took out Uematsu. Even though, again, just because we don't want Kashiwagi to lash out at the asshole doesn't mean that guy with the glasses there is cool. What was his name? Let me look it up real quick. I got the guide out. Oh, no, hold on. Character profiles, here we go. Yes, Kei Ibuchi. So Keiibuchi here seems to be acting a little, I don't know, far up his own ass. So I guess we'll make it that what we will. Not that it's any good or it's too complex, but especially between this and the intro to the initial Majima Saga chapter. Hey gang, what's up gang? Yeah, I don't think Ibuchi's cool. I don't think Ibuchi's gonna be on our cool list at the end of this. He's already not on the cool list. I'm pretty sure he's gonna remain an uncool by the end of this. Tear off this, tear off that. When is someone gonna tear off my clothes and kiss me? Close your eyes, spin around in a circle 5 times. Give your physical copy of Yakuza Like a Dragon a good 5 smackins, and Ichiban Kasuga will probably show up around midnight. Provided that you also get zonked out immediately at 10:05 p.m. or something. Trust me, it's true. Look it up. It's a very real thing if you wanna. If you're a Yakuza Ichi bum. I don't know. At least Uematsu raised his boys up right. This is vengeance for our boss. Now die! Oh, so... Wait, I forgot what I was gonna say. Fuck! Is that doable with physics, or is this Majima just for no goddamn reason other than to look extra cool, just saying physics, what physics, and then just performs that? PS2 version had Heihachi from Tekken, Xbox Spawn, GameCube, Link. Right, yeah. So basically any of those could be the definitive edition, or really just like back then, at least back then, Soul Calibur 2 definitely could look at the idea of a definitive edition and be like, psh, bullshit. Learned any lessons today? I can take 6 guys with my good eyes shut. And also to say, physics are stupid. Isaac Newton was a fraud. Probably.
Boy.
Wait, what? Are these guys Uematsu family? Idiots! You attacked it with no evidence to suggest he even did it? It's cool, Kashiwagi. Their boss just took a bullet. Can't blame him for wanting to take out some pent-up aggression. Wow, Majima's pretty understanding of this. I mean, hey, good for him. You know, even though transitioning from 0 to 1, like, would make you assume, or made me assume that he was completely gone. Not really. Like, no, especially in the first game, he was absolutely off his rocker, but not when he chills out. He very much mellows out, and I can't say it's not surprisingly organic. What's the next move, Majima? I figured I'd just start smacking up every thug this side of town. Rattle enough skulls, you're bound to hit the right one eventually. For some reason, I was thinking that, like, if it's a group of, like, different enemies you take down several times each several at a time. For some reason, I was thinking Dynasty Warriors, but it's like, no. By that logic, every Yakuza game is a Dynasty Warriors ripoff. With just, like, some little, like, vague slice of life things here or there. Then, and every bit of info you could ask for. If it happens in Kamurocho, he'll know. At the very least, what? Okay, my PS4 is going off its rocker now. At the very least, there's no harm in starting these. You would not believe how hard I was crushing on Sophitia as a kid. I'll have to look up the Soul Calibur characters. I'm not familiar with all of them, since I really only knew it as, like, the fighting game with a different character for every console version. Yeah, I'll take a look at her in a second. I just want to real quick make sure I keep up. Thank you. Need your attention on the clan. Tojo clan is on a precipice here. I'm not gonna say anything about Yakuza 7. That is later. This is not later. Does this man, do either of these men look like Minecraft zombies that would mount a chicken and then go fuck up Jason Momoa, I believe? And then like try to, and I guess, I don't know, maybe make Jack Black Steve Minecraft proud with fucking up Jason Momoa in a pink cardigan. I don't know how cool or not cool Jason Momoa is, but I gotta say the pink cardigan he's sporting in that movie, it's nice. At least vaguely nice. I like pigs, so I mean, of course, but I ain't gonna complicate this. I'm gonna find the guy who set me up and dislocate a few bones. Okay, well, I guess maybe he's just partially put together. Ooh, yeah. Also, yeah, this Sophie character is pretty. Ooh, she's cute, actually. Are those like straight up fucking Greek sandals she's got? Either way, yeah, she's pretty. She's cute, for sure. This whole thing stinks, Majima. Be careful out there. I forgot my voice for Kashiwagi as well. I know Majima's just like, hey. So. Oh, oh, okay. Yeah, I guess I'll have to go and look into the Soul Calibur lore. So this legendary informant hangs out at the top of the Millennium Tower. The florist? Wait, I misunderstood. The man's hidden in plain sight at the Millennium Tower. That's not the florist, right? They said it was a super good, super competent, like, informer. So like, that's not the florist Kashiwagi was referring to, right? Or that like Kashiwagi didn't realize who the name was, and so Majima didn't know who it really was until they beat up, and it's like, oh, this asshole Kiryu was hanging out with in the last game. Right. Like, huh. That's weird. I mean, I would probably figure it out. I'm probably misunderstanding, or like, yeah, no, it really is just Kashiwagi didn't know the name, so couldn't give Majima the name either. But yeah. Ooh. Looks like even stronger foes have appeared. Go to Park Boulevard, Senryo Avenue, and North Senryo Avenue in Kamurocho. Let me think here. Ooh. Could probably go sell a few things. Actually, speaking of chicken jockey, have fun with that. Have fun with the quirky, stupid lines all you want, gang. Be respectful. I'm not saying you have to be completely zip-lipped. Be respectful, though. Don't bring in live chickens for the chicken jockey, no matter how funny it might seem. It's not gonna be funny when the stupid cops have to come and drag your asses out. Sure, women with long legs. Hey, different strokes for different folks, right? I'm not a fan of when people are like really bitchy about their dislikes, but it's so like when people just really are into their preferences or types. I mean, honestly, at least you focus on the positives. I respect that. No disrespect to people who have like turn-offs, especially if the turn-offs are nothing more than just being a douchebag, you know? Just, yeah, I digress. I mean, personally, either I just never really understood if I had a type, or it's just like, I don't know, somebody who has a nice personality might be attractive, but that also comes internally, and, you know, maybe they and I hit it off with each other in some way or another. I don't know. It's like people have their types, and that's cool. I don't know. I just either never really did much soul searching, or for better and for worse, I'm just not picky. Not even like people with types are even picky. I don't know. Yeah, no, she's cute. She's cute. I can see that. I really like the dress. I really like the midi dress too. Definitely not something that you would want to fight in IRL, but I mean, it works for Greece in early 2000s, GameCube, PS, Xbox fighting game. So, you know, for sure, for sure. All right, fight. Oh, I misunderstood that. Fire Kurosawa. Okay. So yeah, I don't really think, as far as I know, and it might be a second for me to, it might take me a second to get back into the swing of things with regards to how we, as to how I play with this game, what I need to work on, what I'm doing pretty good at. It might take me a second. Well, even though the email guy said we gotta have our asses ready and in gear for this, I really don't feel scared for my life. Call me crazy, I know. And that's not a bad thing that I don't feel scared for my life. I just am not intimidated by this guy. If anything, I feel more capable of taking him on, actually fighting him, than running all the way over to him. Oh, ooh, ooh. Okay, come on. Right, I gotta remember, he doesn't grab, he just pirouettes. I wish I could pirouette that effortlessly, so you know what? Good for him. I'm happy for you, dude. He probably doesn't care that I'm happy for him, but that's okay. At least I care for him. When I thought about it, that's alright. Sometimes you just can't put your finger on it. Yeah, for sure. It's not even like people with their types are picky either, just... They just actually do have, like, what makes them tick. Yeah. I'd say as long as you're not prone to committing tax evasion as a result of your types or lack of, it's all cool. Because really the only crime in the world you could ever commit is evading taxes. The only thing you could ever fuck up in life. Ever. Ever. I don't know where to go next. Oh yeah, Polk Park Boulevard, North Centennial Avenue. I can only assume that some of these other huddles of people are just like optional. Like if we go for them, awesome. If not, whatever. At least for now, I'm just gonna assume that. Oh, right. My stomach will not be going down for a while, so I might as well just tough it up. Hey there! Fatal Fukushima. How you doing? You the motherfuckers that's been messing with my boys! Okay, and? Well, I joke, but I mean, like, not really. That's basically the way Majima responds right there. Sorry, I needed to move my stuff around here a little bit. Okay. Right, I forget. Majima doesn't grab. He just does the pirouette. I gotta remember that because I'm going straight for the circle button, but it's like, well, no. Yeah, see? That was... Mwah. Oh, that last one didn't hit anybody, but that was still nice looking. That was very nice. How does he do it, but not me? I know I'm not really athletic, but I'm just more of the nerd than the jock, but still. Did I say it like jock? I meant jock. You know, given how long ago it was, I'm not surprised Mark Hamill forgot he ever voiced Majima. I was gonna say, there's that, but then, like, in addition, like, as far as I know, depending on the project and, like, how into the general field of anime, movies, games that somebody might be, they'll either be able to look at a role they've done and be like, oh yeah, shit, I remember recording for that. And then other times it's like, that? So I'm sure it goes doubly so for back in like the 2000s or whatnot. Like, especially then, we probably can't blame everybody for forgetting that they voiced both the Edgelord of Darkness that has a very emotional but devastating and moving redemption arc, followed by a major spoilery character death, and then goes on to voice Limbo Brimblow from Funny Fish Game or something. I don't know, whatever the meme was. Something like that. Like, they know they voiced one, but they'll forget the other that is completely opposite of what they know themselves to have voice acted in the past. Absolutely. Hey, there we go. Actually, I think Tom Taylorson would also fit the bill for that meme. I forget, again, I'm sorry, I forget what the meme is. It's like, you look on somebody's IMDb and it's like they voice a super fucked up, really cool, like, fantasy character, and then cute, funny fish cartoon. I think Tom Taylorson fits the bill. Even if it not to, like, the same degree, I would say that Zenkichi from Persona 5 Strikers could probably fit the bill for the former. Not as edgy, or... I keep saying edgy, fuck. Maybe not as dark or foreboding as the meme would imply, but still, I'd say Zenkichi fits the bill better for that. And then Funny Fish cartoon guy would probably be, like, either Octodad or Bunger from... Bugsnax. He definitely takes the cake there. I don't know, is there an actually, like, dark and fucked up character that isn't Zenkichi, since Zenkichi doesn't necessarily fit the bill? Like, that Tom Taylorson has voiced? I know he was in Mass Effect Andromeda, but even then, like, that's that's like the one divisive Mass Effect entry. Well, that, and I think Mass Effect 3 was kind of hit or miss for people. Just maybe not as polarizing, but, you know. Here comes the death penalty. What do you think you are? The government? The whole judicial, congressional, and president and prime ministerial body of Japan? You silly goose. I know red's a popular color, but a red bolero, or no, a red suit jacket isn't gonna make the world go round, per se. That's why Kiryu has a gray one, and he's the protagonist. Because gray suit jackets are what make the world go round for realsies. Oh. Fuck. Okay, that's good for now. Yeah, boy! Yeah! I've been ordered not as getting a good person. I get a good sport. I prepared some compensation for you, of course. Have it to do. Aw, he seems okay, actually. He's not evil, I think. Awesome. Okay, so I gotta go all the way back to the pawn shop for that. Jesus. No, I can take taxi. I can take a taxi. It's not gonna get me right in front of the pawn shop's door, but it'll get me closer to it so that I can just haul over to the tower. MT. Pink Street. There we go. That's probably going to be my favorite street. Not that it has a whole lot on it, and, you know, not to push my favorite color agenda or anything, but I'd say Pink Street's my favorite street. Why? Because it has the colors. Like, sure, yeah, Tenkaichi has all the really fancy places to go into or look at, and Millennium Tower is Millennium Tower, and then you got all the ones with Kitty Park and all that, but... But Pink Street, with nothing except a name, takes the cake. We have a winner there. Or Theater Avenue, but nah. Sorry, Theater Avenue. Pink Street solos because it is. Anyways, let's go to local Walgreens, local Japanese Walgreens. I don't know, maybe even if it's not local, Walgreens is actually cool, I don't know, or CVS or all of them. I can't really say, and I don't want to say, otherwise I'll look like a mouthpiece, but... Ooh, restores your health quite a bit. Yeah. Okay. Really was too crazy also to remain a side character. That's why the Kiwami remakes gave him a bigger role. Exactly. Like, not to the point with 0, I would say, but still to the point where in 1, the thing about him is that he is everywhere, even when you don't want him to be anywhere or don't expect him even. And then in this case, it's like he still doesn't have a Yakuza 0 sized story where it's the same length as Kazuma's, or excuse me, same Majima Kiryu's, but still to get even a small mini saga is still quite a feat. I agree. We probably want to stack up on as much of these as we can. Any and all of these, we probably want to do that. Thanks, come back again. Let me see. I guess... Actually, no. I'm good. I think probably just some of the better things in, like, lowering my digestion, but especially health. We should be okay. With heat, at least right now, I'm not too concerned about it with these really, again, super brief and concise little mini chapters. I think we'll be okay. Especially when, like, Kiryu's grab becomes Majima's, sharp-knifed pirouette spin. I think I'm okay in the heat department with him and don't need a whole lot of items to help with that, at least for the moment. And again, if that changes, I'll definitely change my tune as well, but... Yeah. I'm not gonna bet on it right away, and I recommend y'all don't bet on that too, either. There we go. Okay, don't mind me. I'm gonna assume we also can't really find anything around the place, like no little extra items or trinkets. Yeah, let's just move on. Let's go, gang. Let's fucking go! Yep, it's Florist, man. It's the Florist, yep.
よう来ると思ってたぜ真島五郎。
はい
全部お見通しってわけか。伝説の情報やってのは本物ことやったんやな。
あんたみたいな目立つ男を追えないようじゃこいつで飯なんか食っちゃいけねえさ。で一応聞くが何を調べたい？
もちろんこの事件の真相や。俺をはめた黒幕がおるなら、そいつ見つけ出して叩き潰さな気が済まんからの。山が山
Basically
だ
just
から
nip it
な。
in the bud.
情報量は
If only we could have been able to do that in time to stop the Omi Alliance wreaking havoc in the main story, which I think is like Christmas of the year after Yakuza Kiwami 1. So this is like February, so like just only a couple months after, I think. Majima Saga, that is. It's just a couple months after. Kiryu's, I believe, is like after Majima's and Kiwami 1, therefore. Obviously, but...
俺がここに移る前に仕切ってたサイの河原って場所があるんだが、そこをあんたに任せたい。
サイの河原？
西公園の便所からつながっている、まあ裏社会みたいなもんだ。俺の昔の仕事場があった場所でな。鳥羽から地下闘技場まで人間の欲望を満たすもんが何でも揃ってる。
面白そうなとこやないか。
だが訳あって今はほったらかしになっちまってる。誰が信頼できる人間に任せてえと思ってたんだ。
俺はそないに信頼できる人間ちゃうで。
信頼できるかどうかはあんたが決めることじゃない。俺が決めることだ。どうだ、受けてもらえるか？
俺は黒幕殴れるんなら何でも構へん。河原の管理の一つや二つお安いご用や。
交渉成立だな。
なんやこれは。
What?
俺の仕事道具だ。こいつを使えばカムロ町中の情報が俺の元に舞い込んでくるってわけさ。さて植松殺しの件だったな。このモニターを見てみろ。
Okay.
映っとるのは俺やないかい。
ああ、あんたが植松組に乗り込んだ時の映像だ。こいつを巻き戻していくぞ。
これは川村なんだあいつが。
さあな、
Oh.
そいつは本人に聞いてみねえとわからねえ。頭の中までは映像には映らねえからな。どこ行く気だ？
決まってるやろ。組に戻るんじゃ。川村のやつに話を聞かんとあかんからの。
残念ながらもうそいつはカムロ町にはいねえ。
じゃあどこにおるんや。
蒼天堀だ。
蒼天堀？
Oh no, he still has to go back to Sotembori? Oh, great. Oh no.
帰ってきてしもうたか。
Let's focus on Zero wasn't even Majima's first playable appearance. That was the non-canon zombie spin-off Dead Souls. Oh, right, I was hearing about that. I just didn't realize that it was actually his debut playable appearance. That is actually really, really funny. I mean, hey, you start somewhere, and I mean, I don't know. I think I assume it's more so that Dead Souls was just silly and goofy, and is that ever a bad thing? No, of course not. So, fair enough. Oh, sorry, did not mean to bump the mic there. Okay, so we got Big Boys at East Sotenbori Street, the back of the building west of Shofukucho, and near Aoi, the blue bar with Kaoru's I guess foster mom? Or no, I don't think it was. I think they specified it wasn't necessarily foster mom, or at least she was unofficially a foster mom. Let's go with this guy, though. And then I had to look this up real quick as well, but I forgot that you could send some money and or gifts to Kiryu in the present, or in this case, it'll be several months after this Majima saga here. But, yeah. I digress, though. Yeah! I'm not sure what Nagafuchi... I don't know what a skanda is, but... I mean, I hope that pays well, and maybe that'd be something anybody can look into. Yeah, what's a skanda? I don't know. No, I figure. But it's like with most silly, goofy things in Yakuza, even if to a different, even if the extents are different, roll with the punches. It'll make sense with context. And once you do understand the context, it's genuinely fun. Or even if you don't understand the context, too bad. It's funny anyways. At least that's my take on really the series at large so far. And I do mean that affectionately. I genuinely love this series. I really, really love it. Like, I took a good while and one abandoned playthrough just due to not knowing how to actually play it anymore, to finish the 7th game or 8th game in the main series, and when I did, it's like, there was no going back. There was just no way I could go back to how I was beforehand. No going back to Maddie pre-Yakuza 7. Who remembers Left 4 Dead? I think I've heard of it. Is that the one where they, like, only recently had, like, the sequel, and, like, there was that one stream that I think, the Charlie guy who has, like, really crazy-ass hyperbole statements to say that he will absolutely never stop talking about his own ass and getting fucked by Thanos. Like, that guy, like, he had a stream on, like, the Left 4 Dead sequel, was it? Is that the Left 4 Dead I'm thinking of? Because then I was like, that sequel, and then, like, I just remember it because there was, like, a clip where it's, like, it seemed like something that wasn't the final, it seemed like a segment that shouldn't be the end of the game was about to end off, and then he's like, oh, was that it? Was that really it? And then, like, the credits roll, and then he just, like, flops back in his chair. Well, I say flop, and I mean, I'm not wrong, but thank God the wheels were able to stick to the ground while I did that, because I didn't even know what the hell he was playing. I didn't follow it, especially his background noise, and even I was kind of like, huh. Like, they're on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, a head or body, I forget, rolls onto it. Is that, no, I don't know. Like, is that the Left 4 Dead I'm thinking of? Or is that, like, a different zombie shooter? That might actually be a different zombie shooter, and I was thinking of something entirely different there. I don't remember. It's been a while. That's okay. Let me actually look into it, because now I have piqued my own interest. I haven't even watched that silly Charlie man in eons. but still, I'm interested. He seems cool, anyways. I don't know. Oh, that was Moist Critical. Oh, that was it? Zombie game? Dead Island 2. Okay, yeah, so this is different. Dead... Yeah, Dead Island 2... Ending. Here, I hope this isn't actually playing, though. Path of Exile 2. The one time I actually can look at toxic gaming chat and be like, you know what? Fair enough. Anybody else getting that type of treatment, no matter how innocuously stupid they are, I'll be horrified. But in that particular instance, it's just karma. It's just karma. Like, don't get me wrong. There are people that are still online these days where, like, especially because they're not, or if only because they're not as scummy as, like, you know, grifters like Mark Kern and whatnot. Like, we're like, I definitely don't care for them at all. But even so, like, even if they got that kind of, like, response in their chat, I'd be horrified. But, yeah, no, in that one specific instance, womp fucking womp, buddy. I was too busy laughing at how he repeatedly died to the tutorial boss. I have not played Path of Exile 2. Was that actually the tutorial boss? Because it just looked like he was dinking around in just some random ass area. And even then, I really only saw the chat and the unfortunate face cam. I don't think you guys are hearing this Dead Island 2 clip. I'm just trying to get to the part where it's like they're at the games at the Hollywood Walk of Fame and yeah, so like yeah, so you got this badass like crop topped midriff girl with greenish teal hair like beating the hell out of some zombies. And it's like, maybe I just missed a whole lot to Dead Island 2 here, but it's like, I'm not saying this is video game cinema, but it definitely looks better than, I don't know how people have seemed to be barking about it from what little I have seen. And then like a head falls onto a Hollywood Walk of Fame star with the title on it apparently, and it's like something crazy, but it's like, was everything else so disappointing that people are like, oh, this is it once they see that? I don't know. Actually, here, you know what? No, let me show you in a second here. Because I was like, oh no, I probably don't want to show you guys this, but I could probably show you in a second. Just a second, though. Oh, hold up. Okay. Oh god, I am getting my ass beat big time. Never get distracted, Maddie, or you're gonna get backlashed or something. Ooh, we got ads starting in a minute as well, so hold on a second. So yeah, because like I'm not familiar with certain zombie. Oh, I fucked up. Yes, I want to continue. My bad. My bad. No, genuinely, my bad. I'm sorry. Oh god, I don't have to. Okay, thank God. Okay. Ooh, this is a real kick in the dick. Okay, so actually, let me snooze for 5 minutes. Because before we go, I guess I might as well show you guys this. Yeah, so like, it's possible that I just missed something, but I don't know. It's like, I've never played Dead Island 2, so I probably just don't know the full extent of it. Because it's like, did I miss something? Or is it that I missed or that I didn't miss anything? Because like, I don't know, just the shot, like the shot, as gory as it is here, I'll show you in a second, is really cool. So, like, did I just miss enough still where it's like it was not warranted and was actually still very disappointing? Because I know Penguinzo here is kind of a laid-back guy that could be extra sardonic, but Jesus. Well, in a second here, I don't know. Hold on.
Oh, wow, wait, that's the end?
Like, I don't know. Again, I probably just missed that this sequel is really underwhelming, but like, that was gory, but it was still kind of kick-ass. Was it still unwarranted and the rest of the game was just disgusting, or just everything up to teal-haired girl with the midriff taking off a head and making a hell of a title cameo? Like, was everything else disappointing? Because then it's like... I'm probably just getting way more of a laugh out of that, but it's like... Was everything up to that point so disappointing that the title card and credits rolling was just not earned at all, and that's why people were like, oh, what the hell? Because I just only see that clip, and it's like, I mean, I'm sure it's possible nothing else was really done to earn a kick-ass title and credits roll like that, but damn, was it really that bad up until then? Or is it just that the ending wasn't warranted? I don't know. I just thought think the reaction out of context is really, really funny. Just like an ending apparently being so disappointing, yet if you're an outsider like me, it's like, I mean, I don't know, but it looked cool at a glance, so like, was just everything else about it so fucking lame? And yet, as soon as the title rolls, everybody's just like, what the fuck? Probably is. I don't know. Yeah, so if that's Dead Island, what the hell was Left 4 Dead? What did that look like? Because I guess I did mix up the two, and I apologize. Let me see here. Left 4 Dead. Oh. This is made by the same guys that made, I think, Portal and Valve and... No, Valve. Valve is the company name. They're the same guys that made Half-Life and Portal and etc., etc. There are probably some other notable ones of theirs I'm just forgetting off the top of my head. Team Fortress! Team Fortress! They also made Team Fortress. I almost forgot they made Team Fortress. My bad. Okay. We got 2 minutes until the ads roll here, and then we'll go take a break. Let's take Nagasawa? Slayer Nagasawa, pardon me. We're not on first term basis, so that's my bad, I suppose. Oh boy. Ooh, hey. Be respectful. I'm the player protagonist. I have officially been Englishly dubbed by Mad Mercer. You cannot do this to me. You can't just do whatever you want with me, you fool. Come on. Ooh, I'm not doing a good job of watching for those, my bad. Well, hey, at least so far I've only died in Majima Saga once, and I don't think I've died at all in, the main story. Yet. I mean, I'd like to keep it that way so I never die in the main story and just only die once in Majima Saga, but, you know, I can't lie and say I've never died. Because if you were just watching the last 5-ish minutes, yeah, no, sadly I did die. Unfortunately. Oh, we got one more street boss. My bad. Okay, so we got one more street boss. How do I get over there? Oh, Actually, it's pretty easy, and I can take a taxi anyways. But we'll save that street boss, and then the next part of Majima Saga Chapter 2 here for when we get back. So I'll see you guys in a little bit, Shirley. Don't go anywhere. Or go anywhere, and just know I'll be back in a little bit here. Thank you. We're back. I was telling the dog, hey, buddy, let's get back to it. And he's just like... And so I say, hey, you want to get back to this dog? And then he's like... So then one last time I say, you want to get to this? And then finally he's like, yeah, sure. He's a good boy. Oh, I didn't realize he was licking... No, he's not licking his crotch or anything. I mean, like, I'm glad he also has his hygiene in mind. I just don't want to look. I shouldn't look. No, I guess he's just nibbling at his fur. My dog Cash, or my puppy Cash. He's a Merle Labradoodle. A little over 4 years old now, but even, like, 12-year-old, 10-year-old dogs are never beaten the puppy allegations. I say as he yawns, like, oh yeah, she said this before. It's never going away with her, that mentality. Every dog is a puppy to me, and nothing can change that. You can look, act, and or feel like a stereotypical older, not puppy dog. You're still a dog. You're still a puppy to me. And same with cats. All of them are kitties. They're never, even the oldest and largest and fluffiest of cats will never be beaten the kitty allegations from yours truly. Thank you very much for asking. Advocate for them not being called kitties all you want, or puppies all you wish. I'm not listening. Even Cash is just kind of like already curled up into his little ball, like, yeah, I've heard this shit before. You've heard this shit before later, guys. So, take Cash's words to heart. Not in a bad way. That'll be self-detrimental. Just keep in mind, a dog is a puppy and a dog to me. And that a cat is a kitten and a cat to me. Doesn't matter how old they get. Doesn't matter if their age is linked to how likely they are or are not to eventually pass away. They're all kittens. They're all puppies. They're all kitties. They're all pups. And I will never let that be untrue. Never. It will never not be untrue. Are you serious? I don't have enough health. Oh my god. I don't have enough stomach. Oh boy. I don't want to use my staminans too soon either, so... Yeah, fuck it. Okay, let me, real quick. So we gotta go to Cabaret Grand. I'm sure this is bringing back memories from Mr. Moro Gajima here. But even so, I'm gonna have to put up with it. We're both gonna have to put up with it. I'm suffering here too. I'm sad. I'm gonna be sad to go back in there too, not just him. We're both gonna be sad about it together. Don't feel too lonely in that regard, Majima. We can cry into each other's shoulders, probably. Ooh. 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 We don't have enough for the chicken sandwich. Oh well. And we don't have enough to fully top off our health period, so... Oops. Let me see about... Sneak by? Okay, nope. So much for sneaking by. Sorry, gang. Wish that could have been a lot more sneaky buying, but... My bad. Didn't realize I might as well have just gone the whole ass other way. And pirouette. Yeah! Beautiful. He's a swan. A cyclopean swan. That's what cyclopean means, right? It's cyclops, since they're all like, oh, it's a cyclops. Because one eye, holy shit. Ugh. Yeah. A cyclopean, probably Mardi Gras. I mean, I would say, like, if you're gonna wear this to any, like, certain large party or celebration, it'd probably be like something involving Mardi Gras. So, like, he's a cyclopean Mardi Gras swan. Going back to Soul Calibur 2, Song Mina was another one that drove me crazy. I'll look into that in a second. Because I guess the delinquents don't want people saying how cute video game characters are. How much they think certain video game characters are cute. Alas. Because they want to prop up their favorites, like, I don't know, who is a video game character that sucks and or is unlikable? I don't know. Adachi! No, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. She's canonically 23. I mean, yeah, she looks like a young adult. And I mean, yeah, she's cute. I like the boots and the headband. Genuinely really athletic combo. I don't know. If you put a headband over your forehead and get some nice, not too long but not too short combat boots, I can imagine you're gonna get far in a fighting tourney. Who do I go to heal? Okay, so the sushi set gets me the most. Okay. I'm gonna use abstim. More like abstinence. Whatever that means. I mean, I'm not complaining. Like I said, nah, she's cute. She's cute. She and the Greek girl are cute for sure. I don't know. Even if I might not be too deep into fighting games, and even the few exceptions, it's just because, I mean, the community around it when it's not super toxic a sin is fun. Then it gets toxic, so of course then it's like I'm out. But you know, until then, I could see it live up to the hype. So I imagine, especially Soul Calibur, since it's like relatively popular still, I hear, but not like, you know, all over the place, that everybody from all walks of life, even the evil ones, will get onto it. I don't know. I could probably just look into the characters and the lore. The fighting game. Oh shit, it's... So I guess naming certain game names now, it's not just Smash Brothers and maybe Mortal Kombat and maybe Street Fighter. It's like every one of them sucks. Oh man. Like, I'm sure people can have competition without being bitches. Still, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to the cool people in the FGC. I hope you guys continue to win prizes instead of the nasty parts. And if they don't, I mean, like, their kingdoms will crumble one day anyways, so... Sooner or later. Is this your first visit, sir? Is this your first visit? Oof. Hi, Nobert, good to see you. First time as a guest. I mean, I guess that's... Actually, yeah, that's probably the smartest way to mention that. Oh, hey, Chill. I mean, nah, some people can make... Congratulations. Or, I mean, I guess if it's Wario. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Chill's here. No, I'm kidding. Hi, Chill. I mean, hey. If you couldn't make it, that's all good, as long as whatever you couldn't make it for was good. I'm doing pretty well, Nobrick. Thanks for asking. Hopefully you've been good. If so, awesome. If not, like usual, just take care of yourselves, and I'm not gonna be too fussy. I can't really fuss over people having a rough day anyways. I think that's what toxic positivity is. So, you know, just say, oh, well, take care of yourself. Don't be like, you need to smile more, damn it! Having a sleepover tonight watching old school cartoons. Ooh. How old school are we talking? Because depending on who you ask, even stuff from like the 2000s might be considered old school, which is like, I mean, technically, yeah. I would just say anything from like the 2010s is not old school. 2020s, God no. 2000s, maybe. 90s or earlier. Okay, yeah, for sure. The 90s, yeah. I was just gonna say, like, 80s, 90s probably is old school still. Even earlier than 80s and 90s is definitely 2000s, maybe. 2010s and 2020s, though, God, no. Wait another decade, suckers. And then maybe the 2010s will also be old school, too. Or at least kinda. Huh? Oh, yeah, I saw you got Haru. Actually, to answer your question of whether or not, Mitsuru Kirijo or Haru Kumura has the shitty or shoddy fiance. Again, I would say it's another, like, comparing trash to garbage scenario. Like, both of them were gonna have it really rough if they let either of those asshats, like, like, take their hand, but I guess I would say Haru definitely has the worst one. But again, that's saying a lot considering that Mitsuru's isn't any better. Like, he still sucks. But I guess the only thing is, like, at least Mitsuru's ex-fiance learned to take the hit at some point. Technically, Haru's kind of did, but at the same time, not really. Or at least, like, he just, like, would go up to her and be like, "Oh, why you at the bookstore? You can't read. You're stupid. I hate your curls, but, if you came with me, I'd like your curls again," or something. Blah, blah, blah. He kicked Mona like a football. Yeah. Missed me talking about how happy I am that Soul Calibur 2 is going to be on the Switch to NSO at launch. I mean, honestly, again, I'm not into fighting games, but just to see what the characters are like, because they got people, because like based on the two that Full Metal was into, the Greek girl and this one with the combat boots and bra, or like sports bra and like headband on the head thing, like a la Ryu from Street Fighter. It seems like a fun kind of like around the, like, fighters from around the world kind of game. And then, of course, like in the case of the Nintendo GameCube, you get a guest character and 2 other ones for each of the other 2 consoles. So, like, again, we only really have the one with just Link, but it's something. Yes, Sophitia and Songmina, Songwi is how I remember the one character from 7. How you pronounce that? And then, like, Mina. Anyways, no, I'll definitely have to see if I can look into the lore for Soul Calibur 2 before the GameCube NSO, like, brings it out. It seems like a lot of fun. I definitely wish we got Luigi's Mansion the first, at NSO GameCube launch, but, I mean, at least they said it's coming at some point, so I mean, oh well. Guess I'll suck it up, but... but yeah. Oh yeah, and then yeah, like, Haru's ex also kicked Mona like a football, which, like... I'm a little sad that people were really into that. Like, I guess, like, if people are able to make, like, somewhat dark humor attempts out of it, like, he kicks it, and for some reason in Wii Sports, it's like, he scored a turkey there, when it's like, did he kick 2 other people or living creatures before this to get a turkey? Jesus. Like, if they try to make something dark humorous out of it, or darkly humorous out of it, I mean, that's one thing, but otherwise it's like, I gotta admit, it wasn't really that funny by itself. It was still kind of like, Jesus fucking Christ. Like, especially by that point, Mona was officially, like, set as the one Persona 5 character I don't dislike and hate, but also am not a huge fan of. Whereas everybody else, it's like, I at the least definitely like them, and at the most, they're my goats. But, with Mona, it's like, again, he was the only one I'm just kind of meh on still, and even then, that kick made me sad by itself. And again, if people make edits of it where it's like he gets a turkey after, like, the ex gets a turkey from kicking Mona, I still don't want to know what where the first 2 strikes came from, or who was the victim of those, but yeah, but still, aside from that, I'm a little sad that other people did like the initial kick by itself. Like, again, I get why people have their criticisms of Mona. My criticisms happen to cancel out a lot of the little perks. A lot of the things I still like about him, or they just kind of like, they're kind of balanced. And I can see why people don't like him. But I'd say I don't know. I'd say, like, getting excited and happy about him getting kicked by an abusive rich guy is kind of pushing an envelope. I mean, to use this shock, like, he kissed a living thing like it was a football. Oh, yeah, no, totally. I mean, yeah, no, sadly, no, not for better, no. Absolutely for worst. He kind of just punted him like the like a perfectly oval shaped pigskin football for sure. It's fucked, but it is a matter of the fact of the matter. I don't know. Again, put some Wii Sports edit over it, or put him in Madden 2011, and maybe I'll get a little bit of a giggle out of it. But put it by itself, or just like loop it over, and I'm gonna get a little sad, no matter how indifferent I am to Morgana. You know, like I can find him really annoying and stupid, but he has his perks and his moments, and he's cute. And again, I'd say my pros and cons with him are kind of equal. Yeah, no, it's like, nah. Like he could be a pest during my several first few playthroughs, and still was over time, but even that kick is like way too much. And again, just put him in Madden 11 and maybe I'll be able to dissociate and be like, haha, Madden 08 or whatever in Persona 5. What was Madden 08? What scene in Persona 5 was Madden 08 put over? Oh. But then, yeah, I'm gonna figure out, like, yeah. Oh, yeah, no, totally.
No.
I think Ayumi-chan here might have a lead for you. Pleasure to meet you, sir! Okay, so we got this guy in the picture. Kawamura, yes. It's possible Kawamura might have framed us anyway, but at the very least, he'll get us on the right track, hopefully. Unless this is like that one guy in the main story months after this, where it's like, no, it is another red herring. Happen to be looking for the rascal. You heard anything more recent? Only bad news. It sounds like he had some debt problems. Loan sharks. Or just gambling addiction. Yeah, that'll do it. Hi, puppy. Hash wants some pets now. My dog wants some pets. Hello, puppy. Puppy. Hello, puppy. Hello. He's so cute. I love my dog. I wish you guys could hear, like, the falsetto he pipes out whenever he yawns. It's, like, just a nice, clean, like, even higher and squeakier than that even I am envious over. Like, I was always, like, I was more keen to a general mezzo-soprano range at the highest. Otherwise, I was more alto. So, like, I wish the higher notes for sopranos came as easily to me as it does for my dog, my Poochie. Come on, boy. Here's a falsetto. Actually, I think he doesn't know what the hell this mic is. The same way I take a picture of him with my phone earlier, and it's like, I rarely, if ever, take a picture of myself these days. Maybe once in a while. Maybe once on a blue moon, I'll maybe post a selfie if I don't know, think I did my makeup really, really good that one day. But definitely the dog also doesn't get many pictures, but even so. So, like, I think he treats my mic here that I use for voice acting and streaming. I think he reacts to it the same way almost the same way he reacted to my phone today when I was trying to take a picture of him, and then it was just like, okay, we get one not too shitty one. I'm just gonna pet you and hope this one gets the point across, like, oh, he gets a bandana from the groomers and all that. Oh, Sailor Jupiter? Valid. I liked her. She was really cool. Also, I like her English dub voice actor. Well, the one for the Dick one, because I always say, the Dick dub really sucked in, like, the actual localization and in, like, whitewashing and Americanization departments, but at least the voice actor still carried it. But also in the Viz, where they didn't have to carry the whole thing, per se, the voice actors were good, but I really like Jupiter. It's just, like, definitely more distinctly deep, compared to the rest of the Ear Senshi. But also, like, really nice to listen to, if you ask me. And yet, like, any and all screams that are also lower pitched or even higher were, like, or, like, even just, like, shouting and hollering was all, like, definitely still felt organic. She had a nice voice. Basically, I think Jupiter had a nice voice in both dubs. And then, obviously, same goes for the original dub to both 90s Sailor Moon and or Crystal and the OVAs that followed after, because God knows Toei in many conceivable fashions completely butchered the Sailor Moon reboots marketing. Like, say what you will about the animation or the pacing or the characters and all that. I'm kind of hit or miss with it. But more than anything, I just really think the marketing that Toei did not put to it, and only half-assed later on, was pretty bad. It was pretty bad. I didn't realize they were going to make more with I didn't realize they were going to finish up the reboot with OVAs of the last two arcs, Dead Moon and is it Galaxia arc or Sailor Star arc? I forget. Because the last season in the original was Sailor Stars, I know, but I forget if, like, the manga and now the Crystal variant is called the Starseed, Sailor Stars as well, Galaxia, Galactica, I don't know. Susan Roman as Jupiter is probably the best of the inners in the Dick dub. Low bar, but she went hard. I mean, yeah. I do think that all the voice actors did their best. It's just, like, more than anything, like sometimes no matter how good they were at acting, the voices just still didn't fit the characters. But I don't know. I can't act like they didn't all try to a decent extent. But yeah, Jupiter, like, still sounds like the tomboy of the group, but also definitely a lot more, like, organic and still can act. But yeah. Oh yeah, Amanda Miller was the Viz version. Yeah. Yeah, they were goats. They were good. They were definitely good. I mean, I will say, at least with the Viz media, it wasn't just the voice actors, or in this case, Amanda Miller, that had to carry the dub. It was like, they all did pretty good there too, but then also the actual script finally had quality that matched their profession, you know, in the original source material. But yeah. Okay, so I'm so sorry. That was a little bit of a goofy yap. I apologize. I kind of lost track of thought there. So, Kalamura is a gambler. It's just one in, like, 2,102,996 reasons why to not get addicted to gambling. You either don't gamble or you gamble responsibly. Very, very responsibly. Or is it reasonably? Drink Yeah, no, it's drink responsibly. So don't only gamble responsibly at the most. How about that for a Magic Maddie spin on Sonic Says or Sailor Says or whatever? They made Zoisite a woman because 90s broadcast standards meant gays were no-no. And it's like this, we still go backwards on a lot of things in our modern society, and it might or might not just have to do with fiction and localization of fiction, but at least it wasn't as bad as the 90s. Assuming I will let the cat out of the bag, I'm going to do the original route, and I will make Red Romance on, just for you, Maddie. Oh, nice! Nice! Hey, I'm not complaining. I mean, if you wanted to go Makoto, honestly, go for it, since she's one of your favorites, I believe. You want to go Sumi or Haru? Hell yeah, since Haru's my fourth favorite in in 5 and like 7th or 8th in the whole series. But if you want to go on, Peak too. That's Peak as well. I don't know. Hey, personally, it's like, if it's like, oh, Maddie likes on, I'll romance on in my playthrough. I'm doing it right now. Awesome. But if you said, nah, I don't really want to, I'm not going to be offended. Or if I was offended, I think everybody would have put internet restraining, like basically like mental restraining orders on myself and my accounts on social media months before now. Like, I would not be here right now if I was being such a dick like that. But yeah, no, romance on, hell yeah, have fun with that. Because I will always say, if On can't be with Ryuji, or Shiho, or even Makoto or Haru, or whoever else in any of the games, because non-protagonist romances aren't possible. Hey, I'm not complaining about Shuon because I think it's still cute as hell. Cute as hell. I'll admit, a few things I might have rambled about before and don't want to get into might have taken it down a little bit for me, but it's still a top fiver. It's still a top fiver. That's the perk of being a multi-shipper. It's like you can look at different romances and be like, oh yeah, any or all of those are cute, and you only have to go to bat for one if somebody's being a dick to that one, you know? Or most are just inciting harassment and making it personal with other people, and it's like, yeah, no, even I'm feeling really fucking embarrassed about this. So like, I'm not gonna hang around with somebody who talks like that about fiction. It's a bad thing apparently to be a multi-shipper. That's just the perspective of a small-brained mongrel. I mean, I apologize to mongrels. They probably deserve a little more credit than that. Also, sorry for bumping the mic again. But, yeah. My main in Soul Calibur 2 was Raphael. I'm gonna assume, if only because I'm thinking TMNT and or the Renaissance artist, I'm gonna assume Raphael is, European? Wields an English sword rapier? I never knew how you said the name, sorry. How you said the word, sorry. Oh, French. He's French. There's maybe a little bit of a difference versus, anyways. Soul Calibur 2 characters. I'm gonna look into these and see, what I think of them at some point. Okay, yeah, so he's French. My bad. In the game, not IRL. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm sure people with a brain like you would probably know when to cool it or cool the heels on that. If you're actually part of the FGC in an IRL tourney. I'm sure good people know when to pump the brakes. It's cool. At least I would hope the computer players wouldn't take it personally. Most because, like, that would be very scary. Yeah! That was just one guy. I mean, granted, the small group mooks here are nothing compared to the street guys or even the bosses in these chapters even, but still, that was just one guy and I just punched his lights out like that. Or I guess stabbed his lights out, but either way. No, we gotta go this way. Oh, Odyssey! Right! Okay. Hold on, gang. I can do this. Yeah. Ooh. We're still finding a lot of goodies, even if we don't have all the ones you find in the main story, because this is just a bite-sized thing. Still quite a lot of goodies on the streets. I like it. Oh! I mean, Andromeda, Odyssey, they're both Greek-ish words. Rude! Majima, I know this is technically a prequel to Kiwami 2, but that's still rude as hell. What the frick? That was miserable. They've got a year tops. Oh. Yep. You disappeared so fast, I was sure you'd gotten erased. What do we owe the pleasure of your triumphant return? Nothing so grandiose. I'm just looking for a guy. I'm looking for a fox. I'm looking for a fox. Woohoo! I thought I'd pop in the Odyssey to get some intel, but it seems to have gone belly out. Right. It wasn't sustainable with the numbers it was pulling in. Give me until Christmas? Kiryu Kazuma. I'm gonna change that. Maybe. Hi guys, I'm the Damadane guy, Kazum Kiru. What's up? What's up, Cub Scout Konnichiwa? Something.
Huh?
I mean, late 90s anime dubs be like. Outdated info like that probably isn't much use, isn't? Sorry. Nah, it's enough. But that mahjong parlor? That was it? A little deeper south in Shofukucho. Above massage parlor called Hogushika. Massage parlor? Oh shit! That was the one we found the one gentleman from China and honestly valid. Have fun with the 90s cartoon sleepover chill. Sorry if I didn't mention that earlier, but yeah. And yeah, that was a good one, Full Metal. Thank you, Full Metal. That was a good one. But yeah, no, so this is the massage parlor from Yakuza 0, right? Where we first started on the trail to find Makoto Makamura and the gentleman who unfortunately died in the game to explosion. This was the guy, right? Did the on-road twice and liked it. Nice! I felt the same. Closed down after that, but then it reopened the following year. Oh. Maybe the staff there could tell you something? Your buddy there, when he had a good day at the tables, he'd go downstairs and get a massage. Uh-oh. Yesterday's foes are tomorrow's friends. Second best lovers only do Yukari. I respect it. I mean, I obviously flip Yukari on, but they're both goats, so I respect it. Don't be a stranger, Majabaha, and look at me. I'm not a stranger. It's your neighbor.
Ah.
Oh yeah, so this is the Yakuza 0 massage parlor. We met Makoto and the other guy that unfortunately got axed in the explosion in a later chapter there, right? Don't worry, Mr. Kiryu will be back to help you gals. I swear. Move along, but I was too scared. You think you're sent to intimidate us? To be fair, yeah, he's gone now, and he was talking to the ex-manager of yours anyways, so I wouldn't freak out too much. Unless I'm missing something. Oh, never mind. Right, I forgot. She was back over at Sunshine. But now they're at Foreshine, so for better and for worse, it's a clean slate. I think Rize is the only lover's romance route he hasn't done. That's fair. I like Rize. I think her platonic route can still be enjoyable. I think her lover's route is fun. Even if the thing with all three lovers girls' routes is that, like, I get what they were trying to go for with each of the platonic route dialogue pieces. I just think it still could have been worded better. Like, I get what they were trying to do. That doesn't mean it could have been at least executed a little better, you know? Sometimes it just comes down to phrasing more than anything, you know? And just, like, making it a clear intent, you know? But also not coming off too, like, you know, ugh. But I digress. But again, that's probably my only gripe with any of the lovers girls romance routes. I don't even remember if Yukari, I don't remember the friend-zoning choice. Or like just sticking as friends. I don't even think the dialogue choice with her was bad. And it's not even like the ones for Rize and On were bad, just kinda awkward. So it's like, you know, if you think you and Rize are better off as friends, and you think you and On are just great and wonderful as friends, and maybe or maybe not the same with Shiho, or maybe more with whoever, or Ryuji, or I don't fucking know, like, it still kind of sucks to pick that option, you know? Again, I see what they were going for, but, you know, never did Rize. Hey, I respect it. I respect it. Again, I think it's kind of a win-win whoever, for the most part, I would say with any of the playable female party members, like, it's a win-win whether you romance them or just maintain a really good friendship with them. With any of the playable girls, in my opinion, it's a win-win. It's just the dialogue choices for either one can either be, you know, probably the most ideal way to go about it, or could have been written better even if the intent is clear. And God help you if the intent is just not there and it just comes all kind of nasty or cold or whatever. I don't hate her, but she and Naruto are so cool. Hey, I respect it. I respect it, you know? Just because I like, from numero uno to 10, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, from numero uno to 10. Just because I like On, Ryuji, Yusuke, Yukari, Mitsuru, Kanji, or Rize, Yukanji, whichever one I feel that day, Haru, Naoto, and Akihiko, doesn't mean everybody has to, like, repeat that in that exact order, specifying that Kanji and Rize flip-flop, depending on the day. Like, just because I like them doesn't mean everyone has to, you know? Like, the only reason I might be a little sad is if somebody is being, like, you know, a pompous prick about it, you know? I should do Rize one day. I'd say if only just to try it out, go for it, for sure. I love this old computer so much, it increases the whole OS if a flash drive is inserted, installs until it reads it. Is that sarcasm, or is it genuinely a retro quirk that you actually enjoy? I respect it either way. If anything, if it's the latter, I envy your patience. You enjoy it? Then hey, awesome. Fucking awesome. Honestly, I love it when people can like take some quirks, warts and all, and enjoy them. I respect it. Yeah, that's not Makoto Nakamura. Frick. I mean, honestly, probably understandable. I guess she probably doesn't want to go anywhere near these spots where, like, very traumatic situations happened around her. If an app crashes or freezes, bring the whole thing down with it. Oh, well, I hope that's not too much of a pain in the ass, though. Kawamura. Okay. Oh yeah, you beat Kiwami 2 earlier, didn't you, Nobrick? Congrats again on that. I'm not sure how far in the series you are at this point, but nice. Way to go. He was in the store, he said something strange. You're at Yakuza 3 already. Nice, nice. Actually, I think from what I remember, you've flown through these way faster than me. To be fair, I tried to relegate these to just streams, but still, like, you flew by these really fast.
Oh, so he says.
Don't really like 3 that much. Yeah, apparently I hear that 3 or 4, I might mix it up, the 2, are like some of the more common choices for which Yakuza game the most people don't care for as much, or maybe even sadly outright dislike. Some people I hear do like 3 quite a lot. Others, nah, don't care. But yeah.
No, Pucci. Yeah, lay down, Pucci.
Okay, half hour. He gets a half-hour massage. Not bad. I mean, personally, I would assume Makoto wouldn't Makoto Makamura, not Date. Like, he's a different person, she's a different person. Makoto Makamura, I don't think would want to even come by here since it's probably also traumatic for her. Or... Wait! Oh. I sit corrected. Ah. Come on! Okay, so she goes by Tateyama now. Makoto Tateyama, not Makoto Makamura. She changed her last name. Fair enough, but oh, my heart just broke. She doesn't even remember the sound of his voice. Even the sound of his voice is gone to her. Oh. I mean, I guess I get it. I get it. That was a horrific time for her back in Zero, but... Oh. That's... Yeah, that's... Oh. My heart has dropped. I'm going to pass away from that. Again, I get it. It was a horrific time for her. Like, from beginning to end of Yakuza 0, and that's not even getting into everything before the events of that game that put her there, but... Ow. Ow. Also, did I say that right? Tateyama? Makoto Tateyama? Okay, yes, it just pulled up a wiki article on her. Yes, Tateyama, I said that correctly. Formerly Makoto Makamura. Okay, I see. I see now. But yeah, so that's a bummer. Again, I get it. Like, you know, it was a horrific time for her. So, like, no matter how much Majima did or didn't do for her, she would still be... I wouldn't blame her for blacking out the people back then, but still... Oh... And actually, yeah, she wouldn't even recognize his face, would she? Because, like, she regained her vision from, like, how it was, like, because, like, her blindness was, trauma-induced, and her chances of recovery were uncertain, but just in the end, like, yeah, she managed to, like, it managed to wear off. But, like, in her case specifically, like, I don't know, but, like, oh, man. My heart. So there's at least one more chapter to the Majima Saga. Is there a fourth or fifth? I forget how many Majima chapters there are. But yeah, I mean, like I said, I like these Majima Saga chapters. Quick and concise, since it's not like Zero where Kazuma's and Goro's stories have to be equal in time and quality and density. Especially when, like, he has to have a considerably shorter one. It's still a lot of fun. But yeah. All right. Oof. Oof. Okay, yeah. So, yeah, so we watched some videos regarding some side quests and some skills we could get, so I guess they were fun. I don't even remember all of them. There were, like, a few vaguely smutty ones, and then, like, ones that taught us how to use certain weapons, and then a few that, then, like, one or two that involved side stories or sub-stories. But I'm a medium, one who deals in restless spirits. And the reason I stopped you, well, it appears as though something evil has taken hold of you. Suddenly then, like, Kiryu just, like, spins his head 360 degrees. Ah!
You know what he did? This cunting bakamitai? This cunting dotted today, bitch?
I'm sure asshole demons like Pazuzu can go to any country they want. Take them to Japan, take them to Canada, take them to Missouri. Have you done anything to upset any spirits lately, particularly that of a woman? Oh, right. The wannabe ring video. Yep. But that spirit is incredibly deadly. We must exercise it with all haste. I love your plot. Oh yeah. It's been a hot minute since I ordered the little trio of the little like Onryu Kita trio of dolls, and so I was like, oh shit, these are here. And they came a little earlier. I think they arrived around like early last month, so like it was like, oh hey, yeah, these guys. And then since the larger on anime based plush is since that's much more elusive, it's like the price wasn't too bad. Not super cheap and thrifty, but if I don't get this one, it's gonna elude me for another like probably century by that point. So fuck it, I'll get it, and so I did. You got the on plush delivered? Haven't checked social media since this morning. Don't worry. If you can start out your morning with no social media, it's probably not a bad thing in the slightest. But yeah. And so now I have a whole quadrinity. Whole trio, but quadro. Something. I made a fanfic on my Discord where Motoha becomes the daughter of Ryuji and On. Honestly, that's cool. I know that Phantom X is supposedly supposed to be like either just straight up an alternate universe or an alternate universe that follows any of the original game's bad endings, but still, like playing around with it, and or even outright saying I can do what I want since I don't know how this Phantom X story is gonna end, so you know what, fuck it, and just having the characters actually related to the post-canon main cast is really cool. So, and honestly, yeah, I would say Motoha is a really fun Ryuji On hybrid. And then I think the guy after her with the blue hair and the admittedly really goofy-ass codename with the equally goofy-ass costume. Otherwise, he's a fun character, too. His codename is goofy, even though every Phantom Thief's codename is goofy and stupid, even the main game ones. With a few exceptions, but... especially in his case. I'm sorry, I just am not a big fan of, Shun or Jun's. I forget his actual names. I just do not like his costume or his codename. I'm sorry. Great character otherwise. His design's pretty cool outside of those two things. I just think his costume in the metaverse sucks. But he would happen to be more of a Ryuji Yusuke hybrid as far as I know. And then I think the, oh yeah, no, Queen works. I was, if only just because, like, it maybe rings slightly cooler to me, but that's exactly why it was scrapped, in case somebody like me was thinking, oh, it might be that actually worked. I think Ryder would have been a good one for Makoto, but, I mean, hey, don't get it twisted. Queen's good. I just don't know how you could have mixed Queen and Ryder, so, I mean, if Atlas wanted to make her Queen, fair enough. Oh yeah, Riko's cool too. I also like the one that's coming out that definitely has Major Guru Kitchen vibes. He seems fun. And also he's a theater kid, so it's like, oh sweet. But unlike me and my theater kid quirks, he probably actually has watched actual musicals and Broadway shit, so... Oh, we're talking about Phantom X, sorry. It's still sadly region locked to, China, Korea, and Taiwan, and even Japan is still in the beta phase, so yeah. I mean, granted, I was able to download it and just get a translator mod, to, like, give me at least subpar, but fairly efficient in the immediate moments, translator. But for people who want to wait for the English one or just don't care for it in general, I get it, but yeah. Too much work for a gacha game. Fair enough. I wanted to see what the fuss was about, and I mean, like, I personally think, without getting too deep into it, 100k yen? Are you fucking serious? Hey, you're the guy who get the video too. You watched it, huh? You again? Yeah, I did, but what exactly was that? It was creepy. Wait, you really watched it? Thanks, man. I'm finally free from the fell curse.
Good.
Curse? What are you talking about? I'm free! Free! I'm happy for him. But no, in TLDR, Persona 5 the Phantom X, I would say, is probably about 6 or 7 out of 10 for me. Maybe 6.5 if we want to meet perfectly halfway. I don't think it's even I don't even think it's a bad game. There's a lot of things there's several gripes I have with it on a technical scale, with regards to character designs, how far they dip into being intentional Persona 5 XPs, whether they actually have creative twists on those, whether they play it way too straight, or if things are just simply not executed well. But there's a lot of things that they do in any of those departments that are really cool. So I would say overall, I would even put it in like the so-so department. That's more like 5. I would say 5 out of 10 is where it's like perfectly meh or mid. It's literally in the middle, kind of just okay, like very much mediocre. Well, I wouldn't say it's like amazing. It's definitely not even. I personally wouldn't even say it's mid. You know, in the middle, let alone bad. Probably more of a 6.5 out of 10, 6 or 7 if we had to go a little over, a little under. But yeah, multiverse exists in Persona, which means there's no rules. True. Which is exactly why if people want to do those crossovers, you know, they might not make too much sense, but especially if they realize that and just have fun with it anyways, I shouldn't care either, you know? If they want to cross over with Persona 3 Reload, I'm sure that even the best possible explanation for it is going to be really goofy. But you know what? Honestly, that's okay. As long as they have fun with it and make something really clever out of it, I honestly don't care, you know? It's intentionally stupid, or at least just like goofy. And you know what? That's okay. If they just don't worry about it as much as they need to, like, I honestly think they should have fun with it. I get why people might, especially in those cases, wonder like, oh, what the hell are these Phantom Idol things for? And I mean, like, I get it. It's like definitely kind of silly on paper, and then execution, it's hit or miss. But I don't know. I think especially the original Phantom X characters, like not getting personas themselves, but just being imagined as persona users by the protagonist and his crew, or his actual crew, is still kind of a cool idea. Again, not the greatest thing, but I don't know. There are many things they could have done that would have ended up in a soulless cash grab that I definitely wouldn't be too sad to see go. But like, I don't know. I think it's all right. Again, no disrespect to people who absolutely love it, nor do I have any malice towards anybody who outright doesn't care or dislikes it even. I totally get it every other way. I'm just kind of more in the middle, but leaning slightly more towards the positive. Again, I'd give it a 6.5 out of 10. Not incredible, but I personally don't even think it's perfectly mediocre, let alone do I think it's bad. I can see why other people will think anywhere else on that spectrum. I just think it's a 6.5 out of 10. Again, only 6 or 7 if you gotta go over under. Yeah, I said it. Yo, indeed. Yeah, I said it. Mid is not bad, mid is middling. That's the 5 out of 10. Give me your yos, because I just spat crazy-ass facts at y'all. I know it. And then my rating of the game is the objective rating of the game. Anyways, I just realized it's ad break time. I'm so sorry for missing that. BRB! I am back. Okay, where were we on screens? You did on Ryuji. Oh, Rosalina. Okay. So, real quick, if I can find the thing. Yeah. Wait, no. That's not the thing. Um. Yeah. Wait. Wait. There we go. Okay, so real quick, since we were talking Soul Calibur 2, and since the Switch 2 isn't coming out for a couple months and I might not be able to pre-order it anyway, I thought, hey, maybe I'll just look into Soul Calibur 2 tonight. And so I decided, hey, we could probably make one or two still very random tier lists, but they're tier lists anyways. So, eh? I don't know. Might be funny. Might be fun. I don't know. Okay. So what I'm basing this on is maybe how fun they look to play. But then also maybe also yeah. Yeah, this feels like I guess this feels like something any certain one or several YouTubers do. I apologize in advance. We're not going to take too long with this, although I might want to quick um real quick though, I might want to change the category because I don't know if there is anything else. Just chatting. I think just chatting is going to be the best one because I don't want to be stuck on Yakuza Kiwami 2 if we're going to take a break from it for a little bit. So I hope just chatting is also a good brief category. So what I'm basing this on, since we're not going to be having Switch 2 for a while, and again, God only knows whether I'll be able to afford pre-ordering it anyways. So who knows if I'll be able to play the GameCube version anytime soon. Still, I'm going to base these on their designs and their backstories and how fun they look to play. Just because the French guy looks like he might be fun doesn't necessarily mean it might equate to how he actually feels to play. I just like, if I think he looks like fun, sure. If he doesn't look like fun or doesn't read like fun according to this wiki I pulled up, that being said, fuck fandom. Hopefully Soul Calibur wiki will be another one that transitions to its own site, but for now, we'll make do with this, but until then, fuck fandom. Fuck fandom.com. Fuck them. So, I digress. And also, I am sorry in advance if these first impressions are A, polarizing, B, goofy, C, change over time when I finally figure out what the hell is the deal with games like Soul Calibur, D, any or all of the above. I am sorry in advance if I have some very goofy things to say. Maybe not bad or mean, just silly. Okay, so we'll go from returning characters alphabetical order, then the new characters alphabetical order, and then guest characters. So we start with Astaroth. So this is a veteran guy. That's goofy wording. I apologize. Where is he on here? That. I will say, very monstrous design, but I've no doubt that's what they're going for in the first place. So, hey, so far, especially in the monstrous department, looking good for him. Looking good for him. Where the hell is he on here? Can't tell what he's supposed to look like anymore. Help me! Grah! Hold on, I'm being stupid here. Hold on. The original. What? Caliber 2, correct? No, that's different looking. Is it this guy with the pinkish fur coat? Is it that guy? Hold on a second, I'm being stupid here. That's not pink, but... Oh, I think it is this guy. Okay. Okay, I think it's this guy. Okay, so... I'm gonna try not to go too far. Like, I'm not gonna try not to take forever in this. So, in fanfic, An gets sad that Matoha takes after her father, more especially since he is a tomboy, and the only thing they have in common is liking Converse sneakers and having blonde hair. But Matoha tells her that she gets her confidence from her mother when she sees how confident she looks on the covers and runways. Aww. Hey, that's cool. I'd be shocked if only just for, like, very brief, minuscule things, some parents feel like, oh shit, they prefer one parent over the other in a bad way, and it's like, no, they like they take after their parent for a few things, but as it turns out, nah, they're all cool in the kids' book. So honestly, that's pretty cute. I imagine that's really cute. So I digress. Real quick. Let's see. So Astaroth, what is he like? Again, as a monstrous character, so far, looking good for him. Looking good for you, dude. I am not too... Wait. Oh shit, this guy's also like that one gal that goes back to fucking Greece. Desire to possess soul edge. Soul edge being the powerful entity sword, okay? So he ordered Kunpaiku, so cold guy. Basically, yeah, that's the long and the short of it. This cold guy, Phygosestimus. Phygocyst? Like a cyst? No, I'm kidding. I get it. Oh, so these guys... So basically, Astaroth is kind of, sort of, vaguely like a homunculus made by these guys?
Yeah. I see. Uh-huh.
As he watched Astaroth depart from the shrine, the Grand Priest laughed to himself as he planned to keep the soul to become a god itself.
Oh.
During the battle with Sophitia. Oh, her! Wait, but... Okay, that is a cute design, but isn't she also the, Yep. Okay, so same character, just different designs from game to game. Okay. Even then, is this that different from there? Aside from graphics? Not... Well, I mean, I guess, yeah, there is a difference, but about the same aesthetics. Okay. Actually, it seems like Astaroth, at least in the story and weapon department, seems kind of cool. Maybe not somebody I'd main, but somebody that's pretty cool looking or fun looking. Deciding that Ares would not be pleased with the sword in this condition, he agreed to help the Azure Knight? Nightmare. Oh. Astaroth was killed by Maxi. Who's Maxi in this case? This guy. Damn, hi! Okay, yeah, he's actually pretty cute. I'm looking respectfully. 4 years later, signs of the Soul Edge began to reemerge, and Ares resurrected Astaroth in an attempt to retrieve the evil blade once again. But his body was infused with the shards of the Soul Edge. Just tentatively... Hi there, Dobrik! We're making a tier list of my first impressions of the Soul Calibur 2 characters. For whether, regardless of whether or not I'll be able to play Nintendo Switch 2 and go NSO 2 exclusive to play it on there. But anyways, I probably gotta look into his gameplay, but at least based on what he's going for with his design as an antagonistic, monstrous-looking guy, So far, I'm gonna say S tier for sure. He so far looks like an S tier. We're not gonna go any further beyond Soul Calibur 2 lore, so yeah. That's the only other thing I want to mention or clarify. So, I mean, even back in Soul Calibur 1, he looks cool. Well, I mean, I say that, and while it's true, I guess it's not even like Soul Calibur 1 probably came out that long ago. Yeah, wait, what did I type? You typed yeah. You typed yeah. You say it like you spouted blaspheme. I don't think saying yeah is blaspheme. Otherwise, everybody on the planet has blasphemed. Technically, probably thus the Lord said unto them, yeah, meaning then we're all kind of fucked, aren't we? So I'm just saying. You're cool. I slept like shit 2 to 4, then 4 to 8, and had to do something at 10. Yeah, no, I especially in that case, why should we give you her time? You're cool. What? 2P costume. Like, yeah, I know these are alts, but it's like that one is the default one. That one is a little more elaborate and very much Thanos Sandor FNAF purple guy, but I get it. Where did this one come from? Actually, I don't know what the hell is going on with Astaroth Astaroth Soul Calibur 1 2P there, but good for him. Yeah, I'm not sure where this third alternate costume of his comes from, but yeah. Have to go. Thanks for the stream, Maddie. No problem. Have a good one wherever you're going off to. Chill. Take it easy. Almost broke my Joy-Cons because my Switch fell over. Switch 2 would be great to finally leave my shit luck with Switch 1 aside and start fresh. Same. Thankfully, my Switch OLED might be good for a long while still, and I plan to keep it with my Switch 2. But even so, same. Same. For sure. Ooh. Don't want to go into Soul Calibur 3 again. So... It's Lonk from Pennsylvania. There he is. Holy shit. Okay, we probably just want to look up some... Don't care. Hold on. Soul Calibur 2 Astaroth gameplay. We just probably want to look a little bit into the gameplay for this dude. Let me give it a window capture. What is an Inzoi story? I don't care. I don't care.
Building your online business?
No, 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 no! We are not sponsored by anybody! We're not sponsored by anybody. Think that's concept art? Fair enough. Okay. I mean, especially if they have to put up with fandom.com, I'll take everything on a fandom.com wiki with a little grain of salt, but yeah. Oh, wait, hold on. You could use ad block? No, that's fair. That's fair. I probably should have put in an ad block, but fair enough. It's just like, although I don't want to play premium, and I'll take whatever my best browser would give me, I like to give a little monetary compensation towards the videos from towards the channels I watch videos from. I just don't, if we do it on stream, I don't want you guys to think too deep into it or feel like, ooh, I gotta go support Tom's anti-spy and ad blocker shit. Big brain. Wait. I gotta admit, that starter line from Astaroth specifically wasn't quite as badass as I anticipated it to be, but okay. Again, though, so far, design and backstory, pretty solid. Already have him on S tier. Might stay there, might go down. Actually, yeah, just for that starter line, I'm gonna have to put him at A. These will fluctuate big time, so don't get used to him being an E tier. Yeah, I'm sorry. How does anybody stand a chance with an axe that big? Again, maybe it's just my skill issue not seeing how I could get past a big guy like this, but Jesus, it looked like the poor woman didn't stand a chance against this asshole. Wait, what did he say?
Ridiculous.
Okay, so I guess it's less of a edgy, brooding guy and more just a hulking guy. It's just that his design and backstory are still pretty badass. Just he's more, like, when you actually hear him talk, he's just more akin to a brute. A brute. Yeah, again, the trade-off is that he's slow. Oh! So maybe less of a, I don't know, some S-tier, like some, any fighting games, like S-tier slow big boys, and more keen to, like, fucking Ganondorf in the modern Smash games. Actually, I think any incarnation of Ganondorf was pretty lame unless you made him work with different computer players and opponents and their skill levels somehow, but okay, that would make sense. I don't know why I didn't think he was more keen to Ganondorf, my bad. Oh, Jesus, that cross shot! I'm sorry. It's like I was so enthralled by this guy's look and backstory, like how fucked it sounds, and then it's just like, oh, his voice is brutish and damn, he's got a song. Was the only VA from 2 who was kept for 3. She still voices. Oh, that was her right there. Oh, neat. Okay, I see. Okay, so if that's kind of the kicker with him, I think A might be a better tier for him. Again, this is all just first impressions, based on character design, what I glean for their backstory, or just story in general, personality, and how they look to play. So in that case, like, his design for what he's supposed to be, at least I think it looks really cool in that case. His backstory seems like fun. Like, basically, like, a cult infuses him with a sword god. I don't think it's... Actually, yeah, no, not even the Monado from Xenoblade 1 is like that. And I don't know about the Aegis in 2 or whatever it is in 3. Like, I can't even compare it. It's just kind of its own thing. Far different from either of those. But basically, it's like, yeah, they infused him with that. Like, it all looks cool. And then he's like just more of a hulking brute from what I can glean from his voice lines, which is fine. Just definitely not as metal as, you know, how he looks and what he's been up to beforehand. What he's been up to. I say as if that'll immediately get him hired for a job interview to be like, yeah, so what have you been up to? What have you been doing up until now? Why would you want us to hire you?
Well, this cult infused me with this god and a sword, and I go to exterminate.
Well, like, that job better be a security guard, Mr. Astaroth, or you're not getting employed for a hot while. Also, he likes worms. Or dislikes them. Wants to kill them, but... I like whatever this freak-ass dude's deal is. I like whatever's going on there. Okay, but yeah. This makes... Whoa, he died.
Damn skill issue!
Oh, and then that took him off. Okay. All right, so overall, I'd say Astaroth, probably A tier. especially his design and backstory are really cool, I would have to say. I guess it's like if he has a huge weapon, but he's slow. I gotta admit, with what little I have enjoyed of Smash Brawl, Wii U, and Ultimate, okay, yeah, that's definitely a major Ganondorf moment. Oof. But I mean, hey, otherwise he seems kind of cool. Okay, then white hair, red eyes. White hair, including facial, and red eyes. Not you. I think you're Heihachi anyway, so that's not you. Where is he? And actually, they have distinctly different. They have vaguely different costumes, so no, not really. Actually, hold on. Oh, it's this guy. This guy, right? This guy right here. Okay, my bad. I didn't realize. Like, oh, he has a pirate hat. My bad. Voldo is a speedy bastard. Oh boy. I'm a little nervous to immediately put Voldo above Astaroth just because he lost to him in this one HD gameplay clip of him from Playthrough Emporium, but yeah, no, Voldo looks kind of cool. Also not somebody I would main, also not a cute, pretty woman, but, or a hot guy even, but yeah, sorry, Astaroth. Again, we'll just see what happens when we get to him. Okay. Cervantes de Leon. Also, I just realized we're gonna need to mute my Elgato. Okay, yeah, Cervantes is an undead pirate. Didn't they have a Scooby-Doo straight-to-DVD movie or TV movie? I forget which ones they were made for. Like, didn't they have one with a similarly backstoried monster of the week? Like, Pirates Ahoy, and it was like Ghost Pirates? I mean, granted, you could say a lot of pirate-related media or supernatural pirate media has fucking ghost pirates, undead pirates, zombo sea robbers. Me, who doesn't know anything about these characters. Honestly, no brick, don't worry. I don't either. I'm just going off what the wiki and certain YouTube videos are gonna tell me. Like, do not worry. I'm exactly the same way. I assure you, you are not the only one. I mean, we got some people in here who are Soul Calibur experts. One talking right now is Full Metal. I just can't say I totally know what the whole deal is with Soul Calibur. That's why this is a first impressions tier list. But yeah, he actually looks cool. Also, yeah, kind of like akin to several other characters here. His latest appearance is pretty badass looking. Also, yeah, that one's cool too. Are those his bare ass thighs? So he's not totally unlike Astaroth, if so, or maybe I'm just being silly. I don't know. When under the influence of Soul Edge, his skin gained an unnatural purple tint, and his eyes turned yellow. Yellow. So jaundice. Callous, sadistic, evil man whose only goal in life is to satisfy his own ego. Remind me what Soul Edge is compared to... Oh, yeah. And so Inferno is the overarching antagonist of the Soul series. Ah. Okay. I see. And again, we're just going to go for everything up to Soul Calibur 2. Anything from Soul Calibur 3 onward, more often than not, we're not going to give a damn, or we're just not going to look into it. Callous, sadistic, evil man. But then before the corruption of overarching antagonist, kind of basically your vanilla pirate. Vanilla living pirate, might I add. No more than a slave to Soul Edge's will. Okay, yeah, so Soul Edge really is that big of a deal. It doesn't just share one... It just doesn't share... I mean, it doesn't share the soul in Soul Calibur with the title for nothing. It, like, genuinely is a big deal. not in a good way. Okay. After being resurrected by a nightmare, I'm not sure how far. Oh, okay. So this is the fifth game paragraph. So let's probably ignore that, I guess. Cervantes begins to seek Soul Edge once more, having become addicted to the power it grants him. Ah. Okay. Actually, even though this is fifth game stuff, and I'm not going to look too deep into those again, I gotta say, this guy seems kind of metal. This guy seems kind of cool. This guy seems kind of cool. Mitt's a close-range rushdown character who relies on moves that knock down and launch the opponent for heavy damage outputs with the two swords. His attacks are linear and easily avoided. Not looking too good right now all of a sudden, but once he connects with something, he becomes extremely dangerous. The pistol sword is used for small attacks, checking the opponent and attack throws, while the long sword is used for major blows. Okay, so if you can avoid it, yeah, you'll be fine. But if you're in the way and it connects, you really are genuinely fucked. Okay, that seems clear. You know, one of the strongest in the fifth game, but again, we're not going to consider fifth game stuff. Okay, interesting. Soul Calibur 2. My bad. That's not. Oh, that's it. Hmm. I see. I see. New timeline versus original. Oh. Okay. So we go to the original here. Well, more so Soul Calibur 1 and 2. Nightmare, the new master of Soul Edge, unknowingly resurrected him using the fragments of Soul Edge still lodged inside Cervantes' body, but all his memories of the past have vanished. Once again, Cervantes seeks the demonic blade with renewed fervor and strength. Oh, okay. Realized that the second sword had been shattered as well when he found a few shards of the second sword. I see. Again, his quest to seal souls and collect additional fragments. Okay, so again, we're sticking to everything from Soul Calibur 1 and 2. Anything onwards might be nice to know, but for now, at the very least, like, basically this is like the beginning and yet still also the gradual increase of corruption, like taking over him body and soul and mind. And he wasn't even like a really nice saint or like even a Robin Hood-esque figure to begin with. So I mean, hey, I guess he's supposed to be very antagonistic, so it's not a bad thing technically. Huh. Either way. Oh. One absorb a soul. Okay, yeah. I see. So he was in like this original game that didn't even go by the Caliber moniker at the end of Soul there. Interesting. Ooh, he dies in fire. It's metal as fuck. Honestly, that's cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool. And this is like just as the corruption might still be seeping in, okay? I think I get it. Okay, yeah, and here's the kicker. Now it's really starting to kick in here. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, so how does he play? Cervantes gameplay. So basically, it's like if it connects, it's brutal. If it doesn't, it's whatever, and it's not often. It's very often. It's a little too often that you're capable of avoiding him. Okay. So yeah, so far,
Turn your best idea.
at least based on everything except how the gameplay looks, I'm gonna have to say Cervantes looks kind of also A tier. Could go up to S, could go down to B. Right now, though, I would say A tier so far.
versus Shanghai.
Excuse me, Cervantes.
Battle 1. Fight.
Ooh, he's kind of. Okay, well, now that it's connecting with the same damn girl that got axed off by Astaroth in the other demo video. Yeah, it's not. Wait, hold on. There were a few moments where she avoided him that kind of caught me off guard. Like, I would think he'd definitely connect his hits better, but
I'm not a fighting game expert, so I'm definitely talking out of my ass there.
oh, the volume thing, the sound there is kind of a little wonky funky, so I apologize, but, oh, well. What did that? Wait, hold on. Oh, Raphael, this is the Frenchy guy. Frenchy guy. Wait. Oh shit. Oh boy.
Fetch me their souls! Intriguing.
Okay, because here's the thing. I think I get an idea from this, but okay. So even though I understand that, especially with Soul Calibur 2, probably being able to avoid this guy is not a hard task for anybody. I get that. But even so, he kind of seems like fun. I'm going to put him in S tier. So that's my conclusion. Actually, wait. No. And this will definitely change later, but I'm going to say for now, they're both A tier. And while I don't usually order the tiers, everybody in each tier, for now, I'll see if I can order it. I'm going to put both at A tier, but with Cervantes ahead of Astaroth. Yeah, no worries. No break. Have a good eating. Enjoy yourself. Take it easy. Okay. Then Isabella Ivy Valentine. Ooh, she's cute. Not to start jumping the gun already, but she's cute. Sorry. Oh, here we go. Okay. All right, so has become one of the most recognizable and iconic characters in the franchise. You know what? Fair enough. Fair enough. Touche. 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 Mainly due to her snake sword large breasts. I was just gonna say the short silver bob also is genuinely eye catching, all things considered, but fair enough. Yeah, I gotta admit she's pretty. Yeah, femme fatale, that would check out. Fair enough. Oh yeah, so uh-oh. Wait, no. Soul Edge. Yeah, no, this is also yeah, no. So like Soul Edge, that is the main antagonist. Soul Calibur is basically the good-natured equivalent? Yeah, central protagonist in the Soul series. It ironically grew into antagonist role in later games. Uh-oh. Oh, that's actually... Ooh, that's not good. So eventually Soul Calibur kind of took a dark twist. Got a little fucked up. She's a fan favorite for a reason. I mean, her design is pretty cool. Definitely very stereotypically sexualized, but hey, if she likes it and owns it, I'm not gonna complain. I'm not gonna complain in that case. She wanted to acquire Soul Calibur by any means to sever her bond with Soul Edge. Okay, so she wanted to get the good guy sword so that way she could break off from the bad guy sword. Oh. Behind a cold demeanor is a heart that wants freedom from a cursed life that will do whatever it takes to be free. Meaning overall she is actually neutral. She just wants to break up with one thing and get by grabbing another thing, and is just not going to hold back with anybody going off against her. You know? And it's not even like, oh, she's actually a great, kind, sweet saint. Like, if she was, great, but you definitely have to show that, not just tell that. But in this case, it's like, it's not like she's a saint, but she just wants to get out of evil bad guy sword's grip. You know what? So far, this is looking like an S tier. I probably just got a bunch of eye rolls from anybody watching this right now. Like, oh, of course she's putting the hot woman in S tier. It's just from what I'm gleaming so far, and I apologize. Again, this is all just a first impression tier list, but yeah, I'm sorry. Like a genuinely neutral character that like is not gonna hold back punches from her opponents and just wants the good sword just to tell the bad one to fuck off. Like, honestly, that's cool. I could relate. I can't sympathize, but I could empathize. Ivy states that she doesn't kill for pleasure. Okay, she's an S tier. Only harming those deserving of such punishment and judgment. That is both fucked up. This former part of the sentence is understandable. This latter sentence might be understandable on one hand, and on the other might actually be surprisingly fucked up. Yeah, she's S tier. Okay, okay. Oh, she's a nerd too. Nice. Okay, so let's go specifically. So, like I said, we're just gonna go straight for the Soul Calibur 2 or Soul Calibur 1 and 2 specific stuff. Anything from 3 onwards would be cool to know, but I'm not gonna really worry about it so much. Oh. Okay, so even though this is still considerably different, this vaguely reminds me of Primrose Azelhart from Octopath Traveler, or Octopath Traveler 1. I really like that game, for those who are unaware. Especially for the gameplay, I ended up liking Octopath 2 more, But I think Octopath 1, especially as the first of in its series, was still really good. But I think this is giving me like vague reminders of Primrose, although the circumstances surrounding a wealthy family turning dark and tragic um is still like are definitely under different circumstances, so not too similar. Left Ivy as the sole surviving member of the Valentine family. In reality, Ivy was not a true Valentine by birth. She was an adoptee. Okay. And that's. Oh, and so she ended up getting into. She ended up in the clutches of the bad guy's sword because basically it's like, oh, it turned out my dad died for this stupid thing, so I'll look into it too. Why not? She uncovered the true nature of the sword. It was an evil blade that feasted on souls. There it is. Yep. Father was driven mad by such a loathsome thing. Oh. Oh, and she just wanted to axe it off initially. Oh, well, shit. Uh-oh. Mhm. Oh, she snaps. Okay. And this is just early. Oh, this isn't even tied to the first game before Soul Calibur. This is basically like just kind of like the beginning, her background up until that point too. Okay. Oh, okay. So this nightmare guy not only was the one that gave her Ivy Blade a mouthpiece, but oh, and then it also has the actual bad guy sword. Okay. After he was defeated and the evil blade was shattered, so basically all's good. That meant that the beloved blade she had forged to destroy. Wait. It meant that the beloved blade she had forged to destroy Soul Edge had light thanks to the power of the evil blade. She also learned the secrets of her true lineage. Ivy's birth father once wielded Soul Edge and was manipulated by its wicked powers. Oh. Oh. Okay, so basically she was tricked with her own sword to feed more into the sword she wanted to destroy. And then it turned out the person she was adopted from was in the same boat as well, Cervantes and whatnot. Okay. Huh. You know what? Yeah, I think she's cool. I I still need to look into her gameplay before I make a conclusion, but yeah, so far, very good first impression I got here. Very good first impression. Like, yeah, that's an S tier. That's an S tier character.
Shut the fuck up!
I just hope the YouTube channel is getting at least a little monetary compensation for me not putting in ad blockers, or I'm gonna be pissed at YouTube. Uh, Kilik and Maxi would be next. Kilik. Oh, shoot! Here we go. Taki, okay. Ooh, she's kind of cool looking too. Oh god. Oh, okay. Oh, it's a whip sword. Oh. Aha. Honestly, yeah, no, that's pretty badass. Sorry, Taki. I swear you look pretty cool too. I don't know. When we look into her, I don't know what it'll look like, but. Oh, Nightmare! This is the guy. This is the guy. Hold on, because I was about to say like maybe we could see what's at the end here, and then I think I get it, but hold on. This is the guy that tricked her initially. Oh no, they're in the white guy smiling Egypt. Oh god. Oh no, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I mean, to be fair, I'm not. Even though it's the 2000s, it's not the 2010s or 2020s. So I probably should expect like, oh, they better have unique dialogue for every fighter against every other fighter. Nah, but it looks cool still. Hey, there's the other Astaroth. Please tell me she takes him down. Yeah. Oh. She didn't take him. Oh yeah, she screwed up there. Interesting. Either way, though, I think I have a good impression of that guy, of her. S tier. S tier for Ivy. Let's keep moving a little bit. All right, so we got Kilik here. Ooh, I'm looking respectfully at him too. Ooh. One of the main protagonists. Well, then again, don't they say that for just about every playable character that isn't evil? Or I probably misunderstood. My bad. Oh. Either way, he's cute too. Okay, yeah, that's this guy. I believe this is Killick. Oh yeah, same amulet thing. Okay. All right. Let's see. Look, what's his deal? Hmm. The Devapara Yuga, but has been reduced to a pendant worn around his neck after his fight with Nightmare. Oh. Killick returns in Slockery. Okay. Gentle, quiet, shy, strong willed, noble, quick. Also, dry humor. Okay. Yeah, so Devapara Yuga, but it became a pendant later on in Soul Calibur 2. Oh, okay. Okay, I see, I see. The master in game, but are known as primeval. Oh, you know that's Soul Calibur 5 stuff. My bad. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah. Okay. His quote unquote sister. What's that supposed to mean? Sworn sister? sworn siblings? Huh. Fun fact, from 3 onwards, Kilik is voiced by the original Shinjiro Grant George. Oh, nice! Too bad we don't get that at 2, but I'm not gonna bitch and moan. I'm sure the 2 one is pretty good too, but either way, nice! Oh, okay. So basically, before they were supposed to pass on some of these like sacred purifying like MacGuffins, an evil corrupting MacGuffin basically caused everybody to snap and kill each other, including Killick taking out a few people. But then Zhang Lian, I'm not sure how you say that name, like initially was unaffected until she got Killick. Like the sorry, I am poorly wording this, but okay, I think I get this. So basically, it's like the not sworn sister, but no, it is the sworn sister. Oh, she died. Oh God, she died. Oh, she died. She turned berserk shortly after, and Killy killed her. Oh, that's. I can imagine that's really fucked. Ooh. When Killick had snapped out of it, everybody killed each other, and and then he was forced to kill her too. Oh, that is really fucked. Oof. My feeling when people are possessed by an evil artifact and thus peaceful people end up murdering each other. Oof. Sorry. Um. Okay. Okay. So basically, Soul Edge was also responsible for that incident. Oh no. So then, as a result, when he was rescued by an older gentleman that had taught martial arts before, basically it's like he grieves and then goes to train to also go after the also one day hopefully go after um soul not Soul Calibur. Soul Calibur is the good one, but Soul Edge. Well, at least he figured out how to pick up the pieces at some point after grieving for a while. Uh, Final test of destroying the Soul Edge, and Killick embarked on that quest. And then that's so basically like that's kind of the gist is that like it to different extents, almost everybody's after the Soul Edge to either destroy it or take its power for themselves. Okay. Killick traveled to an Indian port to request a pirate ship to take him where he wanted to go. He met the Japanese pirate of the Ryukyu Kingdom, Kayam. Okay, so basically he meets some buddies and they have like a little trip over the seas and lands on their way to go take care of Soul Edge. And beforehand, wait, no, I already went over that. Oh, here we go. Wait, Zhangma? Oh, no, no, no. This gal is different from the sister that was killed. Okay. Or the sworn sister, I believe. Okay, that actually makes sense. Oh yeah. No, these two are actual biological sisters. Just one had known Kilik for a long while and ended up unfortunately dying. The other went out and okay. So Kilik teams up with her and Maxie to go storm the castle.
Everyone storming the castle.
Except actually Humperdinck will actually die this time. Yippee! Even though he turns into a huge ass, freaky ass brute with a sword embedded in him and his crotch out to the world. Good on you, Astaroth. You're still A tier based on my first impression. Demonic Entity from Inferno. Okay, here we go. Soul Calibur 2. Basically, this is kind of the epilogue point. Continuing to perfect the technique of neutralizing and purifying evil energy. 4 years later, he sensed the return of Soul Edge and set out on another journey to defeat Soul Edge once and for all, so that he could atone for the sins he committed the night of the fateful evil seed. Okay. Oh, so for him, it's basically kind of like an epilogue, take it out once and for all kind of thing. Okay. How good or not good is he fighting wise or gameplay wise or just to look at to fight? Although that being said, so far, I'm going to say, first of all, I'm honestly going to have to put Astaroth in B tier again. Cool backstory and design, especially trying to go for that monstrous design. I just think like, yeah, if he's got a lot of range and is powerful but is slow, yeah, I think that probably needs to get knocked down a few pegs. So far though, Kilik, probably A tier. Which one do I put over the other? I guess Kilik would go above Cervantes.
Oh, too bad.
Ooh. Real quick.
His desire to surpass others drives him onward. Are you ready for this? All right, let's do this. Battle 1, fight.
Yeah, I gotta admit, he's pretty good. The OG voices mod for Reload actually pulled some of Grant Slice's Kilik from 6. That's actually kind of cool. That's actually really cool. He didn't have any arena lines to use like the others did. Oh yeah, I forgot they didn't make Shinjiro playable in Persona 4 Arena. I wonder why. I'm sorry. I'm being a dork, but interesting. Hello, puppy. The puppies come back to say hi.
He's so cute. You're so cute, baby. You're so cute.
Ooh. Okay, yeah. I would say Kilik is definitely a probably high A, maybe go to low S at some point. Not even low, but you know. Either way, yeah, he's pretty cool looking. We're gonna probably have to speed run a few of these though, so oof. Let me get out a few of them off the bat. Maxi, Mitsurugi. Okay. Oh, Maxi, this is the other guy that was traveling with Kilik and so it was Maxi here, but then Kilik and one other guy. Oh, this is the guy. Yeah, this is the guy. Okay. Okay, hold on. So I'm gonna want to put him ahead of the bunch, as with this mother trucker. Okay, yeah. So Here we go. Yeah, okay. And then Nightmare slash Siegfried. Ooh. That's really cool so far. Ooh. I can't tell which one he's supposed to be from this list. I think this one? I think so. The ears on the helmet look similar to the ears there, so I'm gonna assume I got the right Nightmare Siegfried. Okay, I see. Okay. Yeah, I gotta admit, he's pretty cute. Yeah, okay, so it's this guy. Yeah, so he traveled with fucking Kilik, and then there was a third or fourth person with them. Yeah, Kilik and I don't know how you say that name. Jangwa? Jangwa? Okay, so basically they kind of made like the protagonist camaraderie trio. Okay. Okay, so he's from Japan. He was a wandering pirate. Uh-huh. Met with a man from Ming known as Zhang Wu. Man carried a bladed nunchaku, which Maxie noticed. Prideful, he challenged the. I mean, they got into a fight. So Maxie accepted, but ended up taken out. Oh, okay. Then decided to do some training. Okay. Oh, puppy! What are you shaking off? What are you doing, you silly Billy? Hello. Hello. Okay, yeah, and then these three got together and
They had fun storming the castle.
welcome back, Nobrick. That had killed Maxie's crew were waiting for them after defeating the creatures. Astaroth presented himself and blocked the entrance to the castle. As Kilik and Zhang... Right. Then 4 years later, it's technically an epilogue to everything of Soul Calibur 1, but also kind of its own thing too, and has its own stakes. Oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, so hold up. Okay, so basically, whereas Kilik and Zhanghua got out vaguely unscathed, Maxie ended up surviving as well, but basically had to go on an indefinite hiatus, which when it came to traveling and pirating. Okay, and then 4 years later, his wounds were still pretty bad, but was able to go to a medicine man, but said medicine man used soul edge and ended up with very, very bad amnesia, the kind that completely kicked out his memories of Soul Calibur 1. Okay. Well, that is a damn shame. That being said, did I mention this guy is cute? He's pretty cute. I gotta say, he's pretty cute. I'm sorry that he ended up losing his memories, but he's pretty cute. Sorry about his memories, though. Okay. Oh! Buddy! Hey! You silly billy goat! You silly billy goat! You silly billy goat! Okay. Honestly, Well, first of all, I gotta mute the mic and fix the cord here real quick. Hold on. All right, I'm back. Okay. I'm not sure where I want to put Maxie right now. I'm gonna be honest. So far, I'm thinking either S or A. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, hey, there's the other one in the trinity of Castle Stormers. Yeah, he's dog. My dog, not the Soul Calibur 2 characters. I gotta admit, yeah. Maybe this is just another, like the same thing with Ivy. Although she also had a pretty cool story and personality from what it seemed like, don't get me wrong, but if only because he's also pretty hot. Yeah, Maxie's pretty hot. Jesus, Xianghua, did she get really fucked up that bad? Wah! Yeah, I'm sorry. This is another Ivy thing. Story and personality seem cool, don't get me wrong, but also, yeah, he's hot enough too. So, same thing with Ivy. S tier. I'm sorry. Okay. Mainstay of the series and one of the most iconic characters of the franchise. He's never satisfied with the opponents he defeated in battle. Aside from being annoying and too good, Mitsuru Gurugi is the kind of person who sticks to his words. He's not all show. Fights with honor and kills his opponents in an honorable fashion, and several of his endings reveal that he has a moral side. So he's essentially more neutral. Okay. Okay. All right, original timeline. Uh-huh. All right, so essentially he's a relatively honorable samurai. Even if like morally he's really like kind of in the middle of the road. Okay. And he's really just did it. He just as long as the opponent is well worth the end results, like he's just happy to be there then. And he's just happy to be there. Oh. Oh. Okay. I'm gonna be honest. Cool design, interesting personality. Story is kind of whatever so far from what I can glean. So I'm gonna have to put him in B tier. It's really stupid of me, I'm sure, since he's one of the most iconic characters in the franchise. But I'm sorry. It's like he seems cool. I love his design. And him being like a samurai that just wants to go after bigger and better opponents, but also trying to be honorable about it. It's cool, but other than that, that's all right. It's all right. I think really it's like S tier, cool. A tier, also cool. B, all right. C, D, okay, this is kind of suck. They seem to kind of suck. In this case, yeah, he's all right. It's okay. Hey, Shiro. So, what's the kicker with him? Thank you, Art Gaming. Very cool.
Versus Talim.
Talim. Ooh, she's cute.
Says the face of the original Soul Edge, but by 3 he's irrelevant to the plot and is basically in his fighting because he's seeking a challenge. Oh, I thought it was just from what I gleaned. I didn't realize that was actually kind of the case. Oh, damn. I mean, at least he's a recognizable mainstay, but yeah, he's kind of B tier. Like, not even mid, like in C, like middling. Just like, he seems alright. Yeah, I gotta be honest, I feel very much inclined to stick with that opinion. He just seems like alright. Not bad by any means, but just kind of like, Wait, hold on.
Swords are not toys. Well then, let us dance. Battle 1. Fight.
Okay. So he's very much okay. Yeah, I would say he's all right. Again, not bad, but yeah, just kind of not. Just doesn't get to me like these other ones seem to. So far, anyways. Okay, so Nightmare. The first character to act as Soul Edge's host and become the Azure Knight, Siegfried. Wait. Oh, no, that's different. That's different. This is Siegfried's extra costume. Oh, wait. If Siegfried could also be a stand-in for... Wait a second, I missed something. Siegfried, where's Siegfried? Okay, so Nightmare... Uh-huh. Added as an unlockable character in the home version of Soul Edge. Siegfried was an alternate version of normal Siegfried taken from his... That's not the thing. The concept was expanded and turned into official character. Oh. I think I'm misunderstanding this. The original game was named Soul Edge, but due to the litigation trailing from Langdell and Edge Games... Oh, shit. The litigation station decided to be a bitch? That's pretty mean. Namco opted to name the sequel Soul Calibur. Oh, okay. And then that's where we get the good guy sword. Fair enough. Except for the litigation station fucking around. That's pretty stupid. I mean, I guess Soul Calibur is now an iconic title, but still, fuck those guys for deciding to be douches about it. Damn, that sucks. But okay, that actually makes sense. Thank you. So basically, oh, take it from his no input ending. Oh, I think I understand.
Oh, I see.
I get it. Okay. Okay. So basically, Nightmare is an alternate version of Siegfried. Hold on. Oh, who has the long blonde hair? Dude with long blonde hair. Is he also in here? Or is Al just kind of under Nightmare right here in general? Can somebody clarify that? Because I probably want to know the deal there. Because I can't seem to find OG Siegfried. So, like, it's fine if this Nightmare is supposed to cover for both. That's just gonna trip me up. But I think I understand. Okay. Okay, so basically he was the first, like, very primary host for Soul Edge, aka Bad Guy Sword. Okay, I see. Okay. Oh yeah, and then also yeah, then like yeah, Ivy would try to get back at Ivy would then try to get back at Nightmare, aka Siegfried. Oh. Oh. Okay, so when he's awake, he's just Siegfried. When he goes to sleep, though, Soul Edge takes over, and basically, therefore, Nightmare comes into play. Okay. I think I understand. Still, though, that's pretty fucked. Huh. Hmm. Interesting. Takes place during their battle. Hmm. He does manage to break free of Soul Edge's control permanently by the time of 3, with Zazalamel then binding the disembodied Inferno to the discarded armor, allowing Nightmare to be reborn. Okay. So it's been kind of like a series-wide back and forth with Siegfried and his Nightmare alter ego. And by the point of Soul Calibur 2 specifically, Nightmare's kind of the one at the helm in the spotlight. Okay, that would make sense, actually. I gotta say, though, so far, honestly, so far, I'm feeling Nightmare and by extension Siegfried. It's gonna get S tier. Better than Ivy. Better than both Ivy and what's his name, Maxi, or maybe just better than Maxi, or just third place to those two. I'm gonna put him behind both of them for now. Let me see what he's like in gameplay again. Except he's actually the player character. Ryuka Gaming, thank you in advance. Sorry in advance, but I hope YouTube compensates you a little bit for the stupid ass ad. Please, YouTube, give at least a few pieces of monetization to these creators, however small they might be, or I'm gonna be angry. Thank you. Excuse me. Fuck. Otherwise, we got Seung Mina. Let me just get these out in front first. Oh, here we go.
She chooses her path like a free bird.
And actually, let me just have it playing on the side to side here. Oh, wait. That pop out does not work. Sorry, I didn't realize that pop out didn't work. Uh-oh. Shoot, I'm sorry, guys. That's goofy. Well, real quick, before I fix that, we got Seung, Sophicia, I don't know how you say that, I'm sorry. Taki and Voldo. Taki? Yeah, that's Taki. And then Voldo, that seems like a fun guy. Jianghua, here we go. She's the last one in that main trio that had fun storming the castle. No worries, Nobrick. I might do one other large tier list. I think we're gonna call it on Yakuza Kiwami 2. So I apologize for that. Let's just fuck around for the rest of this. That being said, I swear we'll get to chapter 9 next time. I swear it. And I actually might do some of the sub stories in my own time, in between good things going on here, but good things still taking up time all the same. Yoshimitsu, basically an undead ass looking ass guy. I think. I can't find him on here though. Oh, wait, hold on. I think I. Oh, I'm a dweeb. I didn't realize that was just his eyes glowing. Okay, this is Yoshimitsu. Okay. But nah, don't worry, gang. I'm just again, these are just first impressions. But yeah. Cassandra Alexandra. Okay, so we're getting into the newer characters here. Where? Oh, no, there. Okay, so yeah, Cassandra. I'm not gonna lie, she already looks vaguely like a slightly reskinned Greek girl, since Greek girl's the returning one here. But I mean, hey, she's still cute, so probably not a bad thing. Probably. Charade. Okay. I'm gonna assume that's Charade anyways, it's big freak ass eye. Necrid? Sure. Here, Frenchie. It's Frenchie. Here's Frenchie. Talim. And Hong Yun Song. Oh, this guy.
That's giving me major Roy Fire Emblem vibes.
Sophicia's younger sister. Oh. Well. I sit corrected. I guess not corrected. Just, just simply fair enough. That actually explains a lot and is cool with me. Remind me where Spawn comes from. Yes!
This guy. I think I've seen this guy. I think I've seen this guy. Yeah! I think I might have seen this guy. Ah, I see. Okay, well, first and foremost, who the fuck are these guys? What? Oh, okay, so they're just kind of one-off dinker arounders
So they're probably just gonna be they're just gonna be based on like other characters that actually have backstories and stuff. In that case, okay, fair enough. Okay, well, first of all, I'm gonna say Link. Not sure where on S tier, but he's definitely S tier. Heihachi, I don't know much about Tekken, but I know enough. I'm also putting him in S tier. Spawn, to be determined. Especially in his case, we don't even have to look at Link. We might want to look at Heihachi, but Link definitely somewhere S tier. Actually, if I don't even know where in S tier, we probably want to look, so never mind. Generic fighters for the Weapon Master mode. What are the pros and cons to each of the three of them? I'll just go off that and rank them from there. So far, I'm more inclined to put them in like maybe C tier, D tier at worst, depending on what they are with how they are compared to other characters here. We haven't seen all these characters yet, so let me go back to who was it I was on? Oh, Seungmina. Seumbina? Yeah, either way. Oh, this girl. This gal. Okay. Okay. Strong girl who's always striving to be the best. To be the best. Fair enough. Fair enough. Simple, but I like it. Though stubborn, she's quick-witted. Sometimes a little arrogant. Hey, if she didn't have flaws, she'd probably be a little too perfect for my taste. I mean, they also said she was stubborn. Anyone views her as weak or helpless, basically not want to be treated like a kid. You know what? Valid. I don't blame her for feeling that way. I'm glad she knows what she likes and doesn't like. Okay, so she's from Korea. Okay. Okay, that cool. Oh, basically hmm. So basically there was like big time sexism thrown against her. Oh, the poor girl. Jesus Christ. Well, not poor girl as in like, oh yeah, she's helpless. Then she's gonna want to beat my ass in a dark alley. But still, wow, poor girl. That's rough. That's awful. Uh, Wang and pearls her from one of her father's wealthy trainees, sent her over the edge and out the door. Okay. Oh boy. Interesting. Honestly, I kind of like it. Like she wants to be treated much more seriously than people have been, but at the same time, it also doesn't help that however understandably she lashes out at everyone and everything. She's from what is now South Korea, aka the less bad Korea. Fair enough. Good to know. Good to know. Do your training, he mysteriously disappeared while out by more alcohol. Oh. Oh, so she was a third, that last third of the trio's father, the one other gal in the Castle Storming trio. Okay. Uh-huh. Okay. Interesting. Honestly, it kind of feels like she's the more interesting Mitsurugi, I think his name was right here. So for that, I gotta give her probably A tier at the lowest. Better than the other two, or at the end of them, or I'm gonna say below Killick, but above Cervantes so far. And that's just without looking into what she actually plays like. Uh Oh, but then we gotta do Nightmare as well. Hold on. I'm sorry, I gotta do Nightmare as well, or look at him.
You're definitely not my type.
Battle 1. Fight. You win. Need more souls. Battle 2.
I gotta admit, he's pretty fucking metal. Ooh, I want to see how these two go out. I want to see what how these two start out.
Back to life in his hands. Offer your soul. Do not defy me. Battle 1. Fight.
Are there any notable drawbacks to Nightmare's fighting style, like how Cervantes can be easily avoided, or like how Astaroth is slow? Like, are there any drawbacks? 'Cause it seems like Nightmare is just not as agile, or maybe I'm misunderstanding that too? I'm not sure.
I will show you the greatest nightmare. Battle 2. Fight.
Oh wait, hold up. Sorry, I gotta fix something here real quick.
Hello, Poochie Puppy. Poochie Puppy. Poochie Puppy. Poochie Puppy. Hello, puppy.
So far, it seems like Nightmare is not bad. Not amazing, but definitely not bad either. Oh.
Versus Taki.
Taki again. Okay.
Sword, give me strength.
I'm through with words.
Battle 1. Fight.
From my recollection, if he misses, he's left open for quite a while. Okay, so basically, if he doesn't connect and somebody's able to get in there, he's screwed. Okay. Well then yeah, I would say probably like mid or bottom S tier, top A tier at the most. He still seems like a lot of fun. I guess maybe just for the game, just for the possible vulnerabilities if missed or not connected. I guess maybe lower S tier, high A tier, but yeah, not bad. Not bad. Okay, all right, song. I probably said that incorrectly, so I apologize.
So you think you know Wix, but do you really?
No, I don't care!
I hope the YouTuber Ryuka Gaming gets something good out of the ad. Well, I don't have ad blocker because I'd rather get a little something to the guys I stream reactions to, but I don't know.
She stands again before the start of
Hello,
a new
Pookie. Hello, my puppy. Hello, my prince.
Let's see what you're made of. Show me what you've got.
Yeah, I gotta say, she's cool too.
1. Fight.
Oh, Jesus! She just straight up kicks her out.
You win.
I don't blame Jean.
You're not bad, but
I honestly don't blame Zhang Hua for giving out such a blood-curdling scream in this case. Like, she just got straight up kicked out of this ring here, fucking Wii Sports Resort swordplay duel style. Like, oh my god. The version of Link in this game draws primarily from Ocarina of Time. I probably should have figured, especially with a white leggings and all that. Yeah, it's very Ocarina of Time. Come from A Link to the Past and Majora's Mask. Oh yeah, everybody here has like different weapons they can buy. Or like use. Interesting. Oh yeah, no, she looks cool. She looks cool. Very athletic, but like breezy for sure. I'm just like, Jesus Christ, she just kicked this other poor girl's ass off the ring platform like it's fucking Wii Sports Resort dual sword play. Man. Not that it's a bad thing, at least not in Song's case, but oh, here's Nightmare again, or Siegfried. Either way, or like Siegfried-ish Nightmare. Wow, she took him out real nicely. I am looking respect. No, I'm not gonna act like she isn't cute. She is really cute. She is really pretty. I admit that. I'm just like... Actually, no, even Nightmare here. Unless I'm just missing when any of the other fighters so far could also kick people off the ring. Like, Jesus Christ, it seems to be the go-to strategy for Song. Just... It's not fight until a KO. It's fucking king or queen or royal of the hill. My God, I love it though. I don't know. I just don't remember the other characters, or at least the demo videos I saw of them like kicking them off like this. Like, jeez, she's good. That's the second costume. Every character, right? They have the alts, right? Bring out Zara's strategy? Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, like, from a glance, it vaguely looks 2D, a la Street Fighter or Smash Brothers, or I think also Mortal Kombat, but then it's like, yeah, no, they start tilting the camera around, and it's like, oh yeah, no, this is not a 2D fighter.
Okay, playtime's over.
Whoa, what? Oh, that's the Evil Eye thing.
To complete itself, a fragment takes on human form.
Okay.
Ooh, what's that? What's this freak-ass stage? Ooh, it's freaky, but I like it. It's really freakish, though, and demonic looking, like, oof.
Hello, Poochie. Hello. You want to come up to my lab? Come into my lab? Wanna watch some 3D fighting games? Come on, come on, get on my lab. Come on, come on. Up on my lap. Up.
Do you not know how to hop up onto my lap? I'll hold you. Come on.
Hop up. Come on. Come on. Into my arms. Into my arms. Come on. On my lap. Come on, puppy.
Come on. No. Okay, here, I'm gonna take off my headphones for him.
Come on, Cassie.
Jarade is a mimic character. Every round he mimics the fighting style of one of the other characters. Oh, so he's like an... So it's like if there's those three characters that are like hybrids of different characters, this one just kind of like uses any of their styles. Interesting. Does he actually have any actual backstory, or could I just say interesting concept and design, but otherwise, and it really just depends on those two things?
Come on, baby. Hop up. Hop up. Come on, puppy. Hop up. You want to see the fighting game? You want to see the fighting game?
Oh, for a second I thought that was just another Clonus song. No, it took me a second to realize, oh no, that's the Taki gal. The other really good one. Or it looks like she's relatively good too.
Come on, Kashi. Come on. Hop up. Hop up. Hop, puppy. Hop up. Hop up. Hop up. Hop up. Yes. Come on. Hop up. Hop up. Hop up.
He is so confused. My dog is so confused by what the hell we're trying to do. I'm gonna leave this guy a like.
These demo videos are very eye-opening. I appreciate them.
Okay, I think I've seen enough of Song for the moment. Honestly, I'm gonna put her a little above Kilik. Kilik is good. Cervantes, they both look like fun, and Kilik in particular looks like a great character. I just think she's basically a more intriguing and more developed version of Mitsurugi. Like, I'm sure, like, he's iconic for a reason still, but from what I gather, it's like, story-wise, he just completely falls off by 3 as just somebody who's just happy to be there, but whereas everybody else has all these, like, fucked up stories of corruption and trying to break away from it and control it. It's like, I mean, I'm sure it's cool to have somebody who's just there for the ride and for the thrill of it in an honorable, very respectful samurai way. It's just nothing compared to everybody else here so far. I'm sorry. Sorry, Mitsurugi. So I do think from what I can gather, especially since she actually has some flaws, she has some screw-ups. She has some screw-ups in being really stubborn about it. It seems like Song is just basically the more realized Mitsurugi. And just instead of being a Japanese samurai, it's an aspiring warrior from Korea or South Korea. Either way, it's interesting though. Now, let's see. Okay, so I think I get the deal with Sophitia so far. Let me go to the original timeline though, because I forget where she is in comparison to all the other characters. Oh, so she was basically kind of like middle class, so just like she's not even like a very, very specific, important like royalty or warrior character. Or at least just initially that wasn't the case. Oh, wait. Actually, yeah. Oh. Okay, so basically, like, yeah, she literally is just the ordinary girl who starts out kind of just like, you know, living life, warts and all, or overly ordinary quirks of it and all, and then like basically she's told, "Hey, go knock out this sword. It's ruining my reputation or something." Okay, gotcha. Okay. Uh. Oh, and then against Cervantes, she almost got axed off, but Taki helps her out. Oh, and then Cassandra, she's the other new character. Coming from her wounds, she suffered from the sword fragment. She returned to her life as the daughter of a baker and spent her days peacefully. Oh. Oh, so basically she was sent out to go on this quest again, but just like somebody else took care of it, so it's like, oh shit, I gotta go home. Okay. I think, well, story-wise, I would put her at, Chosen by the Gods deals, right. I mean, at least her Soul Edge story is pretty cool. Soul Calibur, it's kind of whatever. Oh no, Soul Calibur 2, I'm sorry. Oh, I was about to move on, because like, Soul Edge, I would say the story here is probably like A tier-ish. Soul Calibur, I would put it at B tier. Soul Calibur 2, however, okay, so yeah, she married the guy, they had kids, brought a halt to her newfound happiness. And then the kids began to fight with each other. Ooh. Okay, actually, that's really cool because it's like, I'm sure there was a reason that in Soul Calibur here, it's just like, it starts out pretty interesting and then she just heads back for no reason. But like her thing here in Soul Calibur or in Soul Edge is pretty cool. basically it seems like she and Taki kind of have a duo thing going on against Cervantes, the same way there were the three, I believe Kalik, Maxi, and that one girl with a really nice dress, or like whatchamacallit. Like they were storming the castle. She and Taki took down Dread Pirate, not Roberts, not the Princess Bride, not by S. Morgenstern. um, but okay, and then like Soul Calibur, it's like starts out interesting or nice, and then once it seems like hey, she's back on the road, it legitimately turns out pretty underwhelming and lame in the end. Soul Calibur 2 brings it back though, from what I can see. So just for that and for her design in 2, honestly, yeah, she seems like fun. I'm gonna put her, at least for now, either high A or low S. I'm gonna start with low. I'm gonna start with high A. Let me see. Come on. Sophia? Sophia? I probably said that wrong. I probably typed that wrong, so I apologize in advance. Let's see. Probably could do arcade mode again. Which version is this? It looks like the oh, Legend of Zelda. Okay, it's the GameCube version. Oh, and it says it right there. Okay. Yeah, it's cute. Ooh. Let me look at her other costumes, though, actually. Although, in the actual gallery here on the wiki. Before we get moving. Interesting. Ooh. You know, for somebody who really didn't get up to a whole lot in Soul Calibur 1, Jesus Christ! Oof. Oh, hey. I don't know if these two actually meet each other in the actual Soul Calibur 2, but that's a pretty cool shot. Ending 2. That's genuinely metal as hell. That is metal as hell. That is a metal as hell art design. Yo. No, I just find it funny that, like, again, for somebody who gets up to jack shit in Soul Calibur 1, Ivy looks like Sophia looks like she's about to get her throat slit by Ivy's like whip snake sword thing. I just find that really funny, but yeah, no, this is also metal as fuck. Holy shit. Oh. Concept art? Are those her actual costumes though? Oh no, here we go. Oh yeah, so that's her main costume. There's her secondary one. And then that third one. Okay. I see. Yeah, I think it's really cool. Really cool. She's cute. I can agree. She is cute. Third costume is a little meh. Second costume is cool though. First costume, yeah, I like that one. I like that one. Even though the third costume isn't bad, it's just it's not as drippy as the first two. But anyways, yeah, so far high A, maybe a low S, maybe a little further up or down depending on what her gameplay looks like, but she looks like fun. So probably not going to be that different. She's cute too. But yeah. Ooh. I don't care if she's technically on the high tier, low tier end of the general fighting game tier list consensus. She just looks like fun. Like, if it weren't for Link being in this game, she'd be a genuinely good stand-in for Link. And I mean, even if you didn't have the GameCube version, she looks like she'd be the perfect quintessential sword fighter. So I gotta admit, that's pretty cool. I can definitely vibe with that.
Poochie puppy, Poochie, Poochie. Cashy the dog. Cash my dog.
Also, she's hot. Yeah, no, she's pretty. She's pretty. Maybe Rathion, whatever his name was, might be the lucky one. Or maybe he's also pretty cool in his own right. And he might also be hot in his own right, but yeah, she's pretty. She's gorgeous. I mean, granted, a lot of pretty much any and every character in this game is pretty hot, but yeah. Ooh. That's Killick too. Yeah, I mean, honestly, Killick's pretty hot too. Don't get me wrong.
Hello. Hello, Pookie. Hello, Pookie. Hello, puppy.
I can vibe with this. Also, I just realized we probably want to move to another screen for a little bit while we do this, and then maybe do a second tier list. We don't see Rothion on screen until 6, but yeah, they both looked out. I think I have a consensus on where I'm putting Sophie, but so I gotta see what he looks like. Original timeline. What? What the fuck, did she die? Oh, okay, so it was for her daughter's sake. That's still pretty sad. Oh my god. That's still really sad. Like, I'm sure if I read through it all, oh, it is. My bad. Thanks for the heads up. Oh, I see what I did wrong. My bad. Thank you. Okay. But oh. Okay, fair enough. That being said, his eyes are a little too big bright blue. Nah, I'm just fucking. Honestly, I'm gonna have to put her probably like low S. No, at least for now, Heihachi's got to be at low S. So, Link's probably gonna make things even more mucked around, but oh man. I'm gonna have to actually put her above Siegfried, and then we'll see where Link and Heihachi goes. The two guest characters I at least vaguely recognize end up in S tier at the top, first impression wise, because why not? I haven't even played Tekken. I'm only familiar with Zelda, really, but I don't know, why not? Taki, I have obviously she was all over all the other demos I pulled up on here, so what's her deal? Because man, she has been everywhere so far in the demos I've pulled up. Like, Jesus. Excuse me. Okay, so so she was very much a ninja style fighter. Had run away with his daughter. Who? No, I'm kidding. Oh. Ooh. Uh-huh. Hmm. Okay, yeah, so it seems like she's kind of a mainstay powerhouse story-wise. It would ads for me right after you said what? No, I was just wondering like I just read like uh Toki suddenly summoned all the members of the clan for a meeting, uh telling them that Amanda who once led the ninja clan with Toki had run away with his daughter who? His daughter who? I was just being a dork. I was being stupid. My bad. Okay, so I might have to get into her gameplay, but she seems alright. She seems cool. Nothing super jaw dropping, but she seems pretty fun. I don't know. Nothing jaw dropping like the others so far, but she seems like fun. I might put her at A tier for now, for the moment. Taki. Okay. Give me Taki. And thank you, PlayStation Emporium Advance, for the demo. No.
Describe your needs and goals.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I'm not sure where to put Link and Heihachi. I have a feeling they'll be in S tier, but you never know. But at least for now, I would say Siegfried and Sophie are probably up in S tier for sure. Or Nightmare, excuse me.
Are you ready? Show me what you've got.
Battle 1, fight.
Let me see. Not too. Yeah, there we go. That's good. Poor Zhanghua constantly getting your ass kicked in some of these demos.
Want more?
Honestly, she seems like fun.
Let your guard down.
His gentle eyes reveal a man of strong will.
Nothing personal, but I must win.
Here, come on!
Battle 1, fight.
Mm-hmm. I didn't catch what it was that boosted her because of the ads though. Oh, my bad. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, basically it's like with Lincoln Heihachi, I would say like I'm not sure. I would think either or both of them would be an S tier, but maybe I'll take that back real quick. With Sophie, I don't know, it was either somewhere in S or A. I just thought like she was a really good I don't know. It's like if it weren't for Link in the GameCube version, if you were into like general sword fighter characters like him that were fast and pretty like has some good punch to them, but isn't like too powerful either way, and not too fast, but not slow at all. Um, I would say like she'd be a great stand-in, and she seems like fun, and yeah, she's pretty too. So yeah, that's for me what took the cake there. As for Taki, I'm gonna also have to put her in S tier as well. Her gameplay seems like a lot of fun. Uh, Below Siegfried, though, mostly because he has an interesting story, whereas with what I could glean from Taki, it's like she also has stuff going for her. As far as I know, really, the only character here so far that has nothing much going for them over time is Mitsuragi. And then Astaroth, it's like aside from the cool design and backstory, he's not really even that crazy special or interesting or, jaw dropping or funny or charming for a villain or whatnot. Um, Easy to pick up, difficult to master characters from my recollection. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. It seems like once you get the hang of her, you can like really pull off some fun moves or like sneaky diversions or like sneaky workarounds a la an actual ninja. So I gotta say, she looks cool. What is this guy's deal? He looks so cool, but I'm also kind of freaked out by him. I'm sure that would be intentional. In the main series, he, Siegfried, Mitsurugi, Nightmare, and Cervantes are the only characters to have appeared in every installment. Interesting. Unique playstyle and disturbing appearance. Oh, so this is very intentional. Like, all of this is very intentional. You know what? Honestly, Jesus Christ, why did they give him an ass, though? That honestly actually makes it worse. That makes it worse. Oh my god. uh is he antagonistic? Oh no, he's more neutral. Of course he's neutral. Rothion doesn't appear on screen until 6. Oh no, yeah, no. I think I noticed that, but yeah. um Oh, so it's intentionally both freakish and disgustingly kinky, like anti-fan service. Oh my god. The first game of the series reveals his past as the right-hand man of Italian weapons merchant Verci, known as the Merchant of Death. Oh, I see. It is stated as profile the Volta speech of soul, which soul edge ended in failure. Uh-huh. Okay, so what is the deal with Oh. Okay, so oh, I see. Textbook definition of chaotic neutral. The Italian merchant of death, Virtue was one of many who sought soul edge. During the search for the weapon, Virtue lost a large portion of his wealth to war. Dug a pit on a small island where he hid the remains of his wealth. Oh. Okay. Okay, so far, also S tier. That being said, actually, no, so far I'm cool with the placements I put for everybody. But this guy, not somebody I would main purposefully, probably, but oh my god, he looks cool as Sin. Well, Sin, quote unquote. You would think Sin is cool and fun if Soul Edge were controlling you. Probably. So what's his voice even? Ew. Eee. Oh, Jesus Christ. He is disgusting And I love him and hate him. Wait. I should give you another second.
Gentle eyes reveal a man of strong will.
I was just gonna say, I wouldn't say that about Voldo. I would not say there's a gentle soul with a strong will behind Voldo. Like, God, no. This bitch is audacious. An alien Scorpion ass character. Yeah. This bitch is audacious. Oh my god. Oh boy. Honestly. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Honestly, I'm gonna say Taki's still cool, but I'm gonna move her down to A. And Voldo. Well, give me a minute. First of all, still not completely sure where I want to put Link and Heihachi even. Probably gonna be an S tier, but I don't know. I could look real second and change my mind there. Actually, let me get them out of here real quick. Let me get them out of here. Let me just get these two out of here for the moment. Ooh. What do I want to change on here? Actually, I don't even know if I really want to change anything in each of the tiers. I guess between Siegfried and Voldo, Siegfried had the slightly more interesting story, but only slightly, because then Voldo, I would say, has the better design and fight style. Honestly, I'm gonna say Voldo. But then actually also compared to Sophie. Or honestly, even bring it in Maxi, because I'm not sure about any of these three in the middle, like if any of them are in the correct spots. Shoot. Actually, no. I think for now they'd be okay. At least for now. Alright, so Zhanghua. Basically the last in that trio that stormed the castle in Soul Edge, right? Oh wait, hold on, yeah, also. Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, then obviously good guy. I'd be shocked if she was evil. Not gonna lie. uh hmm. Hmm. Okay. So it seems like Zhanghua probably would probably be another A-ish tier character. I don't know. Seems like she'd be fun. It seems like she's kind of fun. Maybe not. Maybe just a little more interesting than Cervantes or Taki, but still pretty cool. Although that being said, I feel bad for doing this because I'm sure these two are pretty good characters in their own right. But C and D are looking really lonely, and while I don't think either of these two are C or even D tier, they might either or both might be in C tier. I don't think either of them would be in D tier, but C tier. Because again, it's not even like bad. It's just kind of like But actually, no, I'll keep it in B tier at least for now. And I think I saw uh Zhang Zhanghua. Again, I apologize if I'm saying that wrong. I probably am. Even though I've seen her fight quite a few. I've seen her fight a few times enough already here, so I would think I get the point with her. I get the idea behind her.
Oh, here we go.
Hmm. 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 Okay. Honestly, let me look at how Yoshimitsu is in battle, but from what I can see, so far, story wise, I am also gonna have to put him in B tier somewhere. Somewhere in B tier, anyways. I'm not sure. I'll put him in high B tier for now, but that could change pretty fast.
Swords to strike down.
Wait.
She raises her swords to strike down demons. Repent! Battle 1. Fight!
Oh, okay.
Becomes dying embers. Battle. Magnificence of my victory.
Okay. I think.
Yoshimitsu. Battle 1. Fight.
Okay, honestly, yeah, I'm gonna have to put him in B tier. His story just kind of seems like, he's there. That's really all there is to him. But his design is kind of cool. It's kind of neat. But then his gameplay seems like relative fun. Um. So yeah. Yeah, that's my take on that. Admittedly, we also gotta have to probably start moving on here. Um. Okay, so I think, yeah, charade. Let me look into this guy real quick. Um. Hmm. Huh. Hmm. Okay, so from what I can tell, it's like on paper, I would personally assume, at least on from looking at it on paper, that charade would be broken. But at the same time, if like, I don't know. At the same time, looking into it, it's like, if I'm reading this correctly, either it's more so they imitate the fighter they're fighting against in that exact like match, or they copy any other random fighter. And in that case, but in either case, especially when you irregardless have no way of being able to control that or like really quickly improvise with it, I don't really think it's nearly as high tier as I would have assumed initially on paper. So I'm gonna say C tier, if only because as somebody who's not great at fighting games anyways, no way in hell would I be good with Charade. Like, period. Unfortunately. So I'm sure in the right hands, Charade is cool, but not mine. Those aren't my hands. All right, Cassandra Alexandra, what is your deal? Because from what I could gather, up until 2, she really didn't have a whole lot going for her. Oh, wait, no, it was Sal. Yeah. Uh. Hmm. Wait, what about her physical appearance in 6? Whoa. That's not 6, though. Uh. Is that 6? She seems. Unless I'm missing something, she seems fine. She seems fine in Soul Calibur 6. So, I don't know if I misunderstood what that was saying, but she seems okay. Apparently, after. Or was it 4 it was talking about? This is not 4. Did I misunderstand completely what they were talking about here? I think I might have misunderstood. Ah, well, either way. How similar or different is she to her sister in any case? Because I can't tell if it's just kind of like same thing, but less like similar fighting style, less involved in the story, at least until the everything after Soul Calibur 2. It's like Soul Calibur 3 onwards, then she becomes more important, but looking at just Soul Calibur 2 and earlier, kind of whatever. I mean, hell, she debuts in Soul Calibur 2. From what I can tell, anyways, it seems to be like she's just like, at least just from 2, from Soul Calibur 2, where she first shows up, it's like she's just kind of there. Maybe her fighting style being similar to her sister's. More chaotic and less refined manners, more reliant on speed and mix ups, compared to Sophie's focus on power and juggling. Oh, okay. Uh, yeah, I'm gonna need to put her at probably B tier somewhere. Probably low B, to be honest. Again, like assuming she like gets way better in like both fighting gameplay wise and story wise after Soul Calibur 2, so like from 3 onwards, awesome. But just looking at from Soul Calibur 2 and not even earlier than 2 since she first shows up in 2, yeah, I think B tier is where I'm gonna put her. Yeah, sorry. Sorry. She's cute though. Don't get me wrong, she's pretty. Just Eh. Wait. Wait. Necrid and then... Hold on, wait, what? He's also included in both the Xbox 360 and PlayStation PS3 Online HD ports. Oh. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh. I mean, he seems all right. I think his design is like, I think his design is all right. Nothing amazing, but not bad. Thank you. Necro was created by Todd as a home version exclusive character. Oh, I see. Okay, fair enough. What, the protagonist? Since when? What? Newcomer Frenchy guy is the protagonist to Soul Calibur 2? Oh, I didn't realize that. Let's see how Necrid plays. Beckrid! I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm getting way too much excitement. Oh, I didn't have the link. Yeah, like that other one did, but okay. It's all good. It's cool. Yeah, he seems okay. What? What did he say? Oh, it was supposed to be garbled. Yeah. I mean, now that I see him up close, it's like... I would say the original Spawn, I don't even know what Spawn actually is, the OG, but he definitely looks way cooler than this dude, but... Oh, well, what can you do? Actually, that electric attack wasn't bad. Actually, you know what? That electric attack actually wasn't too bad. I'm not gonna lie. He actually seems kind of alright. Oh yeah, he pulls out one fancy-ass purple Zeonga and suddenly... Fucking goat. He's my goat. I'm sorry. Jeez, Zhanghua in particular is getting her ass beat with all these demo videos I'm pulling up. I'm sorry, guys. Lore-wise, Raphael's desperate final strike at Nightmare mauled Solij's eye, allowing Siegfried to break away from the sword's evil influence. Well then. That's all I needed to hear. I mean, I guess technically Siegfried still has the more interesting story as a corrupted protagonist turned antagonist, or like good guy turned bad guy, but still, touche. And his gameplay looked fun as the opponent to like a few of the other characters here, so you know what? Fair enough. Fair enough. Can't even say like, oh no, that's just home field advantage. It's not over till it's over, but nah, it's over. He's definitely around S or A tier, and yeah, I put him in low S for sure. This Necrid Notherfucker Mother, but N another fucker? Necrofucker? Never mind. This guy is... Alright, you know what? Honestly? I could put him in probably A tier. No, you're staying in C. You're staying in C. You could be A tier. Forget what I said earlier. I'm sorry, broski. All right, Talim. Ooh, she's pretty. She's pretty. She's pretty. She's pretty. She is from the Philippines. Ooh. Uh. uh hmm. Hmm. Okay, so it seems like really in Soul Calibur 2, her story's just getting started. But at least she seems to have a little more going for her than Cassandra. At least from what I can tell. At least it looks like she has a little more going for her versus Cassandra. So I don't know. Depending on how her gameplay is, I might say A or B tier, maybe S tier. Let me just take a look. Again, not based on how good she is necessarily, maybe a little bit, but more so it's based on like how like how fun she looks to play.
Versus Cassandra.
Payback!
She chooses her path like a free bird.
Don't worry, Talam. Believe in yourself. I'm going all out.
Battle 1. Fight.
Ooh. She seems okay. She seems all right.
You win.
My heart is still pounding.
Does she hate battling? Honestly, that's kind of adorable. That's kind of cute, honestly. Honestly, that seems really cute. Because it's not even like, oh, what the hell are you in a fighting game then? It's like, nah, if anything, it kind of works in a way from what I can glean. The injuries Raphael suffered during the fight with Nightmare, however, infected him with the soul of just corruption and turned him into a vampire. What? Really? Hold on, I gotta look into that real quick, but honestly, she seems like fun. Her gameplay's kind of seems alright. Nothing too great, but nothing bad at all. It seems like she has a nice personality. I guess it's kind of a thing where like she's kind of just getting some footing into the series from Soul Calibur 2 and gets better from then on. But even as a start, I would say she has much more going for her than Cassandra, like hands down by far. So I would probably put her around maybe between Cervantes and Taki? Okay, so Raphael turns into a goddamn vampire? What? Okay, that's actually not gonna reveal it, I guess, but oh. Oh my god. Not even an undead guy like fucking Astaroth or Sermonti specifically. Just straight up a vampire. Oh. Influence the soul and it changes his body to resemble something of a vampire. Yeah. Fair enough. And he's still a vampire hunter in the later games. Oh my god. Created many enemies. I mean, even though we're supposed to look mostly at Soul Calibur 2, I can maybe glean a little reference here or there from earlier or later, even. But, because, yeah, like, oh my god. His body weakened, his breath had his cause fading. He looked up to see the giant ghastly sword wielded by the embodiment of nightmare. He muttered Deity's name for an instant. Emotion was neither anger nor pride flared up inside him. Oh. Honestly, even if that later part continues into 3, that's still pretty fucking sick. I'm gonna keep him probably around low west here, at least for the moment, but holy shit. You ever gonna play these games? No, don't be sorry. If I get Switch when I do buy Switch 2 and get the GameCube games, I'll definitely see if I can play Soul Calibur 2 for sure. Again, I'm not great with fighting games, so I might just keep it to like computer players and whatnot if I do. But I mean, hey, computer players only or not, I'll definitely try it out for sure. Like hell yeah. Okay, so this guy is also from Korea, I believe, same as Song here. Okay, Patriot of the Flashing Leg. Ah, I see. Okay. Okay. Oh. Um. Hmm. I don't know. Even though I would want to say he's about on the same level as like Talim, who he apparently goes to travel with, or Miss Song, what was her name? Song Mina. Eh. Huh. Yun Song. Yun Song. I don't know. Let me look into it, I guess.
What's this?
Versus Raphael.
Out of my way!
Love and betrayal slowly intertwine.
Quit now! If you want to live!
You're quite the rude one. Battle 1. Fight.
Honestly, I kind of like the crop top now that I'm looking at him. He's kind of rocking that crop. He's kind of rocking that bear. The dude is rocking that midriff. Not even gonna lie. Otherwise, I gotta admit it. He seems alright, but maybe a little too vanilla of a sword fighter, if you ask me.
Not quite good enough.
Wait, he did the sexy pose. Never mind. Let me take another second.
Facing her enemies head on, her spirit cannot be repressed.
All right, let's do this.
All right, let's get this over with.
Battle 1, fight!
Nothing can stop me.
You know what? Never mind. I kind of like his spunky attitude. I'll take back what I was gonna say. That was like, doesn't seem like he has a lot going for him. No, he actually kind of does. I kind of like what I'm seeing. The sexy pose and his energy is pretty fun. I'm a little confused as to how I feel about him otherwise, but he's got the spirit. He's rocking the midriff. A little too vanilla of a sword fighter, especially when he has a more what's the word for it? Like scimitar or like Zweihandler? I don't know what you call it. But even though it seems he seems kind of a vanilla sword fighter. I'm not gonna act like he doesn't look cool as hell. He seems pretty fucking cool. Oh, there's a question though. Do I think Cervantes would be? I'm gonna say Cervantes would be still ahead of Taki, probably below all these guys though. And honestly, I'm gonna put don't know how you say her name. Sorry, the one girl in the Castle Storm trio in Soul Calibur 1 apparently, or Soul Edge, I forget which one. I would say probably that would be the more appropriate order for now. Okay. All right, so now that I have an idea of how everybody's fight styles are, who is Rock? Um, oh, he's kind of a okay. So he's kind of a mix of a similar character to Astaroth, but not the exact same, and then Astaroth himself.
Yeah, I see.
Okay, well then, to be honest, I'm sorry. There's the. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Assassin, a mix between Yunsong and Huang. Oh, this guy. Okay, I think I see. Maybe C tier, I guess. And then lizard guy, Cassandra. So that might not be a bad thing, but then lizard Aeon. Uh. Um. mm, I'm gonna have to say. Okay, so I think I see what his deal is. So I think I'll put him in C tier. Not too sure about it if it's gonna stick like that, but so far that's my first impression. Okay. Oh God.
Led into a generation.
No! Just give. No. 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 Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. It's okay. Because if I fucked it up, I probably remember what my history looked like. Yes, I do. Hey, we're still good. Thank God. Hoofda. All right, I gotta give Fight 'em Up the thumbs up.
And the world, a tale of souls
Ooh.
eternally retold.
Hold on, I probably want to get moving here, but ooh. There he is. Oh. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Hey. Oh no, it's not even like the Trifish colors or the Zora tunic and Goron tunic. Four swords. Four swords.
Her shadow moves with stealth and disappears into darkness.
Good for her.
I'm through with words.
Battle 1. Fight.
Yeah, honestly, it seems cool. I just didn't want to just like rip off, fight him up here by just watching the whole intro cutscene, just like glimpsing bits and pieces. And then also give him a thumbs up. And honestly, if they have like good little tutorial or like gameplay demos like this, honestly, I'll subscribe. Fuck it. It's the least I can do. Especially if I want to glean some more gameplay of the characters here. Yeah, I don't know what the hell Link is doing in here, but she says to the guy who doesn't talk. So it's just gonna be the quiet. It's not just a fighting game, it's a quiet game. Whoever can talk the least is the winner, or never talks. Well, to be fair, I guess if they're gonna also make some noises in general, then I guess both of them are automatically out. But still. Unless that doesn't count, in which case, technically, Link won the quiet game still with that line. Or I guess that wasn't before he said fight. So I mean, I guess. I don't know. Wait, an arrangement of the Legend of Zelda theme plays when Link fights in the Eurydice Shrine. Oh. I'll keep an eye out for at least that latter one, the item get one, once we get to it here. Again, don't want to just be stealing this dude's footage, so I'll just move on, but still. Fucking S tier. I'm only having him at the bottom of S tier because he's just a DLC guest character. Maybe they kind of gave all the guest characters stories, so maybe I might I might eat my words in a second, but at least for now, for sure fucking guest S tier. I wish his voice was in the final version of Twilight Princess and not the betas, but hey, that's just me. Oh. I guess I'm not familiar with what you mean, but interesting. What do you mean he died? What? Is it just because like the Ocarina of Time incarnations are like in the earlier Zelda timeline before they all split? What? But no, apparently this one is kind of its own thing. Like, the Soul Calibur 2 Link is kind of its own Link, so like, what? Oh. That's actually really cool. That's actually really cool. That's actually really, really cool. He died by his own bomb. Okay, DM me what you meant by the Twilight Princess voices. Yes, please do. Honestly, I'm interested. I never really looked into the development process of the voices for like Link and Zelda across the game, so I'm intrigued to see how it worked between these two. Interesting. Oh, the hero shaped by Twilight Princess. If that's the case, fair enough. It's just like, damn, Soul Calibur fandom. I hope you didn't feel like you were being held at gunpoint to keep up with the Zelda timeline. That's really cool, though. Does he have the?
Nightmare. The delicate balance between good and evil wavers within him. Battle 1. Fight.
Does he have a? That's cool as hell, but like, yeah, are they? Do we get to the? Do we get to see his fight in the Eurydice Shrine, or is that not happening here? It's fine if it's not happening here. I just want to know. Ooh, that costume of Ivy's is cute. That's really hot. I'm sorry.
Give up already.
Battle 1. Fight.
Ooh. Sorry, Ivy, but yeah. Sorry, Ivy, but
Battles risking the soul. A man becomes a slave. Fine. I accept your challenge. Battle.
again, he seems like he's relatively cool. Why the hell did his story apparently fall off and he just only shows up because he's happy to be here all the time? Like, damn. What? Wait, what? Yeah, music also plays in this distant battle near the end. Oh! Okay. Fair enough. Okay. Interesting.
Watch quietly and learn.
Oh, shit.
Battle 1. Fight.
Absolute cinema. Absolute cinema.
Poochie, what are you doing here, you silly goose?
Cinema.
Battle 2. Fight.
Oh my god. This is peak. Oh my god. Did I have an... Okay, I have him in S tier for real. Okay, cool. I wish you could understand what the hell was going on with the colors on my computer screen, Poochie. This is crazy. This is going nuts. I've only just heard it for like a good minute so far, but yeah, it's definitely up there as one of the best already. Who composed this remix? My god, they're killing it. It's good. Yeah, who composed this? If it weren't for how Twilight Princess came out probably after Soul Calibur 2, if it weren't for that fact, I would have expected the one jingle from Twilight Princess that I was kind of a sucker for. At least I think it's exclusive to Twilight Princess. It's like, I think it happens during like the hero shade things at the end. It's, da 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 da. And then again, it's like I say that, it's like, yeah, Twilight Princess came out after, and I'm pretty sure, and I mean, I guess it kind of has the Twilight Princess leitmotif. Da, 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 da. So I guess it probably wouldn't make much sense to just throw in both da 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 da, and then also out of nowhere you get that jingle. I don't know. Am I the only one that's going nuts thinking of that one? Zelda, Twilight Princess, OST. Hero shade. I don't know what the word is, but that's the jingle. Hidden skill SFX. I think it is. Hidden skill get. Here we go. Dun, dun. Banger. I'm just saying, banger. Again, just wanted to bring that up since I brought it up myself. Caliber 2. Heihachi gameplay. Here we go. That's just some live footage from a camera.
Yeah, Poochie, you just relax. You relax.
Ooh. Here we go. Here we go. Wait. Oh. Ooh. Oh. I don't know a whole lot about Tekken, but I gotta admit, that's pretty fucking lit. That's pretty sick. It's pretty sick. Just Tekken. Just Tekken. I guess Tekken is probably an actual thing. Yeah, fair enough.
He plunges headfirst into the vortex of destiny.
Who do you think you are?
Ooh.
Is there no other way?
Yeah, no, you're facing a guest character, bro. You're screwed. Unless you fight back somehow. But assuming you don't, you're screwed. Doing the voice, by the way. He also does Spawn in the Xbox version. Oh, nice. Nice. Because I can assume that while Link is definitely probably the more popular one, I can imagine Heihachi isn't in a very distinct second as well. Unless there are enough Spawn fans where it's like, actually, nah, either one of them could be in second for most popular. No matter what, though, I don't even think it's personal favoritism to admit that, for better or for worse, understandably or maybe not so, Link's definitely the most popular. But I can imagine as a fighting game icon himself, Heihachi would probably be in a fairly close second for the most popular one. Ooh, wait a second. Was that a certain jingle at the end here, or is that really just kind of more of a Link and Spawn thing? I couldn't tell. Here, let me see his Destin battle. Ooh.
Burns violently. Maxi. For her family.
Hmm. Where's Destin? Where is his Destin? Still not there. Oh, here we go. Oh shoot, that's 2 of the 3 guest characters with a Raphael battle for their Destin one?
If you're eager to die, that's fine by me.
You may be a worthy opponent.
Oh.
Battle 1. Fight.
Is there any original music for Heihachi here, or was it just kind of more of a Link thing and maybe might be a Spawn thing, maybe not? The dialogue is pretty cool though. Definitely distinct from Link's. Kinda like it. They're just straight up ready to kick each other's asses, whereas Link is exploring through and suddenly Raphael's there. Boss time, baby! Oh, that was quick.
Battle 2.
Oh, no, yeah, right. No, it's battle 2. It's you best 2 out of 3, duh.
Was broken.
Okay, see, chill out.
Either way, real quick. All right. Oh, yeah, and then he voiced Heihachi and Spawn. Well, speaking of Spawn, last one. I'm not sure how I feel on Heihachi yet. Seems like a relatively cool, like, very traditional fighter character, albeit very vanilla brawler fighter. Not again, not in a bad way. Just kind of is just the nature of the beast.
Let into it generate marketing.
Speaking of the beast,
Kashi! What are you doing, you silly goose? I'm petting you. I'm petting you. I'm already petting you, Poochie. How much more petting do you need? Sheesh. Okay, chill. You silly monkey. You silly goose. You silly goose, Cash. You're such a good boy, but you're also a silly goose. Silly goose. Actually, you know what? I think Heihachi could still be relatively cool enough. I don't know. It might just be my my very, very minimal, like bare essentials familiarity or lack of with Tekken. But it seemed like he might be maybe like high B, maybe somewhere in A. Not really quite as fleshed out or like much of a Tekken tribute love letter character. Like Link is a love letter to Zelda in a way, despite being in a not action adventure game. So I don't know, but it doesn't seem nearly as intricate or like love lettery to Tekken as Link is to Zelda. So I don't know.
I'll crush you. Versus Talim. Silence. To appease the stars, the last priestess rises to the challenge. Get the hell out of my way.
Believe in yourself.
Battle 1.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I keep forgetting that ads get in the way. Although, speaking of, let me real quick change to my default screen. Batman 2, Episode 5. Open, ready to start. Have fun with that, Chaos Productions Incorporated. Because on one hand, here's the thing. I'm familiar with Spawn. Again, I'm not familiar with a whole lot of comic book characters or just general comics characters, but I get the idea behind Spawn, even if vaguely. Essentially, he is, I forget exactly how, but he is a character associated with the powers of hell and is very much a kind of a chaotic neutral or maybe even just straight up like evil or like vigilante picaresque character. I don't know. Namco wanted Cloud to be the guest character for the PS2 version, but the deal with Square Enix fell through at the last minute, resulting in Heihachi. Okay, I see. Changes to your console output? Oh, sheed! Thank you for catching that. I was wondering. Whoops. Because I guess they're different screens, so my apologies. I'd take him over Heihachi, but that's just me. No, that's totally fair, because, like, on one hand, I get the idea with Spawn, so I'm not going to act like it's not a faithful tribute. Maybe it's just kind of like with Heihachi, where, like, especially when I'm not too familiar with them, I need to see more. But it's like, whereas with Link, it's like, I would assume if I wasn't familiar with, even if I wasn't too familiar with Zelda, I could imagine, like, some of the things they do with his inclusion and how he has like his own main theme playing or his own series main theme playing for his Destined Battle, I would really get a kick out of that. And I will say, at least Heihachi had a pretty cool like intro and outro to his Destined Battle with Raphael as well. They both actually had Destined Battles with Frenchie Vampire. I also wanted a dead or alive character, likely Kasumi, to be exclusive to the Xbox version of Soul Calibur 2. Oh. I see. I mean, because like, on one hand, like, I do think that Heihachi and Spawn definitely work as well. If only because of time period, maybe Spawn might be kind of weird to fit in, but I mean, I think he works relatively well. Just like, if anything, his language and at least I assumed he was more modern-ish, but again, I don't know. I have a bare minimal understanding of Spawn, but not entirely. It's like he definitely feels a little out of place, but he still seems like relative fun. Let me see here. Yeah, it's like they don't even give him like any like fancy cool music. Like what the hell? Same with Heihachi. It's kind of a bummer. Meliboji sent him back in time to claim Soul Edge and bring it to the future to use in the war against Heaven. You know what? I'm just gonna say in advance, that already gives Spawn a little bit of advantage over Heihachi. Again, I guess I'm only a little bummed out that for being a fighting game originating icon, Heihachi, like, the bits they had for him were cool, and I can understand a lot of it didn't work out because they couldn't get Cloud, so they had to get in Heihachi ASAP. But still, even then, it's definitely just as disappointing to see. Like, I'm not expecting like anything going all out ballistic, like Tekken themes left and right and center remix. Like, technically, Link only had just his main theme, and the item get SFX remixed. So, like, I'm not gonna act like Link had like a whole ass like stage and like, I don't know, they had brought in fucking Sheik or Zelda for some reason. I'm not gonna act like that's the thing, but yeah. I will say though, if they're able to actually get in a story with Spawn in this game, I gotta say he's already kind of got an edge over Heihachi. I'm not even gonna lie. Well, let me look. Okay, actually, I mean, I guess Heihachi also has a backstory for why the hell he's been dropped into Soul Calibur 2. So I guess he's not that different, and good for him, but I don't know. At least Link's and Spawn's seem at least a little more packed for being goofy guest characters compared to Heihachi. But you know what? Yeah. I mean, I think the only thing about Spawn is that, like, while I would definitely say he's pretty good too, I would say Link would be my favorite, but Spawn seems like he's in here and like he's pretty fun in his own way. Yeah, I guess I'll put him in A tier, Heihachi in B tier, Link in S tier. So, yeah. I'm gonna real quick hide my window capture here, but that is basically no thanks. Open link and it's okay, so I gotta log in to my tier maker account to download this. I'll then I'll post this to Twitter or Blue Sky or both, really. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. So, yeah, in short, again, these are just first impressions, mostly based on character design and story, but also based on how fun they look to play. Not necessarily if they're good to play, that could factor in a little bit, but not entirely. This was just solely based on if they look like fun to play. And like, hey, maybe if I can get an idea for how good or not good they are for like beginners or masters or whatever, that's one thing, but it only factor in a little. Okay. Let's go with one more tier list and we'll try to fly through it at least to a decent extent. Let's do something with, I mean, maybe we could do something with Persona. I was also thinking maybe something with and or something with say Sailor Moon. Again, just exploring my options, really. That's all I'm really doing.
Let me see.
Ooh. Oh wait, does this go through basically every episode? As much as I would love to do that, I feel like that's gonna be the death of me, because I'm never gonna be able to do all of those. Like, I would love to, but I feel like I'm way too much of a coward to pull that off. I'm sorry. Oh, you know what? This would actually be all right. This is something that would actually be doable. Which specific adaptations are here and which are not? I can't tell for the life of me. Okay, so we got the movies. We got the movies. At least I'm pretty sure these are the movies for R, S, and Super S. And then OG, R, S, Super S, Sailor Stars. Even though I always thought for some reason this Sailor Stars was Super S, or no, there was I think I was talking about this before. There was a point where I thought what was supposed to be Super S was actually called something else, or Sailor Stars was called something else. I don't know. It was just because like they both start with two S's technically, or like their season tagline. I don't know. There was something I misunderstood with them. Looking back, it was like, oh yeah, what the hell happened there? And even now, I don't remember what the fuck I was talking about. Ooh. Sailor Moon adaptations. Ooh, honestly, that might be fun. Persona vocal main theme tier list. Ooh. Wait. Vocal main theme. Oh, okay, my bad, my bad. I'm sorry. I misunderstood. Um Okay, you know what? Actually, you know what? Okay. Okay. Hmm. You know what? Wait. I think I'm misunderstanding. Hold on, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. So I think when it comes to a Sailor Moon thing, I think I want to do this adaptations tier list. What's something that might be pretty fun persona wise, but also isn't gonna take for fucking ever? Um uh every major persona character. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Okay. Actually, this might be a little too long too. This might also be a little too long. I am eating my words right now. This might also be too long. Oh, Jesus. Ooh. Let me come back to a good persona tier list to do. Let me see if there's something else we could try out right now. Can't be bothered to do public tier lists because I've seen people make fun of other people for theirs, and I don't want that to happen to me. No, I totally respect it. I get it. Different strokes for different folks, and I mean, I can't say I necessarily blame you. I get it. Sometimes people are just mean for no good reason whatsoever. So I get it. And I'm sorry that people are like that because no, I've seen it. I get it. Sometimes like I disagree with a certain tier list placing. Doesn't mean people have to go and bitch at them because then I'm also gonna I'm gonna be like back off, dude, you know? So I get it. I'm sorry they're still at it. I guess I can't say I wouldn't figure they're still at it, but yeah.
Coochie poo, coochie coo, coochie coo. Lay down, baby. Lay down. Lay down. Lay down, puppy. Lay down.
Let me try this. Super Mario. Super Mario. Super Mario characters. Lay down, buddy. Lay down. Lay down. Lay down. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Oof. Well, this would be easy to do. This would be easy to. Wait. Wait a second. Oh, wait a second. Oh, wait. I might have to take that back. Hold on. Oh. Because I didn't realize that they would separate all the DLC for the Rabbids games and then add in fucking puzzles and dragons. And then, like, separate originals from remakes, which is totally fair. Like, actually, that's very reasonable. I just didn't expect it, so. Ooh. All Mario games tier list. Like, this is any fucking better. Oh, boy. I can't even list any of these three. What? Oh no, I was not ready for this. What the fuck is Splatoon 3 doing in there? Sorry, I'm maybe getting a little too excited about that. I just find that really funny. Mario characters. Mario characters. Help. How is giving me a tier list for all the characters a hard fucking task, apparently? How? Female Mario. No! No! I am not sure what to do. Every relevant Mario characters. Here we go. There we go. Oh, I mean, I guess yeah, that's something. That's actually a little weirdly formatted though. Mario Wifu. Shut the fuck up. Don't say it like that. Well, no, not even recent, just Mario characters. Stupid. Mario. Super Mario Bros. Characters. I don't know. Please. Oh boy. I
The waifu. Yes, 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 yes.
Actually, you know what? Not again. I kind of I kind of giggle at the word waifu being used unironically in 2025, but other than that, all right, fuck it. That'll work. That'll do. That'll do. So, Persona series opening movies. Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, this would actually work pretty well. Honestly. Okay, you know what? Actually, yes, we can do this one. We can do this one. Okay. How many entries do we have for each of these? Okay, so wait, all Persona openings. What? Oh, okay. So some of the extra ones. Okay. I'm gonna be honest. I have not seen all of these, if I'm being frank. So, as much as I would love to give my opinion on some of the anime ones, I have not even seen all their openings or those actual animes. So, yeah, unfortunately, I think we're just gonna have to go with the Persona series one. So, sorry. So, but that still gives us quite a lot to work with. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 18, 20, 22, 23. Okay, so that gives us 23 openings. This one is especially easy to take care to do. This one is a lot longer than either of those, but it shouldn't be too hard. Although I think we're just gonna go S-A. Not to be boring as sin, but not to be boring as all hell, but alas. Well, actually, the F might be changed, but yeah. Okay. S A B C D. Okay. Here we go. Okay. All right. Here we go. Which ones did you see? Oh, and the one that we're not doing because I had a few extra. Let me go back and show you guys. I've basically seen every game's openings. So like basically, obviously, so from top to bottom and left to right, duh. Also, I would argue even with Persona 3 dancing, duh. Yes, actually. Wait, is that the original Persona 2 Eternal Punishment or the new? Actually, yeah, it's the newer one. So yes, I've seen this one. I have not seen Trinity Soul, neither the anime nor the openings. I just heard the infamous song, and then like even for how infamously bad it is, their cover of Memories of You is really, really damn good. So that very much shocked me, if I'm honest with you. Duh. Actually, I've not seen the movie's openings. Duh. I think this is OG Innocent Sin. So no. Have not seen opening 2. I have seen opening 1 for Persona 4 and for Persona 4's anime. Duh. It's the older Eternal Punishment, so also no. Basically, the older Persona 2 openings I have not seen. The newer ones, though, yes. FES, duh, unfortunately. It's the newer ish in this instance, so yes. 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 Maybe not duh with these two, but yes, I have seen them. I have seen the newer Persona 1 opening. Duh. Duh. Nuts. I have seen pieces of I've gotten the basic gist from Persona 1's the original P1's opening, but I don't really remember it too well. Duh. Duh and duh. And sadly, I think that okay, if you want my opinion on Persona 5's anime's openings, I think the first one, Break Into Breakout. Great song, very middling animation. Opening 2, okay song, also very middling song, unfortunately. Even if on paper the dramatic, somewhat emotional, badass feel behind it is cool, but then in execution, it's like Lynn still sounds good, but she always sounds good. So like, really, it's not her fault she couldn't see it or she couldn't save it. So I think like very middling song, especially middling, maybe kind of more 4 out of 10-ish animation. I'm sorry. I have seen neither of the golden anime openings. So yeah, so that's the only reason I'm gonna stick with this. It's all the ones that are either ones I maybe shockingly haven't seen, or ones where it's like, yeah, duh, no shit, I've seen these ones. So, yeah, okay. So, here we go. Wait. Oh. Oh no. I'm sorry, but oh no. They put Crystal together with the Eternal and Cosmos OVAs because I have very very different opinions for each season of Crystal. Oh no. Actually, are any of these even Fuck, I am having a hard day trying to piece together what's happening here. Fuck. I'm probably misunderstanding this entirely, so give me a second. Actually, yeah, okay, this'll work. This'll work. S A B C D. Okay. That'll work for each of the each respective part of Crystal in particular. Although then I would also probably want something similar for fucking the 90s anime. Uh-oh. Sailor Moon anime ranking? Oh, here we go. Okay, okay. Okay. And then yeah, Sailor Moon adaptations. Okay. Because I do have specific opinions for each season of both the original anime and I'm not upset. I'm not upset by the unique by the unique labels. I'm just a basic person that loves them basic. And maybe I'll do something if I need to specify my opinions and why each tier is the way it is and why it has the entries it does. So it's like, unless I want to be super verbose in my labels, I just like them super vanilla. No disrespect to the people who make tier lists and the defaults are like really have like funny names or whatnot. It's just nowadays, again, if I don't need to explain myself in them, I just like them vanilla as all hell. So, okay, let's get started with how I feel overall about the 2 different anime adaptations of Sailor Moon. Then we'll jump to the Mario girls or Mario waifus. And then we'll go to overall Sailor Moon adaptations. And then we'll do Persona 3 openers. And honestly, we might not even go start to finish for each one. We might kind of jump around based on like how we're feeling. So let's start with Sailor Moon OG. So, although if anything, I will mention right now, I'm just going to disclose it off the bat. I have weirdly slightly vague memories of is it the movie? Oh, okay, it just says movie at the bottom, I forget. I'm going to be honest with you guys, I haven't seen the entirety of the Super S movie or at least like I just don't remember them too well. So while I'll try to rank them, this is just going off what I do remember of them. So yeah. So, um, to be honest, I'm going to start off with the first and fifth seasons of the series because I know for certain with each of those S tier. Although which one I like more than the other, I can't say for sure. I don't know. Actually, well, of course now I'm backpedaling like nobody's business. Actually, you know what? I will also say for certain, there's no D tier, at least not in the anime. There's no D tier for me. I would say at worst, maybe C tier, and I already know what's going there. I don't think Super S is really even that bad. I would just say compared to the other four seasons before and after it, or the three before and one after it, it was just kind of eh. I don't know. It's weird because I think like the different things, like whether it's with the manga variations or the anime variations, Queen Nehelenia, I never could pronounce her name right. Fuck. Like I think she was a really interesting villain. There were times where I was like absolutely horrified by her, but I mean, I guess that was kind of the point. And then even in the anime, um when they like try to take a different approach to her, it's like I can see what they were going for, even if it's like I can't help but like more so just envy Usagi for having things with Nehelenia in Super S going into Sailor Stars, because it kind of like Nehelenia's whole thing kind of crosses over to the start of Sailor S here. Like I see where she was going with it. I just can't even imagine the thought process it took for like anime Usagi to do with Nehelenia between these two seasons, what she ended up doing. I'm not gonna spoil it, but it's like again, I don't disagree with with what happened in the end per se. I just can't wrap my head around it. But I guess that's kind of the thing with Usagi and other more optimistic characters. Like, even though they're very different people with very different media and aesthetics and vibes behind them, it's kind of like she kind of makes me think of Ichiban Kasuga nowadays, where it's like, for better and for worse, they are both like super emotional but also optimistic, and carefree. There are times where they will absolutely like have like a really really bad like dark night of the soul kind of thing where they very much snap, and I don't blame them, and they have to eventually kind of snap out of it and finally get shit done. But yeah, I don't know. And that's my take on Usagi as a whole. From what I remember, Sailor Moon S, the movie was pretty cool. I would say, unless I'm remembering incorrectly, that was definitely anywhere from A to S tier. Now Super S, I can't say either way. And then, what are the Sailor Moon anime specials? Which ones were the Sailor Moon anime specials? What were even the specials? Not this is the movie, Super S movie, I'm aware, but what were the Sailor Moon specials? I don't remember which ones were the specials per se, compared to like movies and the main episodes. I don't remember. Oh, but either way, even though they use Sailor Moon S or maybe even Super S stuff for the Sailor Moon R. There's a difference. I will say, second season is probably an A tier. Actually, no. Because even though I do think that, like, Mamoru and Usagi in the 90s anime aren't horrible, I definitely prefer how their chemistry in the manga and Crystal. I will say that is the advantage they definitely have there. I like where Sailor Moon, the original Sailor Moon, was starting to go, where it's kind of like, especially in the first season, they initially start out as like, I don't know, they kind of like, especially before the big twist that nobody saw coming, shows comes around, it kind of seems like they kind of treat each other as like quasi rivals or semi rival ish, if only because they. I mean, and that's before they even figure out that one is Sailor Moon, the other's Tuxedo Mask. Even before then, like there was a talk they have in the elevator going up to confront Zoisite without trying to let the other know who they actually are. Like there's a point there where I was kind of getting a vibe of where it's like, I don't know, it kind of reminds me of two people that like have that are starting to have a more like frenemy kind of chemistry. And I mean, like, obviously that's going to change by the time they actually get together after figuring out one Sailor Moon and Princess Serenity, and the other is Tuxedo Mask, as well as Prince Endymion's reincarnation. But something akin to that would have been, I don't know. So I say that because I will say, while I understand that Mamoru probably wanted to protect Usagi from, like, nightmares he was having during the events of the second season, I'm sorry, even for a character who has flaws because people have flaws, he handled that shit poorly. Like that wasn't just like I understand where he was coming from, but still, it doesn't matter how fucked up, how much you can fuck up as a person. The shit he pulled was still really, really annoying to get through. Was really annoying to sit through. I mean, I was bawling my eyes. I was weeping for. I mean, he was weeping. That's a funny word nowadays. Weeping. I was weeping for Usagi, but also it's like I just fucking wish he at least tried to get in touch with, I don't know, at least Luna and Artemis, and at least tell Usagi. I don't know. There have been some things on my mind, and I don't even. To be fair, I don't even know how I would go about it while still trying to keep the meat and potatoes of Mamoru has a vision that if he stays with Usagi, Usagi's gonna die, so he has to figure out something or other. I don't even know, because like I don't even know how to go about it while maintaining that basic idea. I just think that being such an asshat to her, bringing her to tears, and just being nothing but I mean, I don't know, just being like, I don't know, just like giving her just really horrendous emotional whiplash like that, not telling her or her friends or even her, more in the know talking cats anything was just really aggravating. I don't know. So that's why I would personally put R down in A tier, not S tier. Because like if it wasn't for that, I would say R would have been like peak as well. But as it stands, I would say, yeah. Oh yeah, also S is going into S tier for sure. For sure. Also I don't think I'm gonna order these. That's another thing I should mention. I don't think I'm gonna be ordering those. Actually, I think if anything, I'll just go in order of appearance or season. So like the R movie I would consider to be technically going after R, and then S the movie, excuse me. And then first, third, fifth. Not necessarily that in this order this tier is ordered in itself. I don't know. You feel tired? I totally get it. Go get some rest if you need to. You earned it. Thanks for being here, No Break. All the same, I appreciate it. Um, shoot. And I'll be honest, I have not watched Super S, and I'm not familiar with what they mean by the Sailor Moon specials. I'm not sure what I don't think I ever understood what constituted a special on Sailor Moon versus a typical episode or a movie. Sailor Moon specials. Because, yeah, I would assume this is different from the movies. Uh. Ami's first love? Oh, is this the one where. No, this is a different one. This is different because that I was thinking of the episode. This is different though. Ooh. Yeah, this is different. This is not what I thought it was. Not in a bad way, but I have not seen any of the specials. And I don't even remember much about the Super S movie, so pass out or anything at the moment. Okay. I mean, as long as you're cool too, I'm not going to complain either. Just whatever works for you guys. Anyhow. Yeah, I don't remember much about Super S. I'm going to be or I mean the Super S movie. And then I've never seen the specials to be honest, so yeah, I'm a fake fan. Throw your tomatoes. Um Shoot. Um Hmm. Remind me what. I'll come back to this in a little bit. Let's go to Crystal here. Okay, so this is all the seasons separated and then the movies separated. I think. Yeah. You got season 1, season 2, season 3. You got the 2 Eternal movies. Although I forget. No, no, no. These are Eternal 1, Eternal 2, and then I think also Cosmos 1, Cosmos 2. Funky ordering, but that's okay. I could probably make it look goofier. So, I have no right to bitch and moan, especially when it's not really a bad, terrible thing or god awful thing. Okay. So, actually, you know what? I probably shouldn't do the original altogether. I'll just I'll just do the crystal season specifically. So I'm sorry for wasting our time. Let's start on fucking the fucking Mario tier list. Okay. Well, I know who's going first. And I know who's going second-ish. I'm also going to put Pauline and Daisy in A tier for now as well. And then oh, you know what? For sure. I'm going to no questions asked. I'm not changing my mind on J.K. Beldam there. Ooh. Okay, so here's where we get into some extra trickiness. Well, actually, you know what? I'm going to say also Marilyn. I think I'm going to put her in C tier. Also, Vivian goes in S tier as well. Basically, the Shadow Sirens are running the whole gambit from bottom to mid to top. I mean, I don't think I need to delve into Vivian because even if she was an obscure character, that's going to be a whole ramble or not rant. Yeah, it's ramble. I don't think I need to go into Beldam either. J.K. Rowling, and I'm just going to leave it at that. Marilyn, I'm going to put in C tier, however, because the thing is, at least from my interpretation or my perspective on the Thousand Year Door and her role in it, I wouldn't. Well, she's definitely didn't go with. Well, I mean, it might or might not say something that she didn't go with Vivian. Like for one, Vivian was left out to search for the Bob-omb by the real menace of the three, J.K. Beldam again. So I don't know. I personally can't say that Marilyn is for sure like basically might as well be on Beldam's side, or I don't know. I always interpreted her as a character who isn't dumb and doesn't necessarily deserve any infantilization, not at all, but definitely somebody who, especially since they weren't at least coherent for us, the player, or maybe the characters too, just somebody who just seemed to be like happy to go along the ride with somebody she recognized, in her case being the best and the worst of her fellow sisters, you know? And then like whoever was with her at the time when they split up, she went with them. In this case, in her case in chapter 4, Beldam was with her the whole time. She went with Beldam whether she realized it or not. So like I can't even act like Beldam is a garbage tier character. I'd say really it's just a matter of like, I don't know. I just really didn't get a feel for her. Didn't dislike her, not at all. And not even to a point where it's D tier because she's like boring or anything. But I mean, yeah, she's not quite as well developed as like any other character. And to be fair, I'm sure she really didn't have a whole lot going for her in like from the start, aside from being a sister of Vivian's without being abusive like Beldam, you know? So I would say she's more middle of the road. Not malicious, but you know, definitely not a favorite, but definitely not deplorable and disagreeable like the elder, the black mold infested elder over here down here. So that's my take on it anyways. Um let's see. Uh okay, so I'm going to be honest, I have not played the WarioWare games. So, although I'll try to rank these two, it's just based on design and what I vaguely understand of their characters. So I believe this one is Mona, or Mona Pizza, they call her. I especially don't know much about her, but she seems alright. I like her design. I'll put her in C tier. And then this is the mom to like the Volt characters, and she's also kind of somebody who bonds with the Volt guys, and also like, you know, in their hobbies mainly playing video games themselves in the video games. So between that, her having a cute design and her basically being a MILF, I could probably put her in B tier. I'm sorry for calling a Mario character a MILF. Well, speaking of, sorry. Although, actually, I gotta put Tippy in S tier. No questions. No questions about it. Tippy's in S tier for me. Abso-fucking-lutely. Who else do I recognize here? I'd say Toadette is B tier. I don't know. For me, she really didn't break a whole lot of ground, but I'd say even for just being female Toad and just debuting as such in Mario Kart Double Dash, she's still pretty fun. I don't know. I think she's still kind of fun. Candy Kong. Fun design, but at the same time kind of alarming as being a supposedly sexy monkey. I guess if that's a thing. And I don't know much more than that. I gotta be honest. So well, again, fun design, but I just don't get the appeal much more beyond that. Let's move on to just basic ass Sailor Moon adaptations. Okay, so I'm gonna assume this is manga, this is anime. So, provided that I'm not too far off the mark with that. Oh, I'm gonna assume this is the live action Pretty Guardian Sailor Moon series, live action series. Gaming for 3+ hours is a sign of addiction. Click the link to take below to take action. I didn't know tier list making was also gaming. Yo, I'm really am a true gamer. Even my tier lists are gaming. Let's go. Sorry, I had something else we need to add on, but highness, thank you. I'll go check on your mom in a little bit. Okay. Yeah, and like I said, whereas with 90s anime, like maybe I'll have a few less favorable seasons here or there, I could probably like on average put the whole 90s anime and all its specials and movies and stuff into one thing. With Crystal, however, my feelings from season to season or like movie to movie flip flop a lot, so that's why we got this tier list as well. And actually, you know what? I'm gonna state my opinion right here, right now. Wait, give me a second. Fuck. Okay. Although this might be a little controversial. Well, actually, what might not be controversial in my opinion, as far as I know, anyways, both Cosmos movies, part 1 and part 2, S tier. S tier for sure. For sure. I mean, to be honest, I personally found like the kind of cliffhanger they had to do separating part 1 from part 2 before it was all released simultaneously on streaming. Like, I find that to be kind of a tough pill to swallow. Like, obviously, you can read the manga in advance since the crystal stuff follows it to a T and you'll be fine. But still, I feel like even then, like seeing the OVA version of it, but having to wait on a cliffhanger to go watch Usagi take down the last villain of her series is having to wait for part 2 would probably be a tough thing to do, even if you have already read the manga and get it and you know what's going to happen. Still, I feel like that's just kind of hard to sit with if you are me and you're a coward like that. You're an impatient pussy like that. But what do I know? What do I know? That being said, oh yeah, so Cosmos Part 1, Cosmos Part 2. No, Eternal Part 1, Eternal Part 2. Because Cosmos is more keen to say just it being like taking like not just involving like Earth and basically the Milky Way galaxy at most, with like other like planets and alien civilizations and whatnot. Cosmos is like even bigger than that, is like the 5th and final arc of the main series. Eternal, even though that last form of Sailor Moon is also called Eternal Sailor Moon, pertains to the 4th arc of the 4th of the 5 arcs. So I don't know. At least to me, that was a little confusing. There's also another comparison you can make to remember that the Cosmos movies are about the 5th and final arc of the entire Sailor Moon story. But I think that might be spoilers. At least I believe those are supposed to be spoilers, so I'm not going to get into that. But that being said, I would say actually, yeah, this also kind of goes in similarly about A tier. A tier. As somebody whose favorite characters would include the likes of Minako or Sailor Venus, so you know the latter half of part 1 and especially part 2 as at large was an absolute downer. Even so, despite this featuring the other inner and outer Senshi besides OG Sailor Moon, I would say like while good, they're not quite as good as Cosmos, but they're still pretty fun. Pretty good take on the Dead Moon Circus arc, or 4th of the 5 arcs. Crystal Season 3. This is definitely where, especially animation-wise, they get their shit together. They're able to allow all the characters to, you know, still be fleshed out and emote while still keeping things concise if they don't want to go too deep into filler stuff. I like the filler in the 90s anime, but I understand that it might not be sustainable, especially if we want to better follow the manga. So in that case, I would say, like, you can do that, but you also got to make sure the characters are well developed. And I would say Season 3 was pretty good at that. I think Season 3 was pretty good at that. Admittedly, though, I kind of both can and can't. I only can say, like, it's half successful with the first 2 seasons. I think the characterizations they do have for the inner Senshi in the first 2 seasons are okay, like decently developed, but I don't know. Like I like the manga and by extension Crystal's take on Sailor Mars or Rei Hino. Whereas opposed to the 90s anime where she's just like she's kind of the Squidward of the group. I don't know what else to compare it to. Like sometimes she'll have a point with getting sick of Usagi, but other times she's just takes it way too far and to a point where I gotta admit, Ray's kind of a dick to her. Again, it depends. Sometimes, you know what, she's justified in criticizing her. Other times, she's taking it way too far. Ray needs to chill the fuck out. I don't know how else to say it. She's kind of the Squidward of the 90s Sailor Moon anime. You know, you just have Usagi is both SpongeBob and Patrick simultaneously. Mars is the Squidward. I don't know how else to put it, and I know even that comparison is still gonna be really cringe, so I'm sorry. Cringe. Sorry. But I don't know how else to describe it. So, like, I do like the manga, and therefore, by extension, Crystal's take on Mars being a little sassy and having a little bit of an attitude, but otherwise being more cool-headed. And actually, as opposed to where, like, as opposed to it being unclear how other people see Rei Hino in the anime, I mean, they had something similar where it's like they accuse her and, like, her grandfather and their shrine of, like, the 6 o'clock bus kidnappings. Like, it definitely felt like before and after that, like, even after that, it wasn't clear where Ray really stood amongst anybody else in the Juban district that would be even vaguely associated with her and the shrine at large. Like, whereas there's that, I would say Crystal is a lot, I mean, well, the manga more so, but Crystal too is is better at fleshing out their interpretation of Mars, where, if anything, her psychic powers are actually the cause of her being ostracized. Wrongly so, but all the same, I mean, the douchebags in Juban don't want to give a damn. They're gonna ostracize her whether it's deserved or not, and I mean, it's not deserved in her case. She hasn't really done anything wrong. I don't know. In a way, it's like something that isn't bad, but just is treated as such by others because it's different. I don't know. It gives me major into comic vibes, but I don't know. I would say though, besides that, and then like how like at least the introduction arcs for all the girls are pretty decent in the first season as well. Everything else is like after that, like they all just kind of just peter out, for lack of a better word. Like I could say that's probably one nitpick I have with season 4 and 5 and 3 and, well, actually more so like, you know, Deathbusters in 3, Dead Moon Circus in 4. I forget the arc name for 5. It's like, I mean, I could argue that in those cases, everybody's characters except for Sailor Moon's will kind of peter out into the background and way too far in the background. But at least in those cases, I could argue that it's not even like they're way too distant and far off from like having enough screen time. Like I would say they still get enough screen time. Not as much as I would personally like, as somebody who has one character I like more than Sailor Moon even, Minako. But Usagi comes in a close second. Or Venus Moon comes in a close second. But especially in the case of season 1, not to say that the manga might not have had an issue with this, but I don't really remember it being nearly as like, you know, like I don't remember them like just dropping into the backdrop nearly as badly as the girls ended up doing so in season 1 here. I don't know. Same with season 2, as a matter of fact, to be honest. Especially in this case, honestly. Like, granted, focus has to turn to Chibiusa, but like, you can keep focus on the new character on the block without completely ditching Ami and Rei and Makoto. It was a manga plotline as well, where everybody except for Usagi and Minako are kidnapped before they even go forward in time to the post-apocalyptic Neo Crystal Tokyo. But still, I don't know. Maybe it really is rose-tinted glasses, but it didn't feel nearly as, like, holy shit, they had way too little screen time in this arc in the manga as it did in the Crystal season 2. So yeah, I'm gonna have to say probably somewhere between A and B, maybe. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna say C tier. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And actually, you know what? As a matter of fact, because while I did like both of the Eternal movies, again, this is the 4th arc, even though her final form is called Eternal Sailor Moon, the 4th of the 5 arcs is the 2-part Eternal OVAs, and then the last arc is the Cosmos OVAs. And it could be that like this is the grand finale that like where like the stakes are like complete are like more than universal. And then there's also I'm pretty sure there's also the character that would be a spoiler character. So that helps me remember why the 5th one is called the 5th 2-parter is called Cosmos and the 4th 2-parter is Eternal, when like the main form she takes in the 5th arc is Eternal Sailor Moon. And I mean, like, she turns into Eternal Sailor Moon in the 2nd part of the 4th arc OVA, so I mean, I don't know. But yeah. So hopefully that makes it clear why, when looking at Crystal at large, I would have to say it probably goes like altogether concerning the, again, S tier finale, pretty solid A tier 3rd and 4th and 3rd arcs, 4th and 3rd or 3rd and 4th, and then very, very middling first 2 seasons. I would say, on average, probably a B tier for the Crystal reboot adaptation at large. Oh, Jesus! Dog! Easy! A cat just looked through from the fire escape for my window. Fuck. Dog. No, doggy, no! No! Well, I hope that cat's doing well. I hope it knows how to get home.
Cashy, it's okay. It's okay. The kitty went by. It's okay.
Dog barks at cat, I think. Oh yeah, no, the dog barked at the cat. Granted, I hope the cat knows its way home. I don't mind it prowling by, even if Cash is very much minding it. It just freaked me out, like Christ. Okay. Now, I kind of have a hot take for this one. 90s anime? Wait, no, hold on. Actually, okay, yeah. I would say at large, Crystal's B tier. It would be C tier for the first 2 seasons, but for the 3rd season and the OVAs that made up the last 2 seasons or 2 arcs, or last 2 arcs, it can stay in B tier. So going back to the manga and the anime, I'm gonna assume this is manga. I'm gonna assume this is anime. I'm pretty sure this is the live action series. This is the Viz English dub. This is the Dick English dub. I already know where I'm putting these two, but we'll get to that in a second here. These are the musicals, and I'm just going to rope together all the musicals, the Super Live, the ones based on the movies, the ones that follow their own stories. I know where I'm putting this one. Let's just say this failed adaptation is going to be really cozy with the Dick dub, but not for the reasons you might think. Or maybe so. And then the 2 games. Cash. And then it hears Jack outside, and he's immediately like, hell yeah, I'm getting out of here. I'm out of this joint. All right, Cashy, you have fun. Okay. All right. And then I believe these 2 are the games. Although, confession, I know nothing about these games. I've seen bits and details of these 2 games, but not enough to where I can safely rank them. So I'm for sure going to omit these two for now. I believe they're the RPG video games anyways. So, I'm going to do this real quick and easy. Because again, if you want my specifics for how Crystal's seasons and or OVAs eventually averaged out to be, I got this tier list, and I'll save it right now, in fact. Oh god, I gotta actually give them better captions than my image 1, 2, 5, 7, 50, etc. But I'll get to that in a little bit. Okay. Okay, so. Okay. I'm gonna say also kind of on average, although maybe not, I don't have to clarify as much as I needed to the Crystal edition. 90s anime at large, I'm gonna put in A tier. There are actually some issues I have with the 90s anime, and no, it's not the filler. I think that while Rei being a much more like hot and loud, or like aggressively like naggingly loud character is not a bad idea at all. I do think there were times where she just got way too carried away. I'm not gonna act like Usagi wasn't a dweeb here or there. Like, for how optimistic she remains, there are times where she definitely doesn't take a hint to, read the room, think of this from a better perspective, apply what she's already done to this newer situation, etc. But still, there were times where Rei still took it way too far and was kind of a douchebag at times. If anything, I don't even think the filler was a huge issue for me. I would say, at times, yeah, it got kind of old, but I do appreciate how, if anything, it actually kind of fleshes out the characters. Also, I'm gonna put the Viz Media dub right up there with the original. I'm just gonna do it right there, right then and there. But yeah. Okay, and then the manga. I mean, again, really the issues I had with Crystal were just more so even though it did follow the manga pretty well, just the animation, at least in the earlier seasons, was just really bleh. And it felt like, if only just going from paper to screen, it felt like the pacing of the manga suddenly becomes way too rushed. It's concise, but there's being concise, and then there's feeling kind of rushed. I don't know. Again, maybe it's just going from paper to screen, but it's just as simple as just maybe it is that transition, but I genuinely felt, whereas the manga still a little fast, but had felt a little less rushed. It did feel like very much the first two seasons, and to different extents, even the OVAs felt fairly rushed too. So that's why I say, despite them being very similar or the exact same in story beats, the manga can go in S. Okay, and then this might be a bit of a hot take. But I mean, maybe it's not really going to cause that many people to be like, what the fuck? Fake Moody Head! No, I get it. And for those who are the cheesy ass live action show, yeah, it was made on a low budget. I understand that it wasn't anything new for certain live action Japanese TV shows, like Power Rangers, or their the original Japanese shows that Power Rangers came from. I know they were the first, and they were the first to have low budget but still very heartfelt cheesy TV shows, live action ones, mind you. So this is neither its first nor is it the last of its kind. But still, when you get past the cheesiness, honestly, there are some things that the live action does that I think is the best of both worlds, with manga and by extension the Crystal stuff versus the 90s anime. There are some things I like about the manga, and to an extent the reboot series, that I like more than the 90s. There are things that the 90s show does that I think are better than the manga or the movies. Pretty Guardian Sailor Moon, for having being one of those earlier Japanese TV live action shows that has a low budget and is therefore kind of cheesy but still heartfelt. Well, I mean, obviously, yeah, it's hard. There's still I still feel like they were like really giving it their all in that show. Um, I do feel also kind of is the best of both worlds with a lot of things that any adaptation then and also kind of technically then or now or later would. I feel like it's kind of a good blend of everything that the 90s or manga adaptations would each do. And yeah, like I said, you could rope in the reboot series to an extent with the manga, but yeah. Like, for example, I would say she's not even my first or second favorite character. She's probably like third or fourth. I would say, honestly, the Pretty Guardian Sailor Moon Mars is the best adaptation of Mars. I'm standing behind that. For one, her actress is really good. She's super pretty. She really nails like the differences between like Rei Hino's like characteristics as herself and then like as Sailor Mars even. And then hell, she got to cameo in Sailor Moon Cosmos Part 2 as that one spoiler character that helps me remember the fifth arc is called the fifth arc OVAs are Sailor Moon Cosmos 1 and 2, not Sailor Moon Eternal 1 and 2. Eternal's the fourth arc. I'm not, again, she cameos as a spoiler character though, so I'm not going to mention who it is. But yeah, she was really that cool in this version. But I think that the live action version has the best version of Sailor Mars. Better than the 90s one, better than the manga one. A blend of both that actually really genuinely works with me. And I don't know. Again, not to say that people can't like the 90s anime one or the more laid back manga Crystal one. I just think that, in my opinion, live action Sailor Mars Rei Hino wins hands fucking down. Such a good blend of both, but still having a few of her own flaws and points where it's like she's not even a flawless character or a Mary Sue per se. Even though I feel like certain incels and grifters really fucked up the word and definition behind Mary Sue, but you know, the actual definition for a Mary Sue. She's not a Mary Sue. She has her flaws, but she is still a relatively interesting blend of both the 90s and Crystal Ray, Mars, etc. that I think actually works. And again, in my opinion, best fucking Sailor Mars, and it's not even close in my book. In other people's books, the manga and Crystal one might still be the better one. The 90s anime might be the better one. But for me, live action, no contest. And then, like, I would honestly say, like, in different ways, like, all the other Inner Senshi all kind of, like, maybe aren't the best, maybe or maybe are not the best reinterpretations of Moon and Usagi, Minako and Venus, etc. But I would say they are still really damn solid, like, meetings of Usagi's, like, more incessant goofiness and or immaturity in the 90s with that and her more like less gradual and slow, like slightly faster growth in the manga. I would say it's a great marriage between the two executions of her character. I would say that live action Ami is a really good blend of anime, like 90s anime Ami being overly bookish and like kind of sort of slightly the mom friend of the group, but then also the manga and Crystal's interpretation of a very shy girl who has very few friends just because she's really that look like cooped up in her books and otherwise just doesn't know, like, is very shy and awkward. Like, I would say like the Ami in the live action is also a great marriage between those two characters or like those two interpretations. Because it's not even like the 90s anime and manga / Crystal Ami are different characters, just like they interpret the brainy, partial mom friend character in vaguely different ways. One's a lot more shy and awkward, and the other is maybe not, maybe a little shy, but more so like once she opens up, she becomes a slight bit of a passive mom friendish, only vaguely so mom friendish. And it's just like very almost comically like almost comically has her face in a book every fucking time she's on screen. At least in the first anime. And later seasons, like, oh yeah, definitely still, but not quite as comically so. And I don't even mean that in a bad way. Don't get me wrong. Okay. But yeah, I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but overall, those are my takes. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Because again, I sadly am not familiar with the two video games, so I can't rank those. I'm very familiar with these last three here. I'm going to say the musical's A tier. This is looking at the Super Live, which is basically also the first arc adapted to stage plays. The ones that are based on the movies or spin-off manga plot lines, like the Super S Princess Kaguya one and all them. The ones that are just completely spun off of anything and everything, never before put on paper by Takeuchi Naoko Takeuchi. I'm not sure how you say her name. I'm sorry. She's a cool gal though. Or even in like the movies, like none of those. It's just simply just like a completely unique story to the whatever musical is going on right there. I would say like on average, they're about an A tier time. Like really the only issue I might ever have with any adaptation then or now is maybe the costuming, but even then I would say that was only an issue in the very, very early ones. And even then, I can't act like they didn't do their very damn best with what they had back then. And then, especially now, the costuming is immaculate. I would say it's that. And then sometimes the pacing of any of the musicals might be a little hit or miss. Sometimes it's speedy, but not too rush. Other times, then it starts to kind of feel like it's going way too fast. It is starting to get a little rushed. It just kind of depends on which one you're looking at. Because I was thinking like, oh shit, shouldn't this be in like C tier? But it's like, no. Again, the first two seasons I would say are C tier. The arcs 3 and 4, since they become OVAs by 4, those are A tier. And then I would say part 5, the part 5 2-parter is S tier for sure. So it's on average about B tier. Okay. It's weird because I feel like the takes I have with these two might not be super polarizing, but at the same time, I feel like they might be. Okay. Okay, because I've said before my general consensus on the Dick dub of Sailor Moon, and I'll just say it again here. I fucking hate the localization for the Dick dub. The opening is iconic, a very cheesy superhero-esque opening theme song, but I mean, I can't act like it isn't pretty catchy in its own right too. I mean, the original is much less cheesy, but I mean, they still sound very reminiscent of one another, so I can't act like the English opening here was a garbage song at all. I mean, I still know its lyrics better than the Japanese translated lyrics, for better and for worse. But otherwise, I think the original English Deek, I don't know how you say the studio's name, the Deek dub is fucking atrocious. Like, no, the localization. The original Deek dub's localization. Needlessly Americanizing things, dumbing things down for really no good reason. Because Sailor Moon could be like super bubbly, goofy, silly, girly, and like sure, there are points where it could get dark and fucked up, but it didn't necessarily lean too heavy into one or the other. I'd say the original English dub, did lean too far into the former. And then, of course, the needless Americanization of things that maybe wasn't malicious, but just felt really pointless. And, of course, the infamous turning Uranus and Neptune into really close cousins that end up holding hands and things. I'm sorry, I just really think that it was fucking abysmal. But again, even if the opening theme is a very cheesy superhero wannabe theme song, it's catchy. The original's catchy. It's not too, so its melody isn't too different. It's catchy. And I think I will always say, even if the voices didn't always fit Usagi or Serena or Minako or Mina, even if they didn't always fit the characters and made them sound a little, I don't know, a little too much, a little too old, too young, just too random, throwing in a Brooklyn accent for no good real reason other than it sounds funny. I will say, even if the voices didn't fit the characters and backstories or backgrounds or ages, especially the middle schoolers, which is, a lot of the main fucking cast, the voice actors still gave it their all when it came to the acting. Like, again, voice wise, they didn't fit, but acting wise, I do think that the Deke Dub English actors did nail that part. I don't know, does that make sense? It's like, especially when it came to like ages or nationality or backdrop, even if things were needlessly Americanized, the voicing wasn't great, but the acting in the voice acting, I think, was really, really good. I'll say what I will about Naru or Molly's goofy ass Brooklyn accent being like kind of funny, but then gets old and is just annoying at the end of it all. But during a certain episode in season 1, where at the end, Molly or Naru, again, depending on the version, like is like completely distraught over a major character death. Not gonna get into it, but if you know, you know. I will say I do think the relationship ranges from like either shockingly creepy when you actually think about it to like maybe not. It's not seen by Naru/Molly as that certain character might see it. Like maybe I was thinking that character might see it more as like a friendship or like maybe father-daughter or older brother, younger sister kind of thing. And Naru or Molly saw it as something different and really, oof, girl, you shouldn't do that kind of thing. But, I don't know. Like even so, Molly's actor, again, not Naru's, but Molly's actor, Brooklyn accent aside, like she fucking nailed that scream and that sobbing at the end of that one episode. She absolutely nailed it. The Brooklyn accent, while funny though, was still pretty annoying after a while, so that's the thing. The voicing, not great. The acting, peak. Overall, though, the Viz Media still solos. Absolutely. Hello! Allison, hi! Oh my god, hi everybody! We were just geeking out and bitching and moaning about how the Sailor Moon English dub the original terrible localization, but the acting was good. Not the voicing, though. Again, Sailor Moon really just sounded like a 40-year-old. I can't get around that. So the voicing wasn't good either, but I think the acting was really good. Yeah, not Usagi. It was Serena in the original dub, right? And then it was not Naru, but Molly. Again, the Brooklyn accent, while funny and random, got old real fast. But I don't even know if I can really say spoilers. It's, yeah. Again, like really, the acting in that dub really was the only thing I really liked about it. I mean, other things ranged from like random but funny to like same, but also kind of got old to just what the fuck. So, in conclusion, I'm gonna have to say, aside from those few perks, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And then I've never actually seen either the video games or the RPGs for Sailor Moon, so I can't rank those, unfortunately. And then I think we're just gonna come back to this because I know I want to rank this last one. It was a very prematurely canceled American Sailor Moon pilot that actually was like from the start an Americanization of Sailor Moon, where it's like, I mean, I'm not gonna immediately knock it. Still a little meh. You had to teach me how to do the persona text chat feature. Oh yeah, I can totally figure out like how to send you a tutorial. I think the person I bought this from on Etsy, and I hope they have a storefront outside of Etsy, considering that Etsy now is deplorable to their own merchants. But I digress. If you gotta use them, you gotta use them. Yeah, but anyways, So while I'm not sure where exactly I want to rank this one here, because okay, spoiler, I'm tied between C and D. But I think the only reason I'm unsure and don't want to immediately drop it in D is because I think some of the ideas behind this botched pilot of an American Sailor Moon, like not even Americanized to Japanese anime, like it was an American reimagination from the start. I think it's just like the only reason I'm not immediately dropping it in D tier is because on paper, some of the ideas they had going for it and some of the designs for the characters were kind of interesting. And then everything else sucked, including how Sailor Moon is just, animation wise, just looks so goddamn generic. If you saw the actual Serena actor in live action, she actually kind of has like a cute, like very 90s cute look. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know. And then, of course, she just looks like a fucking, like, beta She-Ra Sailor Moon hybrid. And so that's kind of where it's like, okay, yeah, there's no saving this, sadly. I don't know. Have I seen the musical? I have seen Super Live, and I have seen bits and pieces of some of the other musicals. I think in general, it would kind of all average out to be about A tier. I think the only things with that, like, were maybe like the earlier musicals, the costuming was kind of funky, but even then, it wasn't even like, it's not even like they had like really bad costume designs in the early musicals. Just definitely looks kind of a little wonky. But I think especially if they had like a lower budget, I'm not sure, but especially in that case, honestly, they could have done a lot worse, and they don't even look bad in the earlier musicals. Just maybe not quite as realized as the cheesy live action show or like later musicals. And then the later musicals, the costuming is peak. Absolute just mwah. They might as well be just they might as well just be officially created cosplays. I don't know how to explain it. Yeah, there's several musicals, and then like some of them have like original stories that are not from the manga or the anime, if I remember correctly, just very different things. And I would say the only thing is like no matter like irregardless of whether it's an original spin-off side story or a adaptation of any of the arcs or side stories, I would say sometimes it did, like sometimes a few of the musicals did feel weirdly rushed. Like more often than not, I would say the pacing was still pretty good. Once on a Blue Moon, though, the pacing, I don't know, it felt like things were they were going through the motions way too quickly. Not all the time though, but I would say overall A tier. So TLDR, not sure where to put Sabin Moon. I would say some characters' designs here were kind of cool. Others were bland. The animation sucked. So I would say, well, I might be tempted to put it in D tier, if only because on paper, I think a physically disabled Sailor Mercury, while definitely might seem like, oh, how does that work on paper and practice? Actually, it's kind of cool. She can fly around. She doesn't have to worry about like like her lungs like ready to explode after like running a whole ass marathon, while I don't know, Queen Beryl has some Yoma ganging up on them real fast. I don't know. Like, nah, this Sailor Mercury could just like fly around. So like, I don't know. I think good for her. So I mean, like, I don't know. Maybe it's not mid. It might be D tier, but if only because of the things that were interesting at first glance. Like, feel kind of bad putting the pilot in D tier. I don't know. I'll come back to that later. And then also kind of like with the musicals, I would say the reboot series, the Crystal seasons, and the OVAs all kind of average out to B tier. This is my take on that. Basically, like arcs 3 through 5, pretty good, especially arc 5. First 2 seasons, maybe not terrible, maybe not D tier in my opinion, but definitely not more than C tier. Just kind of meh. Like their pros and cons kind of cancel out for me. I don't know. And then this is the Mario waifu tier list so far. Oh, you know what? I'm not gonna say anything. Oh. Yeah. But still not gonna say anything. Actually, wait. wait, 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 wait. I'm not explaining what the fuck Bowletta is doing in C while Vanilla Caclet is in D. No context. Moving on from how embarrassed I already feel and ashamed I feel, let's jump to this tier. Get this going. So, yeah. The only reason I don't have this other tier list I could have done with some of the anime openings is because I personally hate leaving too many things I haven't seen or watched or played down or like unranked. And sadly, I haven't seen all the anime, like not even their openings. I haven't seen all the openings for the animes, let alone the actual anime themselves. So I'm just like, screw it. I have seen a majority of the openings for the games, so I'll stick with those. I think they're missing the Phantom X openings, the two of them so far, and might be two of them altogether by the end. But if you want to know, the first Phantom X opening, I would say A tier. Second opening, maybe B tier. I think the animation and song for the second Phantom X opening are good, just not quite as good as the first. Mostly because they don't feel as definitive and all-encompassing of the plot as the first opening does. But, I mean, that's kind of the no-brainer. This second opening just came out for the new XP Akechi character. So, I mean, of course they're going to have a focus on him as opposed to the, like, Persona 5 Baton Pass, but it's like alternate universe thing they got going. But I digress. Okay. Okay, this is gonna be a little, I don't know. No, the thing is, I just don't know where to start. Okay. Although it does help is that I'm pretty sure, yeah, because we got the old Persona 1, 2 Innocent Sin, 2 Eternal Punishment openings accounted for, but they're separated from the newer 1, 2 Innocent Sin, 2 Eternal Punishment openings as well. I'm going to say off the bat, going from 1 to 5, if we want to try to keep to that order, regardless of release dates, I'm going to say for sure, Persona 2 Innocent Sins opening, S tier. From what I know of the story of Persona 2, but even just from the basic quality I can glean from it, this one is really, really good. Now, as we add in more, maybe it'll go to maybe like A tier, but at least for right now, just on itself, definitely at least S tier. At worst, maybe I'll drop it to A tier depending on what I consider S tier over time here. But I think the Innocent 2 opening is genuinely really good. The new one, I don't remember what the old one was like. Let me see here. Here we go. Persona 2. I'm curious. This one is unironically peak! This ASMR roleplay is unironically fucking peak. Like, this dude here does a genuinely good impression of a Y, or English dub a Y, either way. Doesn't quite look good. I mean, aside from the actual costume, doesn't have the shadow beard or shadow scruff or whatever you call it. But even so, the voice is peak, and everything else about this one is mwah, exquisite. Honestly, I can imagine this one's good. I have not seen any of these in eons for... Oh, this one's good. It's basically just an unboxing of the vanilla Persona 5 collector's edition, or one of the collector's editions, but it's good. I've never seen this one either, so like this one as well, they're probably good. I just haven't seen them. That's not ASMR. I'm sure it's good, but it's not. That's not ASMR. That's probably cool, but it's in a language I don't know, so I really can't say. I'm sure it's peak if you know what that language is. I'm gonna assume either French or Spanish? I mean that in a good way, by the way. I think both languages are really nice. They sound really nice, but yeah, I don't know. This had to be interested in the first half. The latter half makes me sad. That's a peak cosplay, so I can imagine that's also actually pretty good. But I'm sorry. Okay. Persona 2. Opening. Well, I want the original Persona 2 Innocence in opening. Yeah, so not this one. This one is the one I've put in S tier, if only tentatively, because I think this one is pretty good. This is the one I'm talking about, but I want the original Persona 2 IS opening. Yeah, so same thing. Like, that one's that one I genuinely actually very much like. Is this it? Is this the other one? Yep, okay, I think this is the other one. It looks older.
Get your first pay.
Project Chaos 7, I'll let you get some monetization because you've earned it, and I'm sorry, but oh, go away. We're not sponsored by anybody. I'm just letting the creator get some monetization because I'm borrowing their video. The night is still, the streets are quiet. In this house live my love. She left the town long before, yet her house is still standing in the same place. Uh-huh. There I also see a man standing and staring into the heavens. Uh-huh. You do now. Wringing his hands in violent grief. I shudder when I behold his face. It was a puddle of mud. The moon reveals to me my own likeness. Oh, yeah, I know that guy. You doppelganger. You pale companion. Why do you mimic my lovesickness? That tormented me at this place so many nights in the past. Oh. Okay, I gotta admit, I was kind of concerned at first with the orchestral intro, but I'm getting into it. It's alright. I'm kind of into this. This is actually kind of a banger. Not gonna lie. I don't think it's that bad. Alright. I can vibe with that. Okay, because initially, I'm gonna admit this in advance. Persona 1 is A tier. The new-ish Persona 1 opening is A tier. And while I understand what they were trying to do I understand very much what they were doing with the older Persona 1 opening, I'm gonna have to put that in C tier. I'm sorry. Now, the Innocent Sin openings. I still think the Persona 2, the newer one of the two Innocent Sin openings, is the better one. But I like the eerie atmosphere they were going with for the start of the older one, and then the later one and then the later part will not definitely not as unique or cool or eerie. It's still pretty cool for the time as well, so I would say probably B tier. I don't know. There's only like maybe one or two of these openings altogether that I would have a more negative opinion of, and even then it's not like, really bad. I don't know. Oh, also, you know what I'm gonna do? Hold on. Add a row below. Just going back to this one real quick. I know what I want to do with this one. Well, hold on. We'll add another row below. This one is gonna be E. This one is gonna be F. It's probably still a little controversial, but yeah, there we go. I just thought, hey, we might as well get this tier list out of the way since we're done with that one. But yeah, okay. So yeah, so far those are my takes on the Persona 1 and then 2 Innocent Sin ones. So let's go with Persona Eternal Punishment opening. Because I've seen this one, and in my opinion, I would say the newer Persona 2 Eternal Punishment 1 is also A tier. And then I gotta find the original, the older one. Is this it? I don't know if this is it. This still looks a little... Oh, that was just the opening credits. Oh, my bad. I think this is also the PSP one. I think this is also the PSP one. Is it? No. No. Sorry. No, that's also the... Hmm. I don't know. Can I just say Persona 2 opening, even if that's a lot more not specific? Yeah. Eternal Punishment PS1. Is it PS1 or PSX? Let's put in both just in case, but... Oh, my bad. Oh. Oh, so they are the same. Wait, no, this is a little different, I think, actually. Hold on. It's... Huh. I gotta admit, this is still kind of a banger, too, in its own right. Although now I'm suddenly having fucking amnesia on what the newer PSP one is like in comparison, but like yeah, I actually think that one is all right too. Let me see what the let me just remind myself what the original PSP.
Get your first paycheck.
Give me a second. Sorry, gang, I got a little angry. Okay, here we go. Because I know the song. It's basically like a more HD Ultra 4K version of the original theme. I just never saw the original theme or movie for it, but okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, so there's still quite a few differences. I just for a second gaslit myself into thinking, oh no, these are the exact same. No, and I would still say the A tier one is there, and I would put the Eternal Punishment one in B tier, or the OG one in B tier. Okay, so there we go. And then actually, just in advance, let's get all the mainline stuff front and center. And then we'll worry about the spin-offs after the matter. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Well, I know for sure what my S tier ones are going to be. I'm going to have to say Innocent Sin and Persona 5 OG are S tier for sure together. Actually, I'll have to come back to Golden and Royal. Persona 4 Vanilla opening, definitely also going to be A tier. Actually, yeah, I'm going to have to say A tier. A tier. I'm also gonna have to put it above. I'm also gonna have to put 2 EP above Persona 1. Now, for in comparison, I guess I put it above 1 as well. And then 2 EP versus 4 Vanilla. I don't know. I mean, I guess for now I'll just go newest to oldest, but really, I guess just consider this especially out of order in itself. Like, obviously, when you compare all the tiers all together, obviously there's an order, but with each tier, at least A tier, I would say, is unordered. With S and B, I think I would say those are ordered. At least for the moment. Well, I'm gonna say off the bat, FES. This might not be a popular opinion, and I apologize. And I also apologize because I honestly think the Memories of You like pseudo remix at the start and then Lotus Juice taking over the rest of it is pretty all right. I just think the opening is kind of whatever. There's introducing slice of life stuff, and then there's just compiling video game footage that seems kind of random for the most part. So like I would say like really just I would say just Lotus Juice kind of carries this, and then everything else it's like you could do many other things to demonstrate gameplay and or slice of life and the contrast between that and the Dark Hour stuff. You didn't have to just do like some really shoddy wannabe fan made AMV, you know? Although, that being said, I'm not sure where, so I admit now is about the time where S tier is also going to be a slightly out of order. But I'm going to put Vanilla P3 in S tier, for sure. Portable, I'm going to say is also A tier. And still A tier is out of order right now. But still. Persona 3 Reload. Okay, yeah. So Golden, Royal, and Reload are about where I start to have a few... I kind of start to scratch my head again because I am not super certain again. Hmm. Okay, I'm gonna say because I think Reload would be. I think Reload's opening is somewhere between S and A, in my opinion. I think it's really, really good. How it is compared to the others, I'm not certain. And whether I consider it by itself an S or A tier one, I'm not sure. And of course, yeah, like I said, you compare it to all the other ones here, and I definitely am less confident. But honestly, I'm gonna say S tier. At least for now, I'm gonna say S tier. Golden. Honestly, I like Shadow World all right. I preferred Pursuing My True Self, but I think Shadow World is okay. I just think really the animation is the part that is for sure a downgrade. Like, it's not terrible looking, in my opinion, but it doesn't nearly get across the light heart, but also kind of like the darker backdrop as well as the original. Shadow World also kind of does the more fun loving, like kind of has the more fun loving vibe than like the fun loving with a bit of a darker backdrop. Um, or even just more like emotional, internal conflict based backdrop. Um, so I'm gonna have to say either low B or high C. Again, I don't think Shadow World is bad. I again prefer True Self or Pursuing My True Self leaps and bounds more, but I don't even think Shadow World is bad. And the animation isn't terrible. Again, it just doesn't really it just doesn't really introduce the game in a nearly interesting way. It very much has like post season 1 opening itis, where it's like hopefully you're familiar with the characters and that'll make the opening a lot more fun that way, but otherwise, eh, I don't know. Yeah, high C or low B. Um yeah. Okay. Okay. And then Royal. Okay. I don't know, maybe just I'm going to say like it's definitely not S tier. I don't think Royal's opening is S tier, but I do think and this is where I have a little trouble again because in comparison to all the other ones here, personally, I don't think Royal is quite a B tier, but it's not any higher than low A tier, in my opinion. I think low A or A minus is as high, but also as low as I can put this. I don't think the Royal opening is bad. Actually, yeah, A is good, so far from it. It's definitely not as good as vanilla, but I would say really my only issue with it was just how weirdly like weirdly choppy the animation is would be my issue with it. Um and then possibly how well, not to the same extent as Golden, let alone FES, it does kind of have a little bit of that post season 1 opening intro itis kind of thing, where it's like if you're familiar with the people or the characters or the story, you'll definitely like it a lot more. But beyond that, yeah, no, it's definitely a downgrade opening wise. But to say it's bad, I personally would disagree. People can totally say that, and that's totally fine. I don't think it's that bad, though. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Really, the only issue with it is just that, again, post season 1, itis kind of feel it has, and then how the animation is like really, really choppy and clunky. Otherwise, I don't think it's nearly as bad as Golden. And even then, Golden, I would say, is more B tier, and I think just suffers from those same issues a lot, just to a more extreme degree. And then they're still way better than FES's opening, where like Lotus Juice's rap is the only alright thing that carries the whole shoddily made, wannabe fan made AMV. You know what I mean? So I would say that's the only thing about it. But yeah. Now where it stacks up to the rest of these, actually, yeah, no, I'm gonna say Royal is still lowest in the A tier so far. Actually, yeah, let me reassess the order of everything. Well, obviously C and D each have one, so that's fine for now. B tier, I'm gonna say I'm good with this order, at least for the moment. If only for the moment, but still. A tier. Uh hmm. Well, I definitely would say Vanilla Persona 4 is my favorite of the A tiers for me. But I would say, yeah, Vanilla Persona 4 is the A plus here. Persona 5 Royal is the A minus here. And then with everything in the middle, yeah, I guess I would agree with this so far. But then we get to the S tiers. Okay. Honestly, again, it's all S tier, so it's all peak from here, and even then, it's all kind of a little close for numero uno. I mean, like, no shit, that's numero uno. And I still otherwise, like, prefer Royal over the vanilla, but I mean, the vanilla Persona 5 has its perks. I'm not gonna act like you can't go back to vanilla and still have a great experience if you like those games and if you would like P5 overall. Either way. But yeah. It's not even like Persona 2 Eternal Punishment PSP is A or S minus, just like there I would say everything here is S and no plus or minus to any of them. They're all S creme de la creme. Like just the cream of the crop. But I mean, I guess I personally would say really right now it's down to like P3 original and P3 reload, which opening I like more. I am gonna have to say, because I would say like dark hour when it comes to like the dark hour school life duality, I would say when considering the former, when giving slight priority to the former over the latter, I would say the original's better. But when it comes to giving a teensy bit more balance between the two lives of dark hour trauma and funny school, funny trying to get through school with stupid ass douchey guy who condones and encourages the bullying towards Fuka, and then some. Like when it comes to like balancing that duality in its opening, I would say Reload is better. But when it comes to like maybe slightly prioritizing the dark hour part or just the more like, you know, somber part, I would say the original definitely nails it. Hits the nail on the head. I'll keep it like this for now. I think 5 vanilla and 2 Innocent Sin PSP are good where they are. These two might be the same, might be fine as well. I might flip them. I don't know. Okay. I might have to go back and look at the arena openings because I admit I only vaguely remember Vanilla Arena's opening, and then I don't remember anything about Ultimax's. Oh, Persona Q. I would probably put that around B tier. Although maybe like hmm. I'd probably put it in B tier. I think it's a really good one. Still. And then Q2. is definitely an even bigger step up that I would say is like probably creme de la creme as well. Ooh. Honestly, especially for what Q2 sets out to do, being a compilation of like the like Persona 3, 4, and 5, I would say it's definitely somewhere in A tier. As somebody whose favorite game in the series and of all time is Persona 5, even I have to admit, I kind of wish there was a little extra rep for 3 and 4 um, before they actually show up in the opening. Like, even just a few cuts to them, the same way there are cuts to each of the Persona 5 characters. And again, I say this as somebody who deems Persona 5 as not only their favorite in the series, but one of their favorite game of all time. Even I gotta admit, I do kind of wish there was a little extra 3 to 4 screen time in the opening before they actually show up in the opening. But like, even so, I mean, hey, like, I'm not gonna act like they never show up in the opening, and when they show up, it's really, really gratifying. So in comparison to everything else here, I'm gonna have to say I genuinely think somewhere between high A to low S. I'm gonna say high A. I'm gonna say high A. High A. Yeah, it feels like I'm twisting my own tongue for some reason. Don't know why. Okay. Actually, I kind of want to save Strikers for a little closer to the later part of this tier list here. So let's try the. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to try to push Strikers off a little bit. I need to go review what the arena openings were again, more so Ultimax. I vaguely remember Vanilla, but that's still not going to be enough, so yeah. Oh, Persona 3 opening, the dancing one. Definitely going to be A tier. I gotta say, probably. Probably. Probably middle of A. Probably in the middle of A. Then with 4 dancing, we'll just go 3, 4, 5. The song is fantastic. Animation is okay. Not even bad. I think it's kind of the same thing with Persona 5 Royal's animation. Not bad, not at all. I still think it's relatively good across the board, but it's definitely like really the big issue is it's a little clunky, and some parts of it just don't really give off the vibes I would prefer in my ideal vision of a opening of its kind for the game that dancing is. But otherwise, the song is fantastic. I would definitely put it above Golden. Above or below these ones, though. I would say I like the song more than Maze of Life, but I mean, Maze of Life is still good. Don't get me wrong, just not my favorite. But then compared to the PS1 2 openings, um, yeah, I would say probably in. Probably in between, at least for now. And then 5. Oh, God. I think for 5 dancing, it's kind of the opposite issue with Persona 4 Dancing's intro. Persona 4 Dancing, great song, not terrible animation, but still kind of meh. Didn't mean to put it right there immediately. I don't even know if, well, we'll see, but Persona 4, my only issue is like the song is great, the animation looks nice, but isn't amazing. Persona 5 is vaguely the opposite. Great animation, bland to just plainly blech song. I like what they were trying to do with it, I understand that they were trying to add in some leitmotifs from the game's music. Randomly shoehorning in the violins from Wake Up, Get Up, Get Out There, however, is not a good way to execute that. Shocker, I know, but yeah. So I'd say it's gonna be C tier. Now, depending on whether I would prioritize not too great animation, but interesting atmosphere and like more like, you know, contemplative, like scrolling text or just like fading in and out text. Or would I say not a great track to go with it, but great animation? Which one is slightly better than the other in C tier? The mid tiers, the 5 out of 10s, 4 out of 10 at worst, 5.5 out of 10 at best tier. Not garbage. That's not what mid means. It's middling. I'd say it's slightly prioritized one. Like the animation is really kind of like arguably non-existent, but at least the atmosphere is pretty cool. And I mean, like, you know, it like the quote from what's his face about, you know, like dreaming about being a butterfly, and then when you wake up, what do you make of that versus how you are when you wake up? It's, you know, it gets the theme across. It's definitely a lot more of a candid approach for an opening, but at least it gets the point across. 5 has great animation, but again, like Lynn always sounds good, but she can't save a song from being mid otherwise. So I would say, if only because I just think the ambiance, as candid as it is in 1, still gets the point across and I think nails it. 5, I am very torn both ways. Tactica. Okay, so I think off the bat, for sure, Tactica is going to be around B tier at the lowest. Do I think of it as better or not than Golden or Q? I would say probably slightly better than Golden. And yeah, I'm going to be honest, probably around here. Because I think the only thing with Tactica is that the pacing for the animation, again, is kind of the part where it's a little funky. It's not bad, not at all, in my opinion. It's not even clunky. It's just the pacing and movement with everything is a little weird. Like, one moment things are kind of like slowly fading in and out. You get Marie, the First Kingdom's monarch, just kind of like just swinging idly on an equally static swing. You have like a cool you know, retro, very old and busted projection filter over parts of the end of the opening. And then all of a sudden, it's like, bam, everybody's got fluid animation. You got everybody posing with, like, you got Ryuji On posing, you got Yusuke Makoto posing, you got, I'm pretty sure, Haru and Morgana, or Haru and Futaba together as well, or I forget how that worked. But then but like I said, all of a sudden it's like there you have like fluid animations getting into poses with each other. Then all of a sudden things are just moving really quick, and it's like it's not a bad thing to have like that contrast from like static character stills and whatnot to all of a sudden just like bam, 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 and everything is super fluid and fast and just going crazy, and then like it kind of just hits a middle towards the end when everybody's like just kind of like semi slow mo running in the dark. And then like hits the title, You smoothly transition straight into the main menu. Like, I don't think it's bad. If anything, that contrast I think is really, really cool. Kind of got me psyched up when I first booted up Tactica for the first time back last year in the winter. No, 2 years ago. No. Yeah, no, it was 2020. Came out of winter 23. I thought it came out last winter. No, it did not. Came out in 2023 winter. My bad. Yeah. Like when I booted up about a year and a half ago, give or take, it really got me going. But I don't know, still in hindsight, there's kind of a funky whiplash I still get with that contrast of, again, character still is fading in and out and just like having some intentionally GIF-like stilted movement and like a projection filter, and then just all of a sudden it's fluid and vibrant and bam bam bam, people are going, then people are like vaguely semi slow-mo going, and I don't know how to explain it. It's like I see what they were going for. A lot of the openings for all of these games do something very similar, or at least a good chunk of them do, or a few of them do. I just feel like it was weirdly more whiplashy in Tactica, but again, I like the opening and it still psyched me up, so I can't even put it at C tier. I would say by C tier is the point where, again, it's middling, so I don't give a damn. And then D tier, of course, is just really only Lotus Juice was the one thing that I can take away from it that I liked to a decent degree. Then C tier is just meh. B, I would like. A, I love. S, perfection, in my opinion, if only in my opinion. So I would say Tactica I like, not quite as much as the rest of B tier here, let alone A or S tier, but I like it enough. I need to refresh myself on what the openings for these two were like. I know what the songs were. I remember the songs. I just don't remember the don't care. I remember the songs. There was nothing about the struggle. I know this one, although I might want to just listen to it to see how the music's timed. Although, real quick, yeah. Okay, so this is Vanilla. And I'll save Strikers for last because I know where I want to put that. I just want to save it for last to put in suspense. I'm going to try to mute this for a teensy bitsy bit so I don't get screwed over because I really can't talk too much. Alright. I'll just have the music just mute and unmute a few times each. Right, because she wasn't playable, because Rize wasn't playable in the original arena. Ooh, actually, hold on. I might want to have the music on for this part. Nah. I gotta probably mute it before I get screwed over by copyright. Yep. Yep, and there they come.
You're not playable in this one, Rize. What are you doing the cool epic ass walk for?
Sorry, I'm just being a silly ass. Okay, honestly, yeah, I think the vanilla opening's pretty good. What do I think of it compared to the others here, though? I think it's definitely better. I think it definitely, at worst, would be better than Dancing. Compared to the original openings for the PS1, PSX versions of 2, though, I would say also probably the best of B tier. Compared to Royal, this is the part that's gonna be really tricky because, again, while Royal is definitely a downgrade to Vanilla, I don't even think it's bad. Really, my only two issues with Royal's opening are, one, having that season 2 onward itis kind of feel. And then 2, animation at times is weirdly, grossly clunky and chunky, or choppy, especially when you have Sumi dancing for it to start off the chorus of the song. It's like, that's especially not a good thing to have in your opening when you're supposed to have a dancer, dancing. That's definitely not good for your opening to have like chunky, choppy animation. Oh, and then 3. Of all the things for On to do to, I don't know, show off, I don't know, something akin to, I don't know, like crocodile tears or sexy pose or, no, what was that one skill? What was that one confidant skill of hers called? Sexy something hard? Just basically, she's like, hey, can I raise you up? And then the enemies are like, yeah, please. Yes, fucking please raise us up. Oh no, is that a bomb? Is that a Mona bomb? Or something? Like of all the things to kind of, I don't know, kind of like allude to that, like she poses, she blows a kiss. I don't think it had to be her shaking her ass. Maybe a minor problem compared to the choppy ass music and the season 2 onward itis feeling, but I don't even think it was a bad opening. Again, just definitely not as good as the other ones in A tier. So I say that because how do I think of A vanilla or P4A vanilla? Oh yeah, and I think Colors Flying High is really good. I mean, again, Woo God, or wake up, get out there, Woo God. Kind of a long story that I actually don't even think I can talk about yet because it's a little under wraps still. Where I got the Woo God acronym from, because I otherwise could not actually figure that out on my own terms, but that's a long story. And again, for good reason, I gotta keep that inside joke for now under wraps. But again, Woo God is better, but I think Colors Flying High, CFH. Koof. I think Koof is still pretty good. And then I'm pretty sure Arena's opening song is called just Friend or Friends or Best Friends or something. So that you really can't make a funny, stupid acronym out of that. So how does it compare to, I would say at the least, the best of the B tiers, my favorite of the B tier. At most, actually, yeah, I would say my favorite of the B tiers. Again, S, for me, it's the cream of the crop. A, I still love them a lot, even if they're not the creme de la creme. B, I like them quite a lot still. C is where we also kind of get to the ones that are just kind of meh. They got a pro, but they got a con, and sadly, they kind of cancel out. Like, thankfully, they don't have more cons than pros, but sadly, they don't have more pros than cons. It's kind of like how we go from everybody else in Persona 5 except for Morgana to Morgana. Like, he has his ups, but he has his downs. And while I can't say, while his cons don't outweigh his pros, and maybe he has more pros than cons, to me, it's about equal still, sadly. So it's kind of like SA and even B is like that. But by C tier, that's where we get to the meh ones for me. And then D. Yeah, don't be shocked that Fest, of course, I'm going to be parroting the opinion that F is the only opening that is definitely one of the lesser liked ones. Arena Ultimax. Here we go. Wait, hold on. As a beard kind of one.
It's called a shadow scruff.
Actually, no, that's not even that's not even what you call it either. But I might also have to kind of just mute, unmute the song here too. Same thing here. Yeah, so I'm just gonna have to mute it for a hot second. Mm-hmm. Not sure how I feel about this one versus Arena Ultimax. Like, genuinely, I don't know how to feel about it. Not in a bad way, but also not like in really a positive or negative way. Just kind of like in general. Like, in comparison, there are things that I do think the vanilla one is better with, but there are a few things here that I do think Ultimax nails in comparison. Okay. I think... Okay. Actually, never mind. I think I know. I'm gonna say... Again, same with Vanilla Arena. Good song, good animation. I still think Vanilla is better. And for what they set out to do for their respective games on the PS1, I think Persona 2 IS and EP, for how, not new and fresh and clean they are, still are a little better at what they do for each of their PSX or PS1 versions of their games compared to Ultimax. Again, all the B tiers I still like. Really, it's only with C where we get kind of just to the territory, and then B is still like. A, love. S, my personal picks for the cream of the crop. I would say B, I definitely like it a lot. Good song, good animation. I just feel like I have a slight preference for Vanilla Arena in both departments. Like, both of them have good songs. Both of them have great animation. I just think Vanilla is slightly more up my alley than Ultimax, if that makes any sense. I know I'm not speaking Greek, which is great, but I hope it still makes sense for perfect English. So, last but not least. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Although, even so, I do think this might be a teensy bit controversial. Well, it's definitely not D tier. No, it's just C tier. It's kind of just okay. No, I'm kidding. Okay, because I'll just say it right now. I think whether at the least and at the most, Strikers is S tier. S tier opening. But where I put it here, when I think about it, where I put it here compared to all the other S tier openings, in my opinion, even if it's all just my opinion and all subjective, it might still be a little like, damn, what the fuck, Maddie? But hear me out. Okay, I'm feeling confident with this so far. Still feeling confident? Okay, here's where I gotta think on this before I commit to a decision. Okay. Because here's the thing. Especially with Royal and Golden in better case scenarios, in my opinion, but also with Fess in a worst case scenario, also in my opinion, too. I'm sure there are people who like the Fess opening, and that's fine. I don't, but good for the people that do. If anything, it's my loss, and they're the ones that gain something from that opening. I lose from that, you know? But I mentioned it with all three of them. The thing is, they have this season 2 onward opening itis kind of thing where it's like, if you're familiar with the characters and the story, you'll like the opening. Otherwise, it's like you'll still like the opening to a pretty good extent in the best case scenarios, but still it kind of feels a little too, I don't know, partially quasi been there, done that. I don't know. But also in a good way, because like at the same time you have a moment in Royal where everybody's built like cracking down toy buildings and playing in quasi diamond, quasi snow, fake diamonds and or fake snow. In Golden, um, like you have everybody on their little motorpeds. I forget what you call them. I'm sorry. Um, and like I don't know. There's that. I think so. Like, but the thing is, I don't think that season 2 onward itis thing I was talking about with these two always has to be a bad thing. If anything, especially if your game is not the ideally expanded definitive edition of the initial mainline game, and if it's straight up a sequel to that mainline game, either or both editions, then if anything, that season 2 itis would actually be a great thing. And I think that especially as an actual sequel to Vanilla and or Royal Persona 5 for Strikers, the season 2 itis is a good thing for its opening. So keep that in mind when I say, although everything in S tier is almost about equal for me, creme de la creme, cream of the crop, just bare edges over the other in order here. When I say, personally, for what it sets out to do, even if everything here is still peak, yeah. I think the other thing I do think that Strikers has that gives it that teensiest edge for me over Vanilla Persona 5, or either the 3 original or reload openings, or Persona 2 Innocent Sin's PSP opening, in my opinion, what gives it the slightest edge for me is that it is actually again, this is all subjective, but to me, it is a perfect marriage of the smooth animation as well as the black and white with a few colors here or there, but very few. It is a marriage between those aesthetics and smooth animation and vanilla, with the more poppy colors and fully colored characters and backgrounds that Royal has. It is a perfect marriage of both aesthetics, jumping between the black and red with a few distinct colors here or there, and then also having like fully colored characters and backgrounds, all with really nice animation and a song that really gets me psyched up. I think it's a perfect hybrid between the two. I think whereas Royal was still okay, but definitely didn't nail what it could have been as well as what Vanilla Persona 5 was trying to do for itself in its opening, I think that Strikers was able to do both also what Persona 5 Vanilla managed to do, but also what Royal was trying to go for, except while I would say with what Vanilla had, it meets it about there, whereas Royal I would say is an A tier with what it was trying to do. Strikers was an S tier with those similar like giving everything their actual colors as opposed to keeping to a minimalist red and black and one or two other things here or there, like colors popping in here or there. I would say it did Royal's aesthetics much more beautifully. And then of course it meets Vanilla's minimalist ones on like right there. It's a perfect marriage. Smooth animation that the original opening also has. And a great ass song. Another good goddamn god tier song. And again, like basically all 5 of these openings here are all about tied for the cream of the crop for Persona openings. And again, no matter what, it is all subjective. My S tier picks could be somebody else's D tier or even F tier picks. And if they're not going to be a dick about it, I shouldn't be a prick to them about it either, you know? It's my opinion, but it's also their opinion, you know? So I would say that's my take. And now I am tired. But I had a good one here. Fuck, I forgot to finish this one. I'll see if I can finish this one in a little bit here, but I'm going to be calling it a night. I'm not sure when next week I will be able to stream, but at least for tonight, that is it for the streams. I'll post these tier lists on certain social media when I'm able to, when I am ready to show those off to the world, however anecdotal I disclaim them to be. Gotta still rack up some confidence. But yeah, when I am able to stream next week, I'll let you know. Yeah, I'll definitely be checking notifications because once I stream, usually the notifications are out of sight. Honestly, it does have its drawbacks though, so don't get me wrong. But I digress. So, thank you all for having me this week. And whether I see you still this week for something else I'm doing that isn't streams, or I see you next week at some point for those streams or another not stream thing, I'll be happy to catch you then. So, until then, take care. Congrats on getting halfway through the week. Finish strong. Bye-bye.